Actions like is normally alert and is in pain are predicate constants, that is, actual predicates. Ramsey, who invented the procedure now called Ramsification, showed that although TR is weaker than T, since it is implied by, but does not imply, T, TR is just as powerful as T as far as physical behavioral prediction goes. The two theories make exactly the same deductive connections between non-psychological statements. Point 3 For example, both theories entail that if someone is awake and suffers tissue damage, she will wince, and that if she does not groan, either she has not suffered tissue damage or she is not awake. Since TR is free of psychological expressions, it can serve as a basis for defining psychological expressions without circularity. To make our sample definitions manageable, we abbreviate TR as M1, M2, M3T, M1, M2, M3, dot. The symbol, called the existential quantifier, is read, there exist. Consider, then for X is in pain equals def M1, M2, M3T, M1, M2, M3, and X is in M2. Note that M2 is the predicate variable that replaced is in pain in T. Similarly, we can define is alert and is in distress, although our little theory T was made up mainly to give us a reasonable definition of pain. X is normally alert equals def M1, M2, M3T, M1, M2, M3, and X is in M1. X is in distress equals def M1, M2, M3T, M1, M2, M3, and X is in M3. Let us see what these definitions say. Consider the definition of being in pain. It says that you are in pain just in case there are certain states, M1, M2, and M3, that are related among themselves and with such physical behavioral states as tissue damage, wincing and groaning, and typing performance as specified in tier and you are in M2. It is clear that this definition gives us a concept of pain in terms of its causal nomological relations and that among its causes and effects are other mental states, although these are not specified as such but referred to only as some states of the psychological subject, as well as physical and behavioral events and states. Notice also that there is a sense in which the three mental concepts are interdefined but without circularity. Each of the defined expressions is completely eliminable by its definians, the right-hand side of the definition, which is completely free of psychological expressions. Whether or not these definitions are adequate in all respects, it is evident that the circularity problem has been solved. So the trick is to define psychological concepts holistically en masse. RT is a fragment of a theory, something made up to show how the method works. To generate more realistic functional definitions of psychological concepts by the Ramsey-Lewis method, we need a comprehensive underlying psychological theory encompassing many more psychological kinds and richer and more complex causal nomological relationships to inputs and outputs. Such a theory will be analogous to a Turing machine that models a full psychology, and the resemblance of the present method with the approach of machine functionalism should be clear, at least in broad outlines. In fact, we can think of the Turing machine approach as a special case of the Ramsey-Lewis method in which the psychological theory is presented in the form of a Turing machine table with the internal machine states, the QS, corresponding to the predicate variables. The Ms. We discuss the relationship between the two approaches in more detail later. Choosing an underlying psychology. So what should the underlying psychological theory T be like if it is to yield, by the Ramsey-Lewis technique, adequate functional definitions of psychological properties? If we are to recover a psychological property from TR by the Ramsey-Lewis method, the property must appear in T to begin with. So T must refer to all psychological properties. Moreover, T must carry enough information about each psychological property about how it is nomologically connected with input conditions, behavior outputs, and other psychological properties to circumscribe it closely enough to identify it. Given this, there are two major possibilities to consider. We might, with Lewis, consider using the platitudes of our shared common sense psychology as the underlying theory. The statements making up our pain theory T are examples of such platitudes, and there are countless others about. For instance, What makes people angry and how angry people behave, how wants and beliefs combine to generate further wants, how perceptions cause beliefs and memories, and how beliefs lead to further beliefs. Few people are able to articulate these principles of folk psychology, but most mature people use them constantly in attributing mental states to people, making predictions about how people will behave, and understanding why people do what they do. We know these psychological regularities tacitly, perhaps in much the way we know the grammar of the language we speak without being able to state any explicit rules. Without a suitably internalized common sense psychology in this sense, we would hardly be able to manage our daily transactions with other people and enjoy the kind of communal life that we take for granted. 5. It is important that the vernacular psychology that serves as the underlying theory for functional definitions consists of commonly known generalizations. This is essential if we are to ensure that functional definitions yield the psychological concepts that all of us share. It is the shared funds of vernacular psychological knowledge that collectively define our common sense mental concepts. There is no other conceivable source from which our mental concepts could magically spring. Functionalism that takes these psychological platitudes as a basis for functional definitions of psychological terms is sometimes called analytical functionalism. The thought is that these well-known psychological generalizations are virtually analytic truths that are evident to speakers who understand the meanings of the psychological expressions involved. We must remember that common sense psychology is, well, only commonsensical. It may be incomplete and partial, and contain serious errors, or even inconsistencies. If mental concepts are to be defined in terms of causal nomological relations, shouldn't we use our best theory about how mental events and states are involved in causal nomological relations, among themselves and with physical and behavioral events and processes? Scientific psychology, including cognitive science, after all, is in the business of investigating these regularities, and the best scientific psychology we can muster is the best overall theory about the causal nomological facts of mental events and states. The form of functionalism that favors empirical scientific theory as the ramification base is sometimes called psychofunctionalism. There are problems and difficulties with each of these choices. Let us first note one important fact: if the underlying theory T is false, we cannot count on any mental concepts defined on its basis to apply to anything. As logicians will say, these concepts will have empty, or null, extensions. Point 6. For if T is false, its ramification, TR, may also be false. In particular, if T has false non-mental consequences, for example, T makes wrong behavioral predictions, TR will be false as well. Recall that T and TR have the same physical behavioral content. If TR is false, every concept defined on its basis by the Ramsey-Lewis method will be vacuous, that is, it will not apply to anything. This is easy to see for our sample pain theory T. Suppose this theory is false. In particular, suppose that what T says about the state of distress is false and that in fact there is no state that is related, in the way specified by T for distress, with the other internal states and inputs and outputs. This makes our sample TR false as well, since there is nothing that can fill in for M3. This would mean that pain as defined on the basis of TR cannot be true of anything. Nothing satisfies the defining condition of pain. The same goes for normally alert and the state of distress. So if T, the underlying theory, is false, all mental concepts defined on its basis by the Ramsey-Lewis method will turn out to have the same extension, namely, the null extension. This means that we had better make sure that the underlying theory is true. If our T is to yield our psychological concepts all at once, it is going to be a long conjunction of myriad psychological generalizations, and even a single false component will make the whole conjunction false. So we must face these questions: what is going to be included in our T, and how certain can we be that T is true? Consider the case of scientific psychology. It is surely going to be a difficult, probably impossible, task to decide what parts of current scientific psychology are well enough established to be considered uncontroversially true. Psychology has been flourishing as a science for many decades now, but it is comparatively young as a science, with its methodological foundations still in dispute, and it is fair to say that it has yet to produce a robust enough common core of generally accepted laws and theories. In this respect, psychology has a long way to go before it reaches the status of, say, physics, chemistry, or even biology. These reflections lead to the following thought: on the Ramsey-Lewis method of defining psychological concepts, every dispute about the underlying theory T is going to be a dispute about psychological concepts. This creates a seemingly paradoxical situation. If two psychologists should disagree about some psychological generalization that is part of theory T, which we should expect to be a common occurrence, this would mean that they are using different sets of psychological concepts. But this seems to imply that they cannot really disagree, since the very possibility of disagreement presupposes that the same concepts are shared. How could I accept and you reject a given proposition unless we shared the concepts in terms of which the proposition is formulated? Perhaps things are not as bleak as they seem. For example, there is probably no need to invoke a total psychology as a base for functional definitions of mental terms, relatively independent parts of psychology and cognitive science, like theory of vision, theory of motivation, decision and action, theory of language acquisition, and so on, can each serve as a basis of ramification. Also, we can consider degrees of similarity between concepts, and it may be possible for two speakers to understand each other well enough in a given situation, without sharing an exactly identical set of concepts. Sharing similar concepts may be good enough for the purposes at hand. Consider again the option of using common sense psychology to anchor psychological concepts. Can we be sure that all of our psychological platitudes, or even any of them, are true, that is, that they hold up as systematic scientific psychology makes progress? Some have even argued that advances in scientific psychology have already shown common sense psychology to be massively erroneous and that, considered as a theory, it must be abandoned. 7 Consider the generalization, used as part of our pain theory, that tissue damage causes pain in a normally alert person. It is clear that there are many exceptions to this regularity. A normally alert person who is totally absorbed in another task may not feel pain when she suffers minor tissue damage. Massive tissue damage may cause a person to go into a coma. And what is to count as normally alert in any case? Alert enough to experience pain when one is hurt? The platitudes of common sense psychology may serve us competently enough in our daily life in anticipating behaviors of our fellow humans and making sense of them. But are we prepared to say that they are literally true? One way to alleviate these worries is to point out that we should think of our folk psychological generalizations as hedged by generous escape clauses, all other things being equal, under normal conditions, in the absence of interfering forces, and so on. Whether such weakened, non-committal generalizations can introduce sufficiently restrictive constraints to yield well-defined psychological concepts is something to think about. In one respect, though, common sense psychology seems to have an advantage over scientific psychology: its apparently greater stability. Theories and concepts of systematic psychology come and go. Given what we know about the rise and fall of scientific theories, especially in the social and human sciences, it is reasonable to expect that most of what we now consider our best theories in psychology will be abandoned and replaced, or seriously revised, sooner or later, probably sooner rather than later. The rough regularities codified in common sense psychology appear considerably more stable, perhaps because they are rough. Can we really imagine giving up the virtual truism that a person's desire for something and her belief that doing a certain thing will secure it tends to cause her to do it? This basic principle, which links belief and desire to action, is a central principle of common sense psychology that makes it possible to understand why people do what they do. It seems reasonable to think that the principle was as central to the way the ancient Greeks or Chinese made sense of themselves and their fellows as it is to our own folk psychological explanatory practices. Our shared folk psychological heritage is what enables us to understand, and empathize with, the actions and emotions of the characters depicted in Greek tragedies and historical Chinese fiction. Indeed, if there were a culture, past or present, for whose members the central principles of our folk psychology, such as the one that relates belief and desire to action, did not hold true, its institutions and practices would hardly be intelligible to us, and its language might not even be translatable into our own. The source and nature of this relative permanence and commonality of folk psychological platitudes are in need of explanation, but it seems plausible that folk psychology enjoys a degree of stability and universality that eludes scientific psychology. We should note, though, that vernacular psychology and scientific psychology need not necessarily be thought to be in competition with each other. We could say that vernacular psychology is the appropriate underlying theory for the functional definition of vernacular psychological concepts, while scientific psychology is the appropriate one for scientific psychological concepts. If we believe, however, that scientific psychology shows, or has shown, vernacular psychology to be seriously flawed, for example, showing that many of its central generalizations are in fact false, we would have to reject the utility of the concepts generated from it by the Ramsey-Lewis method, for as we saw, these concepts would then apply to nothing. There is one final point about our sample functionalist definitions: they can accommodate the phenomenon of multiple realization of mental states. This is easily seen. Suppose that the original pain theory, T, is true of both humans and Martians, whose physiology, let us assume, is very different from ours, it is inorganic, say. Then TR, too, would be true for both humans and Martians. It is only that the triple of physical biological states, which realizes the three mental states and therefore satisfies TR for humans, is different from the triple of physical states, which realizes the mental triple in Martians. But in either case there exists a triple of states that are connected in the specified ways, as TR demands. So when you are in H2, you are in pain, and when Mork the Martian is in I2, he is in pain, since each of you satisfies the functionalist definition of pain as stated. Functionalism as physicalism, psychological reality. Let us return to scientific psychology as the underlying theory to be Ramsefied. As we noted, we want this theory to be a true theory. Now, there is another question about the truth of psychological theories that we need to attend to. Let us assume that psychological theories posit internal states to systematize correlations between sensory inputs and behavioral outputs. These internal states are the putative psychological states of the organism. Suppose now that each of two theories, T1 and T2, gives a correct systematization of inputs and outputs for a psychological subject S, but that each posits a different set of internal states. That is, T1 and T2 are both behaviorally adequate psychologies for S, but each attributes to S a different internal causal structure connecting S's inputs to its outputs. Is there some further fact about these theories, or about S, that determines which, if any, is the correct psychology of S? As a basis for Ramsefied functional definitions of mental states, we presumably must choose the correct psychology if there is a correct one. If psychology is a truly autonomous special science, under no methodological, theoretical, or metaphysical constraints from any other science, we would have to say that the only ground for preferring one or the other of two behaviorally adequate theories consists in broad formal considerations of notational simplicity, ease of deriving predictions, and the like. There could be no further fact-based grounds favoring one theory over the other. As you will recall, behaviorally adequate psychologies for subject S are analogous to Turing machines that are behavioral descriptions of S, see Chapter 5. You will also recall that according to machine functionalism, not every behavioral description of S is a correct psychology of S, and that a correct psychology is one that is a machine description of S, namely, a Turing machine that is physically realized by S. This means that there are internal physical states of S that realize the internal machine states of the Turing machine in question, that is, there are in S real internal physical states that are, causally, related to each other and to sensory inputs and behavioral outputs as specified by the machine table of the Turing machine. It is the requirement of physical realization that answers the question of the psychological reality of Turing machines purporting to specify the psychologies of a subject. Unlike machine functionalism, causal theoretical functionalism, formulated on the Ramsey-Lewis model, does not as yet have a physical requirement built into it. According to machine functionalism as formulated in the preceding chapter, for subject S to be in any mental state, S must be a physical realization of an appropriate Turing machine. In contrast, causal theoretical functionalism as developed thus far in this chapter requires only that there be internal states of S that are connected among themselves and to inputs and outputs as specified by S's psychology, without saying anything about the nature of these internal states. What we saw in connection with machine functionalism was that it is the further physical requirement to the effect that the states of S that realize the machine's internal states be physical states that makes it possible to pick out S's correct psychology. In the same way, the only way to settle the issue of psychological reality between behaviorally adequate psychologies is to explicitly introduce a similar physicalist requirement, perhaps something like this. P. The states that the Ramsified psychological theory, TR, affirms to exist are physical neural states, that is, the variables M1, M2. Of TR, and in the definitions of specific mental states, see our sample definitions of pain, and so on, range over physical neural states of the subjects of psychological theory T. A functionalist who accepts P may be called a physicalist functionalist. Unless some physical constraints, represented by P, are introduced, there seems to be no way of discriminating between behaviorally adequate psychologies. Conversely, the apparent fact that we do not think all behaviorally adequate psychologies are correct or true signifies our commitment to the reality of the internal, theoretical states posited by our psychologies, and the only way this psychological realism is cashed out is to regard these states as internal physical states of the organism involved. This is equivalent in substance to the thesis of realization physicalism discussed in the preceding chapter, the thesis that all psychological states, if realized, must be physically realized. This appears to reflect the actual research strategies in psychology and cognitive science and the methodological assumptions that undergird them. The correct psychological theory must, in addition to being behaviorally adequate, have physical reality in the sense that the psychological capacities, dispositions, and mechanisms it posits have a physical, presumably neurobiological, basis. The psychology that gives the most elegant and simplest systematization of human behavior may not be the true psychology, any more than the simplest artificial intelligence program, or Turing machine, that accomplishes a certain intelligent task, proving logic theorems, face recognition, or whatever, accurately reflects the way we humans perform it. The psychological theory that is formally the most elegant may not describe the way humans, or other organisms or systems under consideration, actually process their sensory inputs and produce behavioral outputs. There is no reason, either a priori or empirical, to believe that the mechanism that underlies our psychology, something that has evolved over many millions of years in the midst of myriad unpredictable natural forces, must be in accord with our notion of what is simple and elegant in a scientific theory. The psychological capacities and mechanisms posited by a true psychological theory must be real, and the only reality to which we can appeal in this context seems to be physical reality. These considerations, quite apart from the arguments pro and con concerning the physical reducibility of psychology, cast serious doubts on the claim that psychology is an autonomous science not answerable to lower-level physical biological sciences. The antiphysicalist might argue that psychological capacities and mechanisms have their own separate, non-physical reality. But it is difficult to imagine what they could be when dissociated from their physical underpinnings. Could they be some ghostly mechanisms in Cartesian mental substances? That may be a logically possible position, but hardly a plausible one, philosophically or scientifically, see Chapter 2. It isn't for nothing that physicalism is the default position in contemporary philosophy of mind and psychology. Objections and difficulties. In this section, we review several points that are often thought to present major obstacles to the functionalist program. Some of the problematic features of machine functionalism discussed in the preceding chapter apply, mutatis mutandis, to causal role functionalism, and these will not be taken up again here. Qualia inversion. Consider the question, what do all instances of pain have in common in virtue of which they are pains? You will recognize the functionalist answer, their characteristic causal role, their typical causes, tissue damage, trauma and effects, pain behavior. But isn't there a more obvious answer? What all instances of pain have in common in virtue of which they are all cases of pain is that they hurt. Pains hurt, itches itch, tickles tickle. Is there anything more obvious than that? Sensations have characteristic qualitative features, these are called phenomenal or phenomenological or sensory qualities. Qualia, quali for singular, is now the standard term. Seeing a ripe tomato has a certain distinctive visual quality that is unmistakably different from the visual quality involved in seeing a mound of spinach leaves. We are familiar with the smells of roses and ammonia, we can tell the sound of a drum from that of a gong, the feel of a cool, smooth granite countertop as we run our fingers over it is distinctively different from the feel of sandpaper. Our waking life is a continuous feast of qualia colors, smells, sounds, and all the rest. When we temporarily lose our ability to taste or smell properly because of a bad cold, eating a favorite food can be like chewing cardboard and we are made acutely aware of what is missing from our experience. By identifying sensory events with causal roles mediating input and output, however, functionalism appears to miss their qualitative aspects altogether. For it seems quite possible that causal roles and phenomenal qualities come apart, and the possibility of qualia inversion seems to prove it. It would seem that the following situation is perfectly coherent to imagine: when you look at a ripe tomato, your color experience is like my color experience when I look at a bunch of spinach, and vice versa. That is, your experience of red might be qualitatively like my experience of green, and your experience of green is like my experience of red. These differences need not show up in any observable behavioral differences. We both say red when we are shown ripe tomatoes, and we both describe the color of spinach as green. We are equally good at picking tomatoes out of mounds of lettuce leaves, and when we drive, we cope equally well with the traffic lights. In fact, we can coherently imagine that your color spectrum is systematically inverted with respect to mine, without this being manifested in any behavioral differences. Moreover, it seems possible to think of a system, like an electromechanical robot, that is functionally, that is, in terms of inputs and outputs, equivalent to us, but to which we have no good reason to attribute any qualitative experiences. Again, think of commander data. This is called the absent qualia problem. Point 9. If inverted qualia, or absent qualia, are possible in functionally equivalent systems, qualia cannot be captured by functional definitions, and functionalism cannot be an account of all psychological states and properties. This is the qualia argument against functionalism. Can the functionalist offer the following reply? On the functionalist account, mental states are realized by the internal physical states of the psychological subject, so for humans, the experience of red, as a mental state, is realized by a specific neural state. This means that you and I cannot differ in respect of the qualia we experience as long as we are in the same neural state. Given that both you and I are in the same neural state, something that is in principle ascertainable by observation, either both of us experience red or neither does. But this reply falls short for two reasons. First, even if it is correct as far as it goes, it does not address the qualia issue for physically different systems, say, you and the Martian, that realize the same psychology. Nothing it says makes qualia inversion impossible for you and the Martian, nor does it rule out the possibility that qualia are absent from the Martian experience. Second, the reply assumes that qualia supervene on the physical neural states that realize them, but this supervenience assumption is part of what is at issue. However, the issue about qualia supervenience concerns the broader issues about physicalism. It is not specifically a problem with functionalism. This issue concerning qualia has been controversial, with some philosophers doubting the coherence of the very idea of inverted or absent qualia. Point 10. We return to the issue of qualia in connection with the more general questions about consciousness, chapters 9 and 10. The cross-wired brain. Let us consider the following very simple, idealized model of how pain and itch mechanisms work. Each of us has a pain box and an itch box in our brains. We can think of the pain box as consisting of a bundle of neural fibers somewhere in the brain that gets activated when we experience pain, and similarly for the itch box. When pain receptors in our tissues are stimulated, they send neural signals up the pain input channel to the pain box, which then gets activated and sends signals down its output channel to our motor systems to cause appropriate pain behavior, winces and groans. The itch mechanism works similarly. When a mosquito bites you, your itch receptors send electrochemical signals up the itch input channel to your itch box, and so on, finally culminating in your itch behavior, scratching. Suppose that a mad neurosurgeon rewires your brain by crisscrossing both the input and output channels of your pain and itch centers. That is, the signals from your pain receptors now go to your former itch box, and the signals from this box now trigger your motor system to emit winces and groans. Similarly, the signals from your itch receptors are now routed to your former pain box, which sends its signals to the motor system, causing scratching behavior. And suppose that I escape the mad neurosurgeon's attention. It is clear that even though your brain is cross-wired with respect to mine, we both realize the same functional psychology. We both scratch when bitten by mosquitoes, and wince and groan when our fingers are burned. From the functionalist point of view, we instantiate the same pain-itch psychology. Suppose that we both step barefoot on an upright thumbtack, both of us give out a sharp shriek of pain and hobble to the nearest chair. I am in pain. But what about you? The functionalist says that you, with the cross-wired brain, are in pain also. What makes a neural mechanism inside the brain a pain box is exactly the fact that it receives input from pain receptors and sends output to cause pain behavior. With the cross-wiring of your brain, your former itch box has now become your pain box, and when it is activated, you are in pain. At least that is what the functionalist conception of pain implies. But is this an acceptable consequence? This is a version of the inverted qualia problem. Here the qualia that are inverted are pain and itch, or the painfulness of pains and the itchiness of itches, where the supposed inversion is made to happen through anatomical intervention. Many will feel a strong pull toward the thought that if your brain has been cross-wired as described, what you experience when you step on an upright thumbtack is an itch, not a pain, in spite of the fact that the input-output relation that you exhibit is one that is appropriate for pain. The appeal of this hypothesis is, at bottom, the appeal of the psychoneural identity theory of mentality. Most of us have a strong, if not overwhelming, inclination to think that types of conscious experience, such as pain and itch, supervene on the local states and processes of the brain no matter how they are hooked up with the rest of the body or the external world, and that the qualitative character of our mental states is conceptually and causally independent of their causal roles in relation to sensory inputs and behavioral outputs. Such an assumption is implicit, for example, in the popular philosophical thought experiment with the brain in a vat, in which a brain detached from a human body is kept alive in a vat of liquid and maintained in a normal state of consciousness by being fed electric signals generated by a supercomputer. The qualia we experience are causally dependent on the inputs. As our neural system is presently wired, cuts and pinpricks cause pains, not itches. But this is a contingent fact about our neural circuitry. It seems perfectly conceivable, even technically feasible at some point in the future, to reroute the causal chains involved so that cuts and pinpricks cause itches, not pains, and skin irritations cause pains, not itches, without disturbing the overall functional organization of our behavior. Functional properties, disjunctive properties, and causal powers. The functionalist claim is often expressed by assertions like mental states are causal roles and mental properties, kinds, are functional properties, kinds. We should get clear about the logic and ontology of such claims. The concept of a functional property and related concepts were introduced in the preceding chapter, but let us briefly review them before we go on with some difficulties and puzzles for functionalism. Begin with the example of pain. For something, to be in pain, that is, For S to have, or instantiate, the property of being in pain, is, according to functionalism, for S to be in some state, or to instantiate some property, with causal connections to appropriate inputs, for example, tissue damage, trauma, and outputs, pain behavior. For simplicity, let us talk uniformly in terms of properties rather than states. We may then say, the property of being in pain is the property of having some property with a certain causal specification, in terms of its causal relations to certain inputs and outputs. Thus, in general, we have the following canonical expression for all mental properties. Mental property M is the property of having a property with causal specification H. As a rule, the functionalist believes in the multiple realizability of mental properties. For every mental property M, there will in general be multiple properties, Q1, Q2. Each meeting the causal specification H, and an object will count as instantiating M just in case it instantiates one or another of these Qs. As you may recall, a property defined the way M is defined is often called a second-order property. In contrast, the Qs, their realizers, are first-order properties. No special meaning needs to be attached to the terms first order and second order. These are relative terms. The Qs might themselves be second order relative to another set of properties. If M is pain, then its first order realizers are neural properties, at least for organisms, and we expect them to vary across various pain-capable biological species. This construal of mental properties as second order properties seems to create some puzzles. If M is the property of having some property meeting specification H, where Q1, Q2 are the properties satisfying H, that is, the Qs are the realizers of M, it would seem to follow that M is identical with the disjunctive property of having Q1 or Q2 or. Isn't it evident that to have M just is to have either Q1 or Q2 or? For example, red, green, and blue are primary colors. Suppose something has a primary color, doesn't that amount simply to having red or green or blue? Most philosophers who believe in the multiple realizability of mental properties deny that mental properties are disjunctive properties, disjunctions of their realizers, for the reason that the first-order realizing properties are extremely diverse and heterogeneous, so much so that their disjunction cannot be considered a well-behaved property with the kind of systematic unity required for propertyhood. As you may recall, the rejection of such disjunctions as legitimate properties was at the heart of the multiple realization argument against psychoneural type physicalism. Functionalists have often touted the phenomenon of multiple realization as a basis for the claim that the properties studied by cognitive science are formal and abstract, abstracted from the material compositional details of the cognitive systems. What our considerations appear to show is that cognitive science properties so conceived threaten to turn out to be heterogeneous disjunctions of properties after all. And these disjunctions seem not to be suitable as nomological properties, properties in terms of which laws and causal explanations can be formulated. If this is right, it would disqualify mental properties, construed as second-order properties, as serious scientific properties. But the functionalist may stand her ground, refusing to identify second-order properties with the disjunctions of their realizers, and she may reject disjunctive properties in general as bona fide properties, on the ground that from the fact that both P and Q are properties, it does not follow that there is a disjunctive property, that of having P or Q. From the fact that being round and being green are properties, it does not follow, some have argued, that there is such a property as being round or green. Some things that have this property, say, a red round table and a green square doormat, have nothing in common in virtue of having it. However, we need not embroil ourselves in this dispute about disjunctive properties, for the issue here is independent of the question about disjunctive properties. For there is another line of argument, based on broad causal considerations, that seems to lead to the same conclusion. It is a widely accepted assumption, or at least a desideratum, that mental properties have causal powers. Instantiating a mental property can, and does, cause other events to occur, that is, cause other properties to be instantiated. In fact, This is the founding premise of causal theoretical functionalism. Unless mental properties have causal powers, there would be little point in worrying about them. The possibility of invoking mental events in explaining behavior, or any other events, would be lost if mental properties should turn out to be causally impotent. But on the functionalist account of mental properties, just where does a mental property get its causal powers? In particular, what is the relationship between mental property M's causal powers and the causal powers of its realizers, the QS? It is difficult to imagine that M's causal powers could magically materialize on their own. It is much more plausible to think, it probably is the only plausible thing to think, that M's causal powers arise out of those of its realizers, the QS. In fact, not only do they arise out of them, but the causal powers of any given instance of M must be the same as those of the particular chi that realizes M on that occasion. Carburetors can have no causal powers beyond those of the physical device that performs the specified function of carburetors, and an individual carburetor's causal powers must be exactly those of the particular physical device in which it is realized, if for no other reason than the simple fact that this physical device is the carburetor. Point 11. To believe that it could have excess causal powers beyond those of the physical realizer is to believe in magic. Where could they possibly come from? And to believe that the carburetor has fewer causal powers than the particular physical device realizing it seems totally unmotivated. Just ask, which causal powers should we subtract? Let us consider this issue in some detail. On functionalism, for a psychological subject to be in mental state M is for it to be in a physical state P where P realizes M, that is, P is a physical state that is causally connected in appropriate ways with other internal physical states, some of which realize other mental states, and physical inputs and outputs. In this situation, all that there is, when the system is in mental state M, is its physical state P. Being in M has no excess reality over and beyond being in P, and whatever causal powers that accrue to the system in virtue of being in M must be those of state P. It seems evident that this instance of M can have no causal powers over and beyond those of P. If my pain, here and now, is realized in a particular event of my C fibers being stimulated, the pain must have exactly the causal powers of the particular instance of C fiber stimulation. But we must remember that M is multiply realized, say, by P1, P2, and P3, the finitude assumption will make no difference. If multiplicity has any meaning here, these PS must be importantly different, and the differences that matter must be causal differences. To put it another way, the physical realizers of M count as different because they have different, even extremely diverse, causal powers. For this reason, it is not possible to associate a unique set of causal powers with M. Each instance of M, of course, is an instance of P1 or an instance of P2 or an instance of P3, and as such represents a specific set of causal powers, those associated with P1, P2, or P3. However, M taken as a kind or property does not. That is to say, two arbitrary M instances cannot be counted on to have much in common in their causal powers beyond the functional causal role that defines M. In view of this, it is difficult to regard M as a property with any causal nomological unity, and we are led to think that M has little chance of entering into significant lawful relationships with other properties. All this makes the scientific usefulness of M highly problematic. Moreover, it has been suggested that kinds in science are individuated on the basis of causal powers, that is, to be recognized as a useful property in a scientific theory, a property must possess, or be, a determinate set of causal powers. Point 12. In other words, the resemblance that defines kinds in science is primarily causal nomological resemblance. Things that are similar in causal powers and play similar roles in laws are classified as falling under the same kind. Such a principle of individuation for scientific kinds would seem to disqualify M and other multiply realizable properties as scientific kinds. This surely makes the science of the MS, namely, the psychological and cognitive sciences, a dubious prospect. These are somewhat surprising conclusions, not the least because most functionalists are ardent champions of psychology and cognitive science. In fact, of all the special sciences as forming irreducible and autonomous domains in relation to the underlying physical-biological sciences, and this is the most influential and widely received view concerning the nature and status of psychology. We should remember that functionalism itself was largely motivated by the recognition of the multiple realizability of mental properties and a desire to protect the autonomy of psychology as a special science. The ironic thing is that if our reasoning here is not entirely off target, the conjunction of functionalism and the multiple realizability of the mental leads to the conclusion that psychology is in danger of losing its unity and integrity as a science. On functionalism, then, mental kinds are in danger of fragmenting into their multiply diverse physical realizers and ending up without the kind of causal nomological unity and integrity expected of scientific kinds. Point 13. Roles versus realizers, the status of cognitive science. Some will object to the considerations that have led to these deflationary conclusions about the scientific status of psychological and cognitive properties and kinds as functionally conceived. Most functionalists, including many practicing cognitive and behavioral scientists, will find them surprising and unwelcome. For they believe, or want to believe, all of the following four theses. 1. Psychological cognitive properties are multiply realizable, hence, 2. They are irreducible to physical properties, however. 3. This does not affect their status as legitimate scientific kinds. From all this it follows that, 4. The cognitive and behavioral sciences form an autonomous science irreducible to more basic, lower-level sciences like biology and physics. The defenders of this sort of autonomy thesis for cognitive behavioral science will argue that the alleged fragmentation of psychological cognitive properties as scientific properties, presented in the preceding section, was made plausible by our single-minded focus on their lower-level realizers. It is this narrow focus on the diversity of the possible realizers of mental properties that makes us lose sight of their unity as properties, the kind of unity that is invisible bottom-up. Instead, our focus should be on the roles that define these properties, and we should never forget that psychological cognitive properties are role properties. So we might want to distinguish between role functionalism and realizer functionalism. 14. Role functionalism identifies each mental property with being in a state that plays a specified causal role and keeps them clearly distinct from the physical mechanisms that fill the role, that is, the mechanisms that enable systems with the mental property to do what they are supposed to do. In contrast, realizer functionalism associates mental properties more closely with their realizers and identifies each specific instance of a mental property with an instance of its physical realizer. So the different outlooks of the two functionalisms may be stated like this. Realizer functionalism. My experiencing pain at time t is identical with my C fibers being activated at t, where C fiber activation is the pain realizer in me. The octopus's experiencing pain at t is identical with its X fibers being activated at t, where X fiber activation is the octopus's pain realizer, and so on. The property instantiated when I experience pain at t is not identical with the property instantiated by the octopus when it experiences pain at t. Role functionalism. My experiencing pain at time t is identical with my being at t in a state that plays causal role R, that is, the role of detecting bodily damage and triggering appropriate behavioral responses. The octopus's experiencing pain at t is identical with its being, at t, in a state that plays the same causal role R, and so on. My pain at t and the octopus pain at t share the same functional property, namely being in a state with causal role R. Where the realizer functionalist sees differences and disunity among instances of pain, the role functionalist sees similarity and unity represented by pain's functional role. The role property associated with being in pain is what all pains have in common, and the role functionalist claims that these role properties are thought to constitute the subject matter of psychology and cognitive science. The aim of these sciences is to discover laws and regularities holding for these properties, and this can be done without attending to the physical and compositional details of their realizing mechanisms. In this sense, these sciences operate with entities and properties that are abstracted from the details of the lower-level sciences. Going back to the four theses, 1 through 4, it will be claimed that they should be understood as concerning mental properties as conceived in accordance with role functionalism. Evidently, for role properties to serve these purposes, they must be robustly causal and nomological properties. Here is what Don Ross and David Spurrett, advocates of role functionalism, say. The foundational assumptions of cognitive science, along with those of other special sciences, deeply depend on role functionalism. Such functionalism is crucially supposed to deliver a kind of causal understanding. Indeed, the very point of functionalism, on role or realizer versions, is to capture what is salient about what systems actually do, and how they interact, without having to get bogged down in microscale physical details. Point 15. These remarks on behalf of role functionalism challenge the considerations reviewed in the preceding section, pointing to the conclusion that the conjunction of functionalism, in fact, role functionalism, and the multiple realizability of mental states would undermine the scientific usefulness of mental properties. The reader is urged to think about whether the remarks by Ross and Spurrett constitute an adequate rebuttal to our earlier considerations. One point the reader should notice is this: it is questionable whether, as Ross and Spurrett claim, our considerations in favor of realizer functionalism imply that we will get bogged down in microscale physical details. Realizers are not necessarily, and not usually, individuated at the microphysical level. Perhaps it might be argued that the actual practices and accomplishments of cognitive science and other special sciences go to show the emptiness of the essentially philosophical and a priori arguments of the preceding section. In spite of the heterogeneity of their underlying implementing mechanisms, functional role properties enter into laws and regularities that hold across diverse physical realizers. Ned Block, for example, has given some examples of psychological laws, in particular, those regarding stimulus generalization, due to the psychologist Roger Shepard, that evidently seem to hold for all sorts of organisms and systems. Point 16. How these empirical results are to be correctly interpreted and understood, however, is an open question. The reader should keep in mind that an illusion of a systematic psychology and cognitive science may have been created by the fact that much of the research in these sciences focus on humans and related species. It is difficult to imagine a global scientific theory of, say, perception or memory as such, for all actual and nomologically possible psychological cognitive systems, regardless of their modes of physical realization. A more detailed discussion of these issues takes us beyond core philosophy of mind and into the philosophy of psychology and cognitive science in a serious way. This is a good topic to reflect on for readers with an interest and background in these sciences. Chapter 7. Mental Causation. A memorable illustration of mental causation occurs in a celebrated episode in the beginning pages of Proust's Remembrance of Things Past. One cold, dreary winter day, the narrator's mother offers him tea, and he takes it with one of the little cakes, petites madeleines, soaked in it. Here is what happens. No sooner had the warm liquid mixed with the crumbs touched my palate than a shudder ran through me and I stopped, intent upon the extraordinary thing that was happening to me. An exquisite pleasure had invaded my senses, something isolated, detached, with no suggestion of its origin. And at once the vicissitudes of life had become indifferent to me, its disasters innocuous, its brevity illusory, this new sensation having had on me the effect which love has of filling me with a precious essence. The narrator is puzzled. Where does this sudden sense of bliss and contentment come from? Soon, a torrential rush of memories from the distant past is unleashed. And suddenly the memory revealed itself. The taste was that of the little piece of Madeleine which on Sunday mornings at Comray, because on those mornings I did not go out before Mass, when I went to say good morning to her in her bedroom, my Aunt Leonie used to give me, dipping it first in her own cup of tea or tisane. And as soon as I had recognized the taste of the piece of Madeleine soaked in her decoction of lime blossom which my aunt used to give me, immediately the old grey house upon the street, where her room was, rose up like a stage set to attach itself to the little pavilion opening onto the garden which had been built out behind it for my parents, and with the house the town, from morning to night and in all weathers, the square where I used to be sent before lunch, the streets along which I Used to run errands, the country roads we took when it was fine. And as in the game wherein the Japanese amuse themselves by filling a porcelain bowl with water and steeping in it little pieces of paper which until then are without character or form, but, the moment they become wet, stretch and twist and take on color and distinctive shape, become flowers, or houses or people, solid and recognizable, so in that moment all the flowers in our garden and in M. Swan's park, and the water lilies on the Vivun and the good folk of the village and their little dwellings and the parish church and the whole of Comray and its surroundings, taking shape and solidity, sprang into being, town and gardens alike, from my cup of tea. 1. So begins Proust's journey into the past, in search of lost time, which takes him more than a dozen years to complete, spanning 3,000 pages. All this triggered by some Madeleine crumb soaked in a cup of tea. This is a case of the so-called involuntary memory where sensory or perceptual cues we encounter cause recollections of past experiences without conscious effort. It is amazing how a whiff of smell, or a tune, can bring back, totally unexpectedly, a rich panorama of images from a distant past that was apparently lost to us forever. Returning to our philosophical concerns from the enchanting world of Proust's masterpiece, we can see in this episode several cases of causation involving mental events. The most prominent instance, one of wide literary fame, occurs when the taste of tea-soaked Madeleine crumbs causes a sudden burst of recollections of the past. This is a case of mental-to-mental causation, a mental event causing another. There is also the Madeleine causing our narrator to experience its taste, a case of physical-to-mental causation. The narrator first declines the tea offered by his mother, then changes his mind and takes the tea. This involves mental to physical causation. When we look around, we see mental causation everywhere. In perception, objects and events around us, the computer display I am staring at, the jet passing overhead, the ocean breeze in the morning cause visual, auditory, tactile, and other sorts of experiences. Involuntary action, our desires and intentions cause our limbs to move so as to rearrange the objects around us. On a grander scale, it is human knowledge, wishes, dreams, greed, passions, and inspirations that led our forebears to build the pyramids of Egypt and the Great Wall of China, and to create the glorious music, literature, and artworks that form our cultural heritage. These mental capacities and functions have also been responsible for nuclear weapons, global warming, disastrous oil spills, and the destruction of the rainforests. Mental phenomena are intricately and seamlessly woven into the complex mosaic of causal relations of the world. Or so it seems, at least. If your mind is going to cause your limbs to move, it presumably must first cause an appropriate neural event in your brain. But how is that possible? How can a mind, or a mental phenomenon, cause a bundle of neurons to fire? Through what mechanisms does a mental event, like a thought or a feeling, manage to initiate, or insert itself into, a causal chain of electrochemical neural events? And how is it possible for a chain of physical and biological events and processes to burst, suddenly and magically, into a full-blown conscious experience, with all its vivid colors, shapes, smells, and sounds? Think of your total sensory experience right now: visual, tactual, auditory, olfactory, and the rest. How is it possible for all this to arise out of molecular activities in the gray matter of your brain? Agency and mental causation. An agent is someone with the capacity to perform actions for reasons, and most actions involve bodily movements. We are all agents in that sense. We do such things as turning on the stove, heating water in a kettle, making coffee, and entertaining friends. An action is something we do. It is unlike a mere happening, like sweating, running a fever, or being awakened by the noise of a jackhammer. These are what happens to us, they are not in our control. Implicit in the notion of action is the idea that an agent is in control of what she does, and the control here can only mean causal control. Let us look into this in some detail. Consider Susan's heating water in a kettle. This must at least include her causing the water in the kettle to rise in temperature. Why did Susan heat the water? When someone performs an action, it always makes sense to ask why, even if the correct answer may be for no particular reason. Susan, let us suppose, heated water to make tea. That is, she wanted to make tea and believed that she needed hot water to do that, and to be boringly detailed, she believed that by heating water in the kettle she could get the hot water she needed. When we know all this, we know why Susan heated water, we understand her action. Beliefs and desires guide actions, and by citing appropriate beliefs and desires, we are able to explain and make sense of why people do what they do. Point 2. We may consider the following statement as the fundamental principle that connects desire, belief, and action. Desire, belief, action principle. DBA: if agent S desires something and believes that doing A is an optimal way of securing it, S will do A. As stated, DBA is too strong. For one thing, we often choose not to act on our desires, and sometimes we change them, or try to get rid of them, when we realize that pursuing them is too costly and may lead to consequences that we want to avoid. For example, you wake up in the middle of the night and want a glass of milk, but the thought of getting out of bed in the chilly winter night and going down 2 long flights of stairs to the dark kitchen talks you out of it. Further, even when we are ready to act on our desires and beliefs, we may find ourselves physically unable to perform the action. It may be that when you have finally overcome your aversion to getting out of the bed, you find yourself chained to the bedposts. To save DBA, we can tinker with it in various ways. For example, we can add further conditions to the antecedent of DBA, such as that there are no other conflicting desires, or weaken the consequent, for example, by turning it into a probability or tendency statement, or adding the all-purpose hedge, other things being equal or under normal conditions. In any event, there seems little question that a principle like DBA is fundamental to the way we explain and understand actions, both our own and those of others around us. DBA is often taken to be the fundamental schema that anchors reason-based explanations of actions, or rationalizations. In saying this, we need not imply that beliefs and desires are the only possible reasons for actions. For example, emotions and feelings are often invoked as reasons, as witness, I hit him because he insulted my wife and that made me angry, or, he jumped up and down for joy. 3. What the exceptions to DBA we have considered show is that an agent may have a good reason to do something but fail to do it. Sometimes there may be more than one belief-desire pair that is related to a given action, as specified by DBA. In addition to your desire for a glass of milk, you heard a suspicious noise from downstairs and wanted to check it out. Let us suppose that you finally did get out of bed to venture down the stairway. Why did you do that? What explains it? It is possible that you went downstairs because you thought you really ought to check out the noise, not out of your desire for milk. If so, it is your desire to check the noise, not your desire for milk, that explains why you went downstairs in the middle of the night. It would be correct for you to say, I went downstairs because I wanted to check out the noise, but incorrect to say, I went downstairs because I wanted a glass of milk, although you did get your milk too. We can also put the point this way: your desire to check out the noise and your desire for milk were both reasons, in fact, good reasons for going downstairs, but the first, not the second, was the reason for which you did what you did. It was the motivating reason. And it is reason for which, not mere reason for, that explains the action. But what precisely is the difference between them? That is, what distinguishes explanatory reasons from reasons that do no explanatory work? A widely accepted though by no means undisputed answer defended by Donald Davidson is the simple thesis that a reason for which an action is done is one that causes it. Point 4. That is, what makes a reason for an action an explanatory reason is its role in the causation of that action. Thus, on Davidson's view, the crucial difference between my desire to check out the noise and my desire for a glass of milk lies in the fact that the former, not the latter, caused me to go downstairs. This makes explanation of action by reasons, or rationalizing explanation, a species of causal explanation. Reasons explain actions in virtue of being their causes. If this is correct, it follows that agency is possible only if mental causation is possible. For an agent is someone who is able to act for reasons and whose actions can be explained and evaluated in terms of the reasons for which she acted. This entails that reasons, that is, mental states like beliefs, desires, and emotions must be able to cause us to do what we do. Since what we do almost always involves movements of our limbs and other bodily parts, this means that agency, at least human agency, presupposes the possibility of mental to physical causation. Somehow your beliefs and desires cause your limbs to move in appropriate ways so that in 10 seconds you find your whole body, made up of untold billions of molecules and weighing over 100 pounds, displaced from your bedroom to the kitchen. A world in which mental causation does not exist is one in which there are no agents and no actions. Mental causation, mental realism, and epiphenomenalism. Perception involves the causation of mental events, perceptual experiences and beliefs by physical processes. In fact, the very idea of perceiving something, say, seeing a tree, involves the idea that the object seen is a cause of your visual experience. Suppose that there is a tree in front of you and that you are having a visual experience of the sort you would be having if your retinas were stimulated by the light rays reflected by the tree. But you would not be seeing the tree if a holographic image of a tree, visually indistinguishable from the tree, were interposed between you and the tree. You would be seeing the holographic image of a tree, not the tree, even though your perceptual experience in the two cases would have been exactly alike. Evidently, this difference too is a causal one. Your visual experience is caused by a tree holograph, not by the tree. Perception is our sole window on the world. Without it, we could learn nothing about what goes on around us. If, therefore, perception necessarily involves mental causation, there could be no knowledge of the world without mental causation. Moreover, a significant part of our knowledge of the world is based on experimentation, not mere observation. Experimentation differs from passive observation in that it requires our active intervention in the course of natural events. We design and deliberately set up the experimental conditions and then observe the outcome. This means that experimentation presupposes mental to physical causation and is impossible without it. Much of our knowledge of causal relations in general, knowledge of what happens under what conditions, is based on experimentation, and such knowledge is essential not only to our theoretical understanding of the world but also to our ability to predict and control the course of natural events. We must conclude, then, that if minds were not able to causally connect with physical events and processes, we could have neither the practical knowledge required to inform our decisions and actions nor the theoretical knowledge that gives us an understanding of the world around us. Mental-to-mental causation also seems essential to human knowledge. Consider the process of inferring one proposition from another. Suppose someone asks you, is the number of planets odd or even? If you are like most people, you would probably proceed like this: well, how many planets are there? 8, of course, and 8 is an even number because it is a multiple of 2. So the answer is, the number is even. You have just inferred the proposition that there are an even number of planets from the proposition that there are 8 planets, and you have formed a new belief based on this inference. This process evidently involves mental causation. Your belief that the number of planets is even was caused, through a chain of inference, by your belief that there are 8 planets. Inference is one way in which beliefs generate other beliefs. A brief reflection makes it evident that most of our beliefs are generated by other beliefs we hold, and generation here could only mean causal generation. It follows, then, that all 3 types of mental causation, mental to physical, physical to mental, and mental to mental, are implicated in the possibility of human knowledge. Epiphenomenalism is the view that although all mental events are caused by physical events, they are only epiphenomena, that is, events without powers to cause any other event. Mental events are effects of physical, presumably neural, processes, but they do not in turn cause anything else. Being powerless to affect physical events or even other mental events, they are the absolute termini of causal chains. The noted 19th-century biologist T. H. Huxley has this to say about the consciousness of animals. The consciousness of brutes would appear to be related to the mechanism of their body simply as a collateral product of its working, and to be as completely without any power of modifying that working as the steam whistle which accompanies the work of a locomotive engine is without influence upon its machinery. Their volition, if they have any, is an emotion indicative of physical changes, not a cause of such changes. What about human consciousness? Huxley goes on. It is quite true that, to the best of my judgment, the argumentation which applies to brutes holds equally good of men, and, therefore, that all states of consciousness in us, as in them, are immediately caused by molecular changes of the brain substance. It seems to me that in men, as in brutes, there is no proof that any state of consciousness is the cause of change in the motion of the matter of organism. We are conscious automata. 5. What was Huxley's argument that convinced him that the consciousness of animals is causally inert? Huxley's reasoning appears to have been something like this. In animal experiments, Huxley mentions experiments with frogs. It can be shown that animals are able to perform complex bodily operations when we have compelling neuroanatomical evidence that they cannot be conscious, and this shows that consciousness is not needed as a cause of these bodily behaviors. Moreover, similar phenomena are observed in cases involving humans. As an example, Huxley cites the case of a brain-injured French sergeant who was reduced to a condition comparable to that of a frog with the anterior part of its brain removed. That is, we have ample anatomical reason to believe that the unfortunate war veteran had no capacity for consciousness, but who could perform complex actions of the kind that we normally think require consciousness, like avoiding obstacles when walking around in a familiar place, eating and drinking, dressing and undressing, and going to bed at the accustomed time. Huxley takes cases of this kind as a basis for his claim that consciousness is not a cause of behavior production in animals or humans. Whether Huxley's reasoning is sound is something to think about. 6. Consider a moving car and the series of shadows it casts as it races along the highway. The shadows are caused by the moving car but have no effect on the car's motion. Nor are the shadows at different times causally connected. The shadow at a given instant t is caused not by the shadow an instant earlier but by the car itself at t. A person who observes the moving shadows but not the car may be led to attribute causal relations between the shadows, the earlier ones causing the later ones, but he would be mistaken. Similarly, you may think that your headache has caused your desire to take aspirin, but that, according to the epiphenomenalist, would be a similar mistake. The headache and the desire for aspirin are both caused by two successive states of the brain, but they are not related as cause to effect any more than two successive shadows of the moving car. The apparent regularities that we observe in mental events, the epiphenomenalist argues, do not represent genuine causal connections, like the regularities characterizing the car's moving shadows or the successive symptoms of a disease. They are merely reflections of the real causal processes at a more fundamental level. These are the claims of epiphenomenalism. Few philosophers have been self-professed epiphenomenalists, although there are those whose views appear to lead to such a position, as we will see below. We are more likely to find epiphenomenalist thinking among scientists in brain science. At least, some scientists seem to treat mentality, especially consciousness, as a mere shadow or afterglow thrown off by the complex neural processes going on in the brain. These physical biological processes are what at bottom do all the pushing and pulling to keep the human organism functioning. If conscious events really had causal powers to influence neural events, there could be no complete neural physical explanations of neural events unless consciousness was explicitly brought into neuroscience as an independent causal agent in its own right. That is, there could be no complete physical biological theory of neural phenomena. It would seem that few neuroscientists would countenance such a possibility. For further discussion, see Chapter 10. How should we respond to the epiphenomenalist stance on the status of mind? Samuel Alexander, a leading emergentist during the early 20th century, comments on epiphenomenalism with a pithy remark. Epiphenomenalism supposes something to exist in nature which has nothing to do, no purpose to serve, a species of noblesse which depends on the work of its inferiors, but is kept for show and might as well, and undoubtedly would in time, be abolished. Point 7. Alexander is saying that if epiphenomenalism is true, mind has no work to do and hence is entirely useless, and it is pointless to recognize it as something real. Our beliefs and desires would have no role in causing our decisions and actions and would be entirely useless in their explanations. Our perception and knowledge would have nothing to do with our artistic creations or technological inventions. Being real and having causal powers go hand in hand. To deprive the mind of causal potency is in effect to deprive it of its reality. It is important to see that this is not an argument against epiphenomenalism. Alexander only points out, in a stark and forceful way, what accepting epiphenomenalism would entail. We should also remind ourselves that the typical epiphenomenalist does not reject the reality of mental causation altogether, she only denies mind-to-body and mind-to-mind causation, not body-to-mind causation. In this sense, she gives the mental a well-defined place in the causal structure of the world. Mental events are integrated into that structure as effects of neural processes. This suggests that there is a stronger form of epiphenomenalism, according to which the mental is both causeless and effectless, that is, the mental is simply non-causal. To a person holding such a view, mental events are in total causal isolation from the rest of the world, even from other mental events. Each mental event is a solitary island, with no connection to anything else. Recall the discussion of the causal status of immaterial substances, in Chapter 2. Its existence would be entirely inexplicable since it has no cause, and it would make no difference to anything else since it has no effect. It would be a mystery how the existence of such things could be known to us. As Alexander declares, they could just as well be abolished, that is, regarded as non-existent. No philosopher appears to have explicitly held or argued for this stronger form of epiphenomenalism. However, as we will see, there are views on the mind-body problem that seem to lead to a radical epiphenomenalism of this kind. So why not grant the mind full causal powers, among them the power to influence bodily processes? This would give the mental a full measure of reality and recognize what after all is so manifestly evident to common sense. That is just what Descartes tried to do with his thesis that minds and bodies, even though they are substances of very different sorts, are in intimate causal commerce with each other. But we have seen what seem like impossible difficulties besetting his program. Chapter 2. Everyone will acknowledge that mental causation is a desideratum, something important to save. Jerry Fodor is not jesting when he writes, "I'm not really convinced that it matters very much whether the mental is physical, still less that it matters very much whether we can prove that it is. Whereas, if it isn't literally true that my wanting is causally responsible for my reaching, and my itching is causally responsible for my scratching, and my believing is causally responsible for my saying. If none of that is literally true, then practically everything I believe about anything is false and it's the end of the world." Point 8. For Fodor, then, mental causation is absolutely non-negotiable. And it is understandable why anyone should feel this way. Giving up mental causation amounts to giving up our conception of ourselves as agents and cognizers. Is it even possible for us to give up the idea that we are agents who decide and act, that we perceive and know certain things about the world? Can we live our lives as epiphenomenalists? That is, as practicing epiphenomenalists? In his first sentence in the foregoing quoted passage, Fodor is saying that being able to defend a theory of the mind-body relation is far less important than safeguarding mental causation. That is not an implausible perspective to take. Whether a stance on the mind-body problem is acceptable depends importantly, if not solely, on how successful it is in giving an account of mental causation. On this criterion, Descartes' substance dualism, in the opinion of many, must be deemed a failure. So the main question is this: which positions on the mind-body problem allow full-fledged mental causation and provide an explanation of how it is possible? We consider this question in the sections to follow. Psychophysical laws and anomalous monism. The expulsion of Cartesian immaterial minds perhaps brightens the prospect of understanding how mental causation is possible. For we no longer have to contend with the seemingly hopeless question: How could immaterial souls with no physical characteristics, no bulk, no mass, no energy, no charge, and no location in space causally influence, and be influenced by, physical objects and processes? Today few, though not all, philosophers or scientists regard minds as substances of a special non-physical sort. Mental events and processes are now viewed as occurring in complex physical systems like biological organisms, not in immaterial minds. The problem of mental causation, therefore, is now formulated in terms of two kinds of events, mental and physical, not in terms of two kinds of substances. How is it possible for a mental event, such as a pain or a thought, to cause a physical event, a limb withdrawal, an utterance? Or in terms of properties, how is it possible for an instantiation of a mental property, for example, that of experiencing pain, to cause a physical property to be instantiated? But why is this supposed to be a problem? We do not usually think that there is a special philosophical problem about, say, chemical events causally influencing biological processes or a nation's economic and political conditions causally affecting each other. So what is it about mentality and physicality that make causal relations between them a philosophical problem? For substance dualism, it is, at bottom, the extreme heterogeneity of minds and bodies, in particular, the non-spatiality of minds and the spatiality of bodies, as argued in Chapter 2, that makes causal relations between them problematic. Given that mental substances have now been expunged, aren't we home free with mental causation? The answer is that certain other assumptions and doctrines that demand our respect present apparent obstacles to mental causation. One such doctrine centers on the question of whether there are laws connecting mental phenomena with physical phenomena, that is, psychophysical laws that are thought to be needed to underwrite causal connections between them. Donald Davidson's well-known anomalism of the mental states that there can be no such laws. 9. A principle connecting laws and causation that is widely, though not universally, accepted, is this: causally connected events must instantiate, or be subsumed under, a law. If heating a metallic rod causes its length to increase, there must be a law connecting events of the first type and events of the second type, that is, there must be a law stating that the heating of a metallic rod is followed by an increase in its length. But if causal connections require laws and there are no laws connecting mental events with physical events, it would seem to follow that there could be no mental physical causation. This line of reasoning is examined in more detail later in the chapter. But is there any reason to doubt the existence of laws connecting mental and physical phenomena? In earlier chapters, we often assumed that there are lawful connections between mental and physical events. You surely recall the stock example of pain and C-fiber excitation. The psychoneural identity theory, as we saw, assumes that each type of mental event is lawfully correlated with a type of physical event. Talk of physical realization of mental events also presupposes that there are law-like connections between a mental event of a given kind and its diverse physical realizers, for a physical realizer of a mental event must at least be sufficient, as a matter of law, for the occurrence of that mental event. The very idea of a neural correlate seems to imply that there are psychophysical laws. If a mental state and its neural correlate co-occur, that has to be a law-like relationship, not an accidental connection. Davidson explicitly restricts his claim about the non-existence of psychophysical laws to intentional mental events and states, propositional attitudes, that is, states with propositional content, like beliefs, desires, hopes, and intentions. He is not concerned with sensory events and states, like pains, visual sensings of color, and mental images. Why does Davidson think that no laws exist connecting, say, beliefs with physical neural events? Doesn't every mental event have a neural substrate, that is, a neural state that, as a matter of law, suffices for its occurrence? Before we take a look at Davidson's argument, let us consider some examples. Take the belief that it is unseemly for the President of the United States to get a $500 haircut. How reasonable is it to expect to find a neural substrate for this belief? Is it at all plausible to think that all and only people who have this belief share some specific neural state? It makes perfectly good sense to try to find neural correlates for pains, sensations of thirst and hunger, visual images, and the like, but somehow it does not seem to make much sense to look for the neural correlates of mental states like our sample belief, or for things like your sudden realization that you have a philosophy paper due in 2 days, your hope that airfares to California will come down after Christmas, and the like. Is it just that these mental states are so complex that it is very difficult, perhaps impossible, for us to discover their neural bases? Or is it the case that they are simply not the sort of state for which neural correlates could exist and that it makes no sense to look for them? This is not intended as an argument for the impossibility of psychophysical laws, but it should dispel, or at least weaken, the strong presumption many of us are apt to hold that there must obviously be psychophysical laws since mentality depends on what goes on in the brain. It is now time to turn to Davidson's famous but notoriously difficult argument against psychophysical laws. Point 10. A crucial premise of Davidson's argument is the thesis that the ascription of intentional states, like beliefs and desires, is regulated by certain principles of rationality that ensure that the total set of such states attributed to a person will be as rational and coherent as possible. This is why, for example, we refrain from attributing to a person manifestly contradictory beliefs, even when the sentences uttered have the surface logical form of a contradiction. When someone replies, "Well, I do and I don't," when asked, "Do you like Ralph Nader?" we do not take her to be expressing a literally contradictory belief, the belief that she both likes and does not like Nader. Rather, we take her to be saying something like, "I like some aspects of Nader, say, his concerns for social and economic justice, but I don't like other aspects, say, his presidential ambitions." If she were to insist, "No, I don't mean that, I really both do and don't like Nader, period," we would not know what to make of her. Perhaps her "and" does not mean what the English "and" means, or perhaps she does not have a full grasp of "not." We cast about for some consistent interpretation of her meaning because an interpreter of a person's speech and mental states is under the mandate that an acceptable interpretation must make her come out with a reasonably coherent set of beliefs, as coherent and rational as evidence permits. When no minimally coherent interpretation is possible, we are apt to blame our own interpretive efforts rather than accuse our subject of harboring explicitly inconsistent beliefs. We also attribute to a subject beliefs that are obvious logical consequences of beliefs already attributed to him. For example, if we have ascribed to a person the belief that Boston is less than 60 miles from Providence, we would, and should, ascribe to him the belief that Boston is less than 70 miles from Providence, the belief that Boston is less than 100 miles from Providence, and countless others. We do not need independent evidence for these further belief attributions. If we are not prepared to attribute any one of these further beliefs, we should reconsider our original belief attribution and be prepared to withdraw it. Our concept of belief does not allow us to say that someone believes that Boston is within 60 miles of Providence but does not believe that it is within 70 miles unless we are able to give an intelligible explanation of how this could happen in this particular case. This principle, which requires that the set of beliefs be closed under obvious logical entailment, goes beyond the simple requirement of consistency in a person's belief system. It requires that the belief system be coherent as a whole. It must in some sense hang together, without unexplainable gaps. In any case, Davidson's thesis is that the requirement of rationality and coherence 11 is of the essence of the mental, that is, it is constitutive of the mental in the sense that it is exactly what makes the mental mental. Keep in mind that Davidson is speaking only of intentional states, like belief and desire, not sensory states and events like pains and after images. For further discussion, see Chapter 8 on interpretation theory. But it is clear that the physical domain is subject to no such requirement. As Davidson says, the principle of rationality and coherence finds no echo in physical theory. Suppose now that we have laws connecting beliefs with brain states. In particular, suppose we have laws that specify a neural substrate for each of our beliefs, a series of laws of the form N occurs to a person at T if and only if B occurs to that person at T, where N is a neural state and B is a belief. If such laws were available, we could attribute beliefs to a subject, one by one, independently of the constraints of the rationality principle. For in order to determine whether she has a certain belief B, all we would need to do is ascertain whether B's neural substrate N is present in her. There would be no need to check whether this belief makes sense in the context of her other beliefs or even what other beliefs she has. In short, we could read her mind by reading her brain. The upshot is that the practice of belief attribution would no longer be regulated by the rationality principle. By being connected by law with neural state N, belief B becomes hostage to the constraints of physical theory. On Davidson's view, as we saw, the rationality principle is constitutive of mentality, and beliefs that have escaped its jurisdiction can no longer be considered beliefs. If, therefore, belief is to retain its identity and integrity as a mental phenomenon, its attribution must be regulated by the rationality principle and hence cannot be connected by law to a physical substrate. Let us assume that Davidson has made a plausible case for the impossibility of psychophysical laws. We may call his thesis psychophysical anomalism, so that it is worthwhile to explore its consequences. One question that was raised earlier is whether it might make mental causation impossible. Here the argument could go like this: causal relations require laws, and this means that causal relations between mental events and physical events require psychophysical laws, laws connecting mental and physical events. But Davidson's psychophysical anomalism holds that there can be no such laws, whence it would appear to follow that there can be no causal relations between mental and physical phenomena. Davidson, however, is a believer in mental causation. He explicitly holds that mental events sometimes cause, and are caused by, physical events. This means that Davidson must reject the argument just sketched that attempts to derive the non-existence of mental causation from the non-existence of psychophysical laws. How can he do that? What Davidson disputes in this argument is its first step, namely, the inference from the premise that causation requires laws to the conclusion that psychophysical causation requires psychophysical laws. Let us look into this in some detail. To begin, what is it for one individual event C to cause another individual event E? This holds, on Davidson's view, only if the two events instantiate a law, in the following sense: C falls under a certain event kind, or description, F, E falls under an event kind G, and there is a law connecting events of kind F with events of kind G, as cause to effect. This is a form of the influential nomological account of causation. Causal connections must instantiate, or be subsumed under, general laws. Suppose, then, that a particular mental event, M, causes a physical event, P. This means, according to the nomological conception of causation, that for some event kinds, C and E, M falls under C and P falls under E, and there is a law that connects events of kind C with events of kind E. This makes it evident that laws connect individual events only as they fall under kinds. Thus, when psychophysical anomalism says that there are no psychophysical laws, what it says is that there are no laws connecting mental kinds with physical kinds. So what follows is only that if mental event M causes physical event P, kinds C and E, under which M and P, respectively, fall and which are connected by law, must both be physical kinds. That is to say, a purely physical law must underwrite this causal relation. In particular, this means that C, under which mental event M falls, cannot be a mental kind, it must be a physical one. From which it follows that M is a physical event. For an event is mental or physical according to whether it falls under a mental kind or a physical kind. Note that this or is not exclusive. M, being a mental event, must fall under a mental kind, but that does not prevent it from falling under a physical kind as well. This argument applies to all mental events that are causally related to physical events, and there appears to be no reason not to think that every mental event has some causal connection, directly or via a chain of other events, with a physical event. All such events, on Davidson's argument, are physical events. Point 12. That is Davidson's anomalous monism. It is a monism because it claims that all individual events, mental events included, are physical events, you will recall this as token physicalism, see Chapter 1. Moreover, it is physical monism that does not require psychophysical laws. In fact, as we just saw, the argument for it requires the non-existence of such laws, whence the term anomalous monism. Davidson's world, then, looks like this. It consists exclusively of physical objects and physical events, but some physical events fall under mental kinds, or have mental descriptions, and therefore are mental events. Laws connect physical kinds and properties with other physical kinds and properties, and these laws generate causal relations between individual events. Thus, all causal relations of this world are exclusively grounded in physical laws. Is anomalous monism a form of epiphenomenalism? One of the premises from which Davidson derives anomalous monism is the claim that mental events can be, and sometimes are, causes and effects of physical events. On anomalous monism, however, to say that a mental event M is a cause of an event P may be mental or physical, amounts only to this: M has a physical property Q, or falls under a physical kind Q, such that an appropriate law connects Q, or events with property Q, with some physical property P of P. Since no laws exist that connect mental and physical properties, purely physical laws must do all the causal work, and this means that individual events can enter into causal relations only because they possess physical properties that figure in laws. Consider an example: your desire for a drink of water causes you to turn on the tap. On Davidson's nomological conception of causation, this requires a law that subsumes the two events, your desiring a drink of water and your turning on the tap. However, psychophysical anomalism says that this law must be a physical law, since there are no laws connecting mental kinds with physical kinds. Hence, your desire for a drink of water must be redescribed physically, that is, a suitable physical property of your desire must be identified before it can be brought under a law. In the absence of psychophysical laws, therefore, it is the physical properties of mental events that determine, wholly and exclusively, what causal relations they enter into. In particular, the fact that your desire for a drink of water is a desire for a drink of water, that is, the fact that it is an event of this mental kind, apparently has no bearing on its causation of your turning on the tap. What is causally relevant is its physical properties, presumably the fact that it is a neural, or physicochemical, event of a certain kind. It seems, then, that under anomalous monism, mental properties are causal idlers with no work to do. To be sure, anomalous monism is not epiphenomenalism in the classic sense, since individual mental events are allowed to be causes of other events. The point, though, is that it is an epiphenomenalism of mental properties. We may call it mental property epiphenomenalism 13 in that it renders mental properties and kinds causally irrelevant. Moreover, it is a form of radical epiphenomenalism described earlier. Mental properties play no role in making mental events either causes or effects. To make this vivid, if you were to redistribute mental properties over the events of this world any way you please, you might even remove them entirely from all events, making all of them purely physical. That would not alter, in the slightest way, the network of causal relations of this world. It would not add or subtract a single causal relation anywhere in the world. This shows the importance of properties in the debate over mental causation. It is the causal efficacy of mental properties that we need to vindicate and give an account of. With mental substances out of the picture, there are only mental properties left to play any causal role, whether these are construed as properties of events or of objects. If mentality is to do any causal work, it must be the case that having a given mental property rather than another, or having it rather than not having it, must make a causal difference. It must be the case that an event, because it has a certain mental property, for example, being a desire for a drink of water, enters into a causal relation. It causes you to look for a water fountain, that it would otherwise not have entered into. We must therefore conclude that Davidson's anomalous monism fails to pass the test of mental causation. By failing to account for the causal efficacy and relevance of mental properties, it fails to account for the possibility of mental causation. The challenge posed by Davidson's psychophysical anomalism, therefore, is to answer the following question: How can anomalous mental properties, properties that are not fit for laws, be causally efficacious properties? It would seem that there are only two ways of responding to this challenge. First, we may try to reject its principal premise, namely, psychophysical anomalism, by finding faults with Davidson's argument and then offering plausible reasons for thinking that there are indeed psychophysical laws that can underwrite psychophysical causal relations. Second, we may try to show that the nomological conception of causality in particular, as it is construed by Davidson, is not the only way to understand causation, and that there are alternative conceptions of causation on which mental properties, though anomalous, could still be causally efficacious. Let us explore the second possibility. Counterfactuals to the rescue. There indeed is an alternative approach to causation that on its face does not seem to require laws, and this is the counterfactual account of causation. On this approach, to say that event C caused event E is to say that if C had not occurred, E would not have occurred. 14 The thought that a cause is the sine qua non condition, or necessary condition, of its effect is a similar idea. This approach has much intuitive plausibility. The overturned space heater caused the house fire. What makes it so? Because if the space heater had not overturned, the fire would not have occurred. What is the basis of saying that the accident was caused by a sudden braking on a rain-slick road? Because if the driver had not suddenly stepped on his brake pedal on the wet road, the accident would not have occurred. In such cases we seem to depend on counterfactual, what-if, considerations rather than laws. Especially if you insist on exceptionless strict laws, as Davidson does, we obviously are not in possession of such laws to support these perfectly ordinary and familiar causal claims, claims that we regard as well supported. The situation seems the same when mental events are involved. There is no mystery about why I think that my desire for a drink of water caused me to step into the dark kitchen last night and stumble over the sleeping dog. It's because of the evidently true counterfactual. If I had not wanted a drink of water last night, I would not have gone into the kitchen and stumbled over the dog. In confidently making these ordinary causal or counterfactual claims, we seem entirely unconcerned about the question of whether there are laws about wanting a glass of water and stumbling over a sleeping dog. Even if we were to reflect on such questions, we would be undeterred by the unlikely possibility that such laws exist or can be found. To summarize, then, the idea is this: we know that mental events, in virtue of their mental properties, can, and sometimes do, cause physical events because we can, and sometimes do, know appropriate mental physical counterfactuals to be true. Mental causation is possible because such counterfactuals are sometimes true. The counterfactual account of causation opens up the possibility of explaining mental causation in terms of how mental physical counterfactuals can be true. To show that there is a special problem about mental causation, you must show that there are problems about these counterfactuals. So are there special problems about these psychophysical counterfactuals? Do we have an understanding of how such counterfactuals can be true? There are many philosophical puzzles and difficulties surrounding counterfactuals, especially about their semantics, that is, conditions under which counterfactuals can be evaluated as true or false. There are two main approaches to counterfactuals: 1, the gnomic derivational approach, and 2, the possible world approach. 15 On the gnomic derivational approach, the counterfactual conditional if P were the case, Q would be the case, where P and Q are propositions, is true just in case the consequent, Q, of the conditional can be logically derived from its antecedent, P, when taken together with laws and statements of conditions holding on the occasion. 16 Consider an example: if this match had been struck, it would have lighted. This counterfactual is true since its consequent, the match lighted, can be derived from its antecedent, the match was struck. In conjunction with the law, whenever a dry match is struck in the presence of oxygen, it lights. Taken together with the auxiliary premises, the match was dry and there was oxygen present. It should be immediately obvious that on this analysis of counterfactuals, the counterfactual account of mental causation does not make the problem of mental causation go away. For the truth of the psychophysical counterfactuals, like if I had not wanted to check out the strange noise, I would not have gone downstairs, and, if Jones's C fibers had been activated, she would have felt pain, would require laws that would enable the derivation of the physical consequence from their psychological antecedents, or vice versa, and this evidently requires psychophysical laws, laws connecting mental with physical phenomena. On the gnomic derivational approach, therefore, Davidson's problem of psychophysical laws arises again. Let us consider then the possible world approach to the truth conditions of counterfactuals. In a simplified form, it says this: the counterfactual, if P were the case, Q would be the case is true just in case Q is true in the world in which P is true, and that, apart from P's being true, there is as much like the actual world as possible. To put it another way, Q is true in the closest P world. 17. To ascertain whether this counterfactual is true, we go through the following steps. Since this is a counterfactual, its antecedent, P, is false in the actual world. We must go to a possible world, world for short, in which P is true and see whether Q is also true there. But there are many worlds in which P is true, that is, there are many P worlds, and in some of these Q is true and in others false. So which P world should we pick in which to check on Q? The answer: pick the P world that is the most similar, or the closest, to the actual world. The counterfactual, if P were true, Q would be true, is true if Q is true in the closest P world, it is false if Q is false in that world. Let us see how this works with the counterfactual. If this match had been struck, it would have lighted. In the actual world, the match was not struck, so suppose that the match was struck. This means, go to a world in which the match was struck, but keep other conditions the same as much as possible. Certain other conditions must be altered under the counterfactual supposition that the match was struck. For example, in the actual world the match lay motionless in the matchbox and there was no disturbance in the air in its vicinity, so these conditions have to be changed to keep the world consistent as a whole. However, we need not, and should not, change the fact that the match was dry and the fact that sufficient oxygen was present in the ambient air. So in the world we have picked, the following conditions, among others: obtain, the match was struck, it was dry, and oxygen was present in the vicinity. The counterfactual is true if and only if the match lighted in that world. Did the match light in that world? In asking this question, we are asking which of the following two worlds is closer to the actual world. 18. W1, the match was struck, it was dry, oxygen was present, the match lighted. W2, the match was struck, it was dry, oxygen was present, the match did not light. We would judge, it seems, that of the two, W1 is closer to the actual world, thereby making the counterfactual come out true. But why do we judge this way? There seems to be only one answer, because in the actual world there is a lawful regularity to the effect that when a dry match is struck in the presence of oxygen, it ignites, and this law holds in W1, but not W2. That is why W1 is closer to the actual world than W2 is. So in judging that this match, which in fact was dry and bathed in oxygen, would have lighted if it had been struck, we seem to be making crucial use of the law just mentioned. If in the actual world dry matches, when struck in the presence of oxygen, seldom or never light, there seems little question that we would go for W2 as the closer world and judge the counterfactual. If this match had been struck, it would have lighted to be false. If this is right, the counterfactual model of causation does not entirely free us from laws, as we had hoped. It seems that at least in some cases we must still resort to laws and lawful regularities. Now consider a psychophysical counterfactual. If Brian had not wanted to check out the noise, he wouldn't have gone downstairs. Suppose that we take this counterfactual to be true, and on that basis we judge that Brian's desire to check out the noise caused him to go downstairs. Consider the following two worlds. W3, Brian didn't want to check out the noise, he didn't go downstairs. W4, Brian didn't want to check out the noise, he went downstairs anyway. If W4 is closer to the actual world than W3 is, that would falsify our counterfactual. So why should we think that W3 is closer than W4? In the actual world, Brian wanted to check out the noise and went downstairs. As far as these two particular facts are concerned, W4 evidently is closer to the actual world than W3 is. So why do we hold W3 to be closer and hence the counterfactual to be true? The only plausible answer, again, seems to be something like this: we know, or believe, that there are certain lawful regularities and propensities governing Brian's wants, beliefs, and so on the one hand, and his behavior patterns, on the other, and that, given the absence of something like a desire to check out a suspicious noise, along with other conditions prevailing at the time, his not going downstairs at that particular time fits these regularities and propensities better than the supposition that he would have gone downstairs at that time. We consider such regularities and propensities, that is, facts about a person's personality, to be reliable and law-like, and commonly appeal to them in assessing counterfactuals of this kind, and also in making predictions and guesses as to how a person will behave, even though we may have only the vaguest idea about the details and lack the ability to articulate them in a precise way. Again, the relevance of psychophysical laws to mental causation is apparent. Although there is room for further discussion, it is plausible that considerations of lawful regularities governing mental and physical phenomena often seem crucially involved in the evaluation of psychophysical counterfactuals of the sort that can ground causal relations. We need not know the details of such regularities, but we must believe that they exist and know their rough content and shape to be able to evaluate these counterfactuals as true or false. So are we back where we started, with Davidson and his argument for the impossibility of psychophysical laws? Not exactly, fortunately. The laws involved in evaluating counterfactuals, as is clear from our examples, need not be laws of the kind Davidson has in mind, what he calls strict laws. These are exceptionless, explicitly articulated laws that form a closed and comprehensive theory, like the laws of physics. Rather, the laws involved in evaluating these quotidian counterfactuals, indeed, laws on the basis of which causal judgments are made in much of science, are rough and ready generalizations tacitly qualified by generous escape clauses, caeteris paribus, under normal conditions, in the absence of interfering forces, and so on, and apparently immune to falsification by isolated negative instances. Laws of this type, sometimes called caeteris paribus laws, seem to satisfy the usual criteria of lawlikeness. As we saw, they seem to have the power to ground counterfactuals, and their credence is enhanced as we observe more and more positive instances. Their logical form, their verification conditions, and their efficacy in explanations and predictions are not well understood, but it seems beyond question that they are the essential staple that sustains and nourishes our counterfactuals and causal discourse. Point 19. Does the recognition that causal relations involving mental events can be supported by these non-strict, caeteris paribus laws solve the problem of mental causation? It does enable us to get around the difficulty raised by Davidsonian considerations, at least for now. We can see, however, that the difficulty has not been fully resolved. For it may well be that these non-strict laws are possible only if strict laws are possible, and that where there are no underlying strict laws that can explain them or otherwise ground them, they remain only rough, fortuitous correlations without the power to support causal claims. It may be that their law-like appearance is illusory and that this makes them unfit to ground causal relations. More important, as we said, the nature of these caeteris paribus laws is not well understood. Though laws of this kind seem in fact used to back up causal claims, we lack a theoretical understanding of how this works. Physical causal closure and the exclusion argument. Suppose, then, that we have somehow overcome the difficulties arising from the possibility that there are no mental physical laws capable of supporting mental physical causal relations. We are still not home free. There is another challenge to mental causation that we must confront, a challenge that is currently considered to be the gravest threat to the possibility of mental causation. The new threat arises from the principle, embraced by most physicalists, that asserts that the physical domain is causally closed. What does this mean? Pick any physical event, say, the decay of a uranium atom or the collision of two stars in distant space, and trace its causal ancestry or posterity as far as you would like. The principle of physical causal closure says that this will never take you outside the physical domain. Thus, no causal chain involving a physical event ever crosses the boundary of the physical into the non-physical. If X is a physical event and Y is a cause or effect of X, then Y too must be a physical event. For present purposes, it is convenient to use a somewhat weaker form of causal closure stated as follows. Causal closure of the physical domain. If a physical event has a cause, occurring, at time t, it has a sufficient physical cause at t. Notice a few things about this principle. First, it does not flatly say that a physical event can have no non-physical cause. All it says is that in our search for its cause, we never need to look outside the physical domain. In that sense, the physical domain is causally, and hence explanatorily, self-sufficient and self-contained. Second, it does not say that every physical event has a sufficient physical cause or a physical causal explanation. In this regard, it differs from physical causal determinism, the thesis that every physical event has a sufficient physical cause. Third, the closure principle is consistent with mind-body dualism. So far as it goes, there might be a separate domain of Cartesian immaterial minds. All it requires is that there be no injection of causal influence into the physical world from outside, including Cartesian minds. Most philosophers appear to find physical causal closure plausible. Of course, anyone who considers himself or herself a physicalist of any kind must accept it. If the closure should fail to hold, there would be physical events for whose explanation we would have to look to non-physical causal agents, like spirits or divine forces outside space-time. That is exactly the situation depicted in Descartes' interactionist dualism, Chapter 2. If closure fails, theoretical physics would be in principle incompletable, a prospect that few physicists would countenance. It seems clear that research programs in physics, and the rest of the physical sciences, presuppose something like the closure principle. It is worth noting that neither the biological domain nor the psychological domain, in fact, no domain of a special science, is causally closed. There are non-biological events that cause biological events, for example, radiation causing cells to mutate, a volcanic eruption wiping out a whole species, and we are familiar with cases in which non-psychological events cause psychological events, for example, purely physical stimuli causing sensations and perceptual experiences. In any case, physical causal closure gives a meaning to the widely shared view that the physical domain is an all-encompassing domain and that physics, which is the science of this domain, is our basic science. Some consider the closure principle an a posteriori truth overwhelmingly supported by the rise of modern physical science. 20 Those who consider the very idea of causal interference in the physical world from some immaterial or transcendental forces incoherent might argue that the closure principle is conceptual and a priori. It is also possible to regard the principle primarily as a methodological regulative principle that guides research and theory building in the physical sciences. At any rate, it is easy to see that the physical closure principle directly creates difficulties for mental causation, in particular mental to physical causation. Suppose that a mental event, M, causes a physical event, P. The closure principle says that there must also be a physical cause of P, an event, P, occurring at the same time as M, that is a sufficient cause of P. This puts us in a dilemma. Either we have to say that M equals P, namely, identify the mental cause with the physical cause as a single event, or else we have to say that P has two distinct causes, M and P, that is, it is causally overdetermined. The first horn turns what was supposed to be a case of mental to physical causation into an instance of physical to physical causation, a result only a reductionist physicalist would welcome. Grasping the second horn of the dilemma would force us to admit that every case of mental to physical causation is a case of causal overdetermination, one in which a physical cause, even if the mental cause had not occurred, would have brought about the physical effect. This seems like a bizarre thing to believe, but quite apart from that, it appears to weaken the status of the mental event as a cause of the physical effect. To vindicate M as a full and genuine cause of P, we should be able to show that M can bring about P on its own, without there being a synchronous physical event that also serves as a sufficient cause of P. According to our reasoning, however, every mental event has a physical partner that would have brought about the effect anyway, even if the mental cause were taken out of play entirely. This thought can be developed along the following lines. Consider the following constraint. Exclusion principle. No event has two or more distinct sufficient causes, all occurring at the same time, unless it is a genuine case of overdetermination. Genuine overdetermination is illustrated by the firing squad example. Multiple bullets hit a person at the same time, and this kills the person, where a single bullet would have sufficed. A house fire is caused by a short circuit and at the same time by a lightning strike. In these cases, two or more independent causal chains converge on a single effect. Given this, the exclusion principle should look obviously, almost trivially, true. Return now to our case of mental to physical causation. We begin with the assumption that there is a case in which a mental event causes a physical event. 1. M is a cause of P. As we saw, it follows from 1. And physical causal closure that there is also a physical event P, occurring at the same time as M, such that 2. P is a cause of P. Let us suppose further that we don't want 1. To collapse into a case of physical to physical causation, that is, we want 3. M is not equal to P. Suppose we assume further 4. This is not a case of overdetermination. Given the closure and the exclusion principles, these four propositions put us in trouble. According to 1, 2, and 3, P has two distinct causes, M and P, since 4 says that this is not a case of overdetermination, the exclusion principle kicks in, saying that either M or P must be disqualified as a cause of P. Which one? The answer, P stays, M must go. The reason is simple. If we try to retain M, the closure principle kicks in again and says that there must also be a physical cause of P, and what could this be if not P? Obviously, we are back at the same situation. Unless we eliminate M and keep P, we would be off to an infinite regress, or treading water forever in the same place. So our conclusion has to be 5, hence, M is not a cause of P, and 1 is false. The reasoning obviously generalizes to every putative case of mental causation, and it further follows. 6. Mental events never cause physical events. This argument is a form of the much debated exclusion argument, since it aims to show how a mental cause of a physical event is always excluded by a physical cause. Point 21. The apparent moral of the argument is that mental to physical causation is illusory, it never happens. This is epiphenomenalism, at least with regard to causation of physical events. It does not exclude mental events causing other mental events. But if mental events, like beliefs and intentions, never cause bodily movements, that makes agency plainly impossible, and Fodor has something to worry about. His world might be coming to an end. That, anyway, is the way the implications of the argument are usually understood. However, that is not the only way to read the moral of the argument. If we are prepared to reject the antiphysicalist assumption, 3, by embracing the mind-body identity M equals P, we can escape the epiphenomenalist consequence of the argument. If M equals P, here there is only one event and hence only one cause of P, so the exclusion principle has no application and no conclusion follows to the effect that the initial supposition M causes P is false. The real lesson of the argument, therefore, is this: either accept serious physicalism, like the psychoneural identity theory, or face the specter of epiphenomenalism. As noted, the epiphenomenalism involved here concerns only the efficacy of mental events in the causation of physical events, not the causal power of mentality in general. However, a more radical epiphenomenalism rears its unwelcome head in the next section. the supervenience argument and epiphenomenalism. When you throw mind-body supervenience into the mix, an even more serious threat of epiphenomenalism arises. The argument can be run in terms of the idea that mental properties are realized by physical neural properties rather than the premise that the former supervene on the latter. Let us understand mind-body supervenience in the following form. Mind-body supervenience. When a mental property, M, is instantiated by something X at T, that is in virtue of the fact that X instantiates, at T, a physical property, P, such that anything that has P at any time necessarily has M at the same time. So whenever you experience a headache, that is in virtue of the fact that you are in some neural state N at the time, where N is a supervenience space of headaches in the sense that anyone who is in N must be having a headache. There are no free-floating mental states, every mental state is anchored in a physical neural base on which it supervenes. Given mind-body supervenience, an argument can be developed that appears to have disastrous epiphenomenalist consequences. 1. Suppose that a mental event, an instantiation of mental property M, causes another mental property, M, to instantiate. 2. According to mind-body supervenience, M** is instantiated on this occasion in virtue of the fact that a physical property one of its supervenience bases is instantiated on this occasion. Call this physical base P*. 3. Now ask, why is M** instantiated on this occasion? What is responsible for the fact that M** occurs on this occasion? There appear to be two presumptive answers, I, because an instance of M caused M** to instantiate, our original supposition, and, 2, because a supervenience base, P, of M, was instantiated on this occasion. Now, there appears to be strong reason to think that, 2, trumps, I if its supervenience base P** occurs, M** must occur, no matter what preceded M's occurrence, that is, as long as P is there, M** is guaranteed to be there even if its supposed cause M did not occur. This undermines M's claim to have brought about this instance of M. It seems that P must take the primary credit for bringing about M** on this occasion. Is there a way of reconciling M's claim to have caused M** to instantiate and P's claim to be M's supervenience base on this occasion? 1. The two claims, I, and, 2, can be reconciled if we are willing to accept, M caused M** to instantiate by causing M's supervenience base P to instantiate. This seems like the only way to harmonize the two claims. In general, it seems like a plausible principle to say that in order to cause, or causally affect, a supervenient property, you must cause, or tinker with, its supervenience base. If you are not happy with a painting you have just finished and want to improve it, there is no way you could alter the aesthetic qualities of the painting, for example, make it more expressive, more dramatic, and less sentimental, except by altering the physical properties on which the aesthetic properties supervene. You must bring out your brushes and oils and do physical work on the canvas. That is the only way. You take aspirin to relieve your headache because you hope that ingesting aspirin will bring about physicochemical changes in the neural state on which your headache supervenes. 2. Hence, M causes P*. This is an instance of mental to physical causation. If this argument is correct, it shows that, given mind-body supervenience, mental to mental causation, an instance of M causing M** to instantiate, leads inevitably to mental to physical causation. This argument, which may be called the supervenience argument, shows that mental to mental causation is possible only if mental to physical causation is possible. But see where the two arguments, the exclusion argument and the supervenience argument, lead us. According to the supervenience argument, mental to mental causation is possible only if mental to physical causation is possible. But the exclusion argument says that mental to physical causation is not possible. So it follows that neither mental to mental causation nor mental to physical causation is possible. This goes beyond the epiphenomenalism of mental to physical causation. The two arguments together purport to show that mental events have no causal efficacy at all, No power to cause any event, mental or physical. This is radical epiphenomenalism. It is important to keep in mind that all this holds on the assumption that we do not choose the option of reductionist physicalism, that is, if we reject the premise M is not equal to P of the exclusion argument, thereby accepting the psychoneural identity M equals P, we can avoid the epiphenomenalist conclusion. So the upshot of these two arguments is this: if you want to avoid radical epiphenomenalism, you must be prepared to embrace reductionist physicalism, that is, you must choose between an extreme form of epiphenomenalism and reductionism. Neither option is palatable. To most of us, epiphenomenalism seems just false, or even incoherent, recall Fodor's lament. And reductionist physicalism does not seem much better. If we save mental causation by reducing mentality to mere patterns of electrochemical activity in the brain, have we really saved mentality as something special and distinctive? Moreover, what if the mental is not reducible to the physical? Aren't we then stuck with epiphenomenalism whether we like it or not? This is the conundrum of mental causation. The general moral of our discussion seems to be this: if anything is to have causal powers and enter into causal relations with anything else, it must be part of the physical domain. This conclusion complements, and strengthens, what we learned about the problem of mental causation for Descartes' Immaterial Minds, Chapter 2. Further issues: the extrinsicness of mental states. Computers compute with zeros and ones. Suppose you have a computer running a certain program, say, a program that monitors the inventory of a supermarket. Given a string of zeros and ones as input, a can of Camel's tomato soup has just been scanned at a checkout station. The computer goes through a series of computations and emits an output: the count of Camel's tomato soup in stock has been adjusted, and so on. Thus, the input string of zeros and ones represents a can of Camel's tomato soup being sold, and the output string of zeros and ones represents the amount of Camel's tomato soup still in stock. When the manager checks the computer for a report on the available stock of Camel's tomato soup, the computer reports that the present stock is such and such, and it does so because it has been told, by the checkout scanners, that 25 cans have been sold so far today. And this because is naturally understood as signifying a causal relation. But we know that it makes no difference to the computer what the strings of zeros and ones mean or represent. If the input string had meant the direction and speed of wind at the local airport or the identification code of an employee, or even if it had meant nothing at all, the computer would have gone through exactly the same computation and produced the same output string. In this case, the output string too would have meant something else, but what is clear is that the meanings, or representational contents, of these zeros and ones are in the eye of the computer programmer or user, not something that is involved in the computational process. Give the computer the same string of zeros and ones as input, and it will go through the same computation every time and give you the same output. The semantics of these strings is irrelevant to computation. What matters is their shape, that is, their syntax. The computer is a syntactic engine. It is driven by the shapes of symbols, not their meanings. According to an influential view of psychology known as computationalism, or the computational theory of mind, cognitive mental processes are best viewed as computational processes on mental representations, Chapter 5. According to it, constructing a psychological theory is like writing a computer program. Such a theory will specify, for each input, say, retinal stimulation, the computational process that a cognizer will undergo to produce an output, say, the visual detection of an itch. But what the considerations of the preceding paragraph seem to show is that, on the computational view of psychology, the meanings, or contents, of internal representations make no difference to psychological processes. Suppose a certain internal representation, I, represents the state of affairs S, say, that there are horses in the field, having S as its representational content, or meaning, is the semantics of I. But if we suppose, as is often done on the computational model, that internal representations form a language-like system, the language of thought, I must also have a syntax, or formal grammatical structure. So if our considerations are right, it is the syntax of I, not its semantics, that determines the course of the computational process starting with I. The fact that I means that there are horses in the field rather than, say, that there are lions in the field, is of no causal relevance to what other representations issue from I. The computational process that I initiates will be wholly determined by I's syntactic shape. But doesn't this mean that the contents of our beliefs and desires and of other propositional attitudes have no causal relevance for psychological processes? The point actually is independent of computationalism and can be seen to arise for any broadly physicalist view of mentality. Assume that beliefs and desires and other intentional states are neural states. Each such state, in addition to being a neural state with biological physical properties, has a specific content, for example, that water is wet, or that the Obamas have a home in Chicago. That a given state has the content it has is a relational, or extrinsic, property of that state, for the fact that your belief is about water, or about the Obamas, is in part determined by your causal historical associations with water and the Obamas, see Chapter 8. Let us consider what this means and why it is so. Suppose there is in some remote region of this universe another planet, twin Earth, that is exactly like our Earth, except for the following fact: on twin Earth, there is no water, that is, no H2O, but an observably indistinguishable chemical substance, XYZ, fills the lakes and oceans there, comes out of the tap in twin Earth homes, and so on. Each of us has a doppelganger there who is an exact molecular duplicate of us. Let us ignore the inconvenient fact that your twin has XYZ molecules in her body where you have H2O molecules. On twin Earth, people speak twin English, which is just like English, except for the fact that their word water refers to XYZ, not water, and when they utter sentences containing the expression water, they are talking about XYZ, not water. Thus, twin Earth people have thoughts about XYZ, where we have thoughts about water, and when you believe that water is wet, your doppelganger on twin Earth has the belief that XYZ is wet, even though you and she are molecule for molecule duplicates. And when you think that Obama is from Chicago, your twin thinks that the twin Earth Obama, he is the 44th president of the twin Earth United States, is from twin Earth Chicago. And so on. The differences in Earth and twin Earth belief contents, and contents of other intentional states, are due not to internal physical or mental differences in the believers but to the differences in the environments in which the believers are embedded. See the discussion of wide content in Chapter 8. Contents, therefore, are extrinsic, not intrinsic. They depend on your causal history and your relationships to the objects and events in your surroundings. States that have the same intrinsic properties, the same neural physical properties, may have different contents if they are embedded in different environments. Further, an identical internal state that lacks an appropriate relationship to the external world may have no representational content at all. But isn't it plausible to suppose that behavior causation is local and depends only on the intrinsic neural physical properties of these states, not their extrinsic relational properties? Isn't it plausible to suppose that someone whose momentary neural physical state is exactly identical with yours will behave just the way you do, say, raise the right hand, regardless of whether her brain state has the same content as yours? This raises doubts about the causal relevance of contents because the properties of our mental states implicated in behavior causation are plausibly expected to be intrinsic. What causes your behavior, we feel, must be local in you, here and now. After all, the behavior it is supposed to cause is here and now. But contents of mental states are relational and extrinsic. They depend on what is out there in the world outside you, or on what occurred in the past and is no longer here. To summarize, contents do not supervene on the intrinsic properties of the states that carry them. On the other hand, we expect behavior causation to be local and depend only on intrinsic properties of the behaving organism. This, then, is yet another problem of mental causation. It challenges us to answer the following question: how can intentional mental states, like beliefs and desires, be efficacious in behavior causation in virtue of their contents? Various attempts have been made to reconcile the extrinsicness of contents with their causal efficacy, but we do not as yet have a fully satisfactory account. The problem has turned out to be a highly complex one involving many issues in metaphysics, philosophy of language, and philosophy of science. 22. Chapter 8. Mental content. You hope that it will be warmer tomorrow, and I believe that it will be. But Mary doubts it and hopes that she is right. Here we have various intentional, or content-bearing or content-carrying, states: you're hoping that it will be warmer tomorrow, my believing, and Mary's doubting, that it will be so. All of these states, though they are states of different persons and involve different attitudes, believing, hoping, and doubting, have the same content, the proposition that it will be warmer tomorrow, expressed by the embedded sentence "it will be warmer tomorrow." This content represents a certain state of affairs, it's being warmer tomorrow. Different subjects can adopt the same intentional attitude toward it, and the same subject can have different attitudes toward it. For example, you believe it and are pleased about it, later you come to disbelieve it. But how do these intentional states, or propositional attitudes, come to have the content they have and represent the state of affairs they represent? More specifically, what makes it the case that your hope and my belief have the same content? There is a simple, and not wholly uninformative, answer: because they each have the content expressed by the same content sentence "it will be warmer tomorrow." But then a more substantive question awaits us: what is it about your hope and my belief that makes it the case that the same sentence can capture their content? We do not expect it to be a brute fact about these mental states that they have the content they have or that they share the same content. There must be an explanation. These are the basic questions about mental content. The questions can be raised another way. It is not just persons who have mental states with content. All sorts of animals perceive their surroundings through their perceptual systems, process information gained thereby, and use it in coping with things and events around them. We humans do this in our own distinctive ways, though perhaps not in ways that are fundamentally different from those of other higher species of animals. It seems, then, that certain physical biological states of organisms, presumably states of their brains or nervous systems, can carry information about their surroundings, representing them as being this way or that way. For example, here is a red apple, or a large, brown, bear-shaped hulk is approaching from the left, and that processing and using these representations in appropriate ways is highly important to their surviving and flourishing in their environments. These physical biological states have representational content. They are about things, inside or outside an organism, and represent them as being a certain way. In a word, these states have meanings. A neural state that represents a bear as approaching means that a bear is approaching. But how do neural physical states come to have meanings and come to have the particular meanings that they have? Just what is it about a configuration of nerve fibers or a pattern of their activation that makes it carry the content "there is a red apple on the table" rather than, say, "there are cows in Canada," or perhaps nothing at all? This question about the nature of mental content has a companion question, a question about how contents are attributed to the mental states of persons and other intentional systems. We routinely ascribe states with content to persons, animals, and even some non-biological systems. If we had no such practice, if we were to stop attributing to people around us beliefs, desires, emotions, and the like, our communal life would surely suffer a massive collapse. There would be little understanding or anticipating of what other people will do, and this would seriously undermine interpersonal interactions. Moreover, it is by attributing these states to ourselves that we come to understand ourselves as cognizers and agents. A capacity for self-attribution of beliefs, desires, intentions, and the rest is arguably a precondition of personhood. Moreover, we often attribute such states to non-human animals and sometimes even to purely mechanical or electronic systems. Even such humble devices as supermarket doors are said to see that a customer is approaching. What makes it possible for us to attribute content-carrying states to persons and other organisms? What procedures and principles do we follow when we do this? According to some philosophers, the two questions, one about the nature of mental content and the other about its attribution, are intimately connected. Interpretation theory. Suppose you are a field anthropologist linguist visiting a tribe of people never before visited by an outsider. Your project is to find out what these people believe, remember, desire, fear, hope, and so on, and to be able to understand their speech. That is, your project is to map their notional world and develop a grammar and dictionary for their language. So your job involves two tasks: first, interpreting their minds, to find out what they believe, desire, and so on, and, second, interpreting their speech, to determine what their utterances mean. This is the project of radical interpretation. You are to construct an interpretation of the native speech and their minds from scratch, based on your observation of their behavior and their environment, without the aid of a native translator informant or a dictionary. This is what makes it radical interpretation. 1. Brief reflection shows that the twin tasks are interconnected and interdependent. In particular, belief, among all mental states, can be seen to hold the key to radical interpretation. It is the crucial link between a speaker's utterances and their meanings. If a native speaker sincerely asserts sentence S, or more broadly, holds S true, as Donald Davidson says, and S means that there goes a rabbit, then the speaker believes that there goes a rabbit, and in asserting S she expresses her belief that there goes a rabbit. Conversely, if the speaker believes that there goes a rabbit and uses sentence S to express this belief, then S means that there goes a rabbit. If you knew how to interpret the native's speech, it would be a simple matter to find out what they believe. All you would need to do is observe their speech behavior, their assertions, denials, and so on. Similarly, if you had knowledge of what belief a native is expressing by uttering S on a given occasion, you know what S, as a sentence of her language, means. When you begin, you have knowledge of neither her beliefs nor her meanings, and your project is to secure them both through your observation of how she behaves in her environment. There are, then, three variables involved: behavior, belief, and meaning. Through observation, you have access to one of them, behavior. Your task is to solve for the two unknowns, belief and meaning. How is this possible? Where do you start? Carl is one of the subjects you are trying to interpret. Suppose you observe that Carl affirmatively utters, or holds true to the sentence "Es regnet" when, and only when, it is raining in his vicinity. This is highly idealized, but the main point should apply, with suitable provisos, to real-life situations. You observe a similar behavior pattern in many others in Carl's speech community, and you are led to posit the following proposition. Speakers of language L, Carl's language, utter "Es regnet" at time T if and only if it is raining at T in their vicinity. So we are taking R to be something we can empirically establish by observing the behavior, in particular, speech behavior, of our subjects in the context of what is happening in their immediate environment. Assuming, then, that we have R in hand, it would be natural to entertain the following two hypotheses. S, in language L, "Es regnet" means that it is raining, in the speaker's vicinity. M, when speakers of L utter "Es regnet", this indicates that they believe that it is raining, in their vicinity, and they use "Es regnet" to express this belief. In this way you get your first toehold in the language and minds of the natives, and something like this seems like the only way. These hypotheses, S and M, are natural and plausible. But what makes them so? What sanctions the move from R to S and M? When you observe Carl uttering the words "Es regnet", you see yourself that it is raining out there. You have determined observationally that Carl is expressing a belief about the current condition of the weather. This assumption is reinforced when you observe him, and others in his speech community, do this time after time. But what belief is Carl expressing when he makes this utterance? What is the content of the belief that Carl expresses when he says "Es regnet"? Answering this question is the crux of the interpretive project. The obvious answer seems to be that Carl's belief has the content it is raining. But why? Why not the belief with the content it is a sunny day or it is snowing? What are the tacit principles that help to rule out these possibilities? You attribute the content it is raining to Carl's belief because you assume that his belief is true. You know that his belief is about the weather outside, and you see that it is raining. What you need, and all you need, to get to the conclusion that his belief has the content it is raining is the further premise that his belief is true. In general, then, what you need is the famous charity principle. Principle of charity. Speakers' beliefs are by and large true. Moreover, they are largely correct in making inferences and rational in forming expectations and making decisions. 3. With this principle in hand, we can make sense of the transition from R to S and M in the following way. In uttering es regnet, Carl is expressing a belief about the current weather condition in his vicinity, and we assume, by the charity principle, that this belief is true. The current weather condition is that it is raining. So Carl's belief has the content that it is raining, and he is using the sentence es regnet to express this belief, M, whence it further follows that es regnet means that it is raining, S. We do not attribute the content it is clear and sunny or it is snowing because that would make Carl's and his friends' beliefs about whether it is raining around them almost invariably, and unaccountably, false. There is no logical contradiction in the idea that a group of speakers are almost always wrong about rains in their vicinity, but it is not something that can be taken seriously. We would have to posit serious, and unexplainable, cognitive deficits in Carl and his friends, and this is not a reasonable possibility. For one thing, they seem able to cope with their surroundings, including good and bad weather, as well as we do. Clearly, the same points apply to interpreting utterances about colors, shapes, and other observable properties of objects and events around Carl. When Carl and his friends invariably respond with rot when we show them cherries, ripe tomatoes, and Macintosh apples and withhold it when they are shown lemons, eggplants, and snowballs, it would make no sense to speculate that rot might mean green, that Carl and his friends systematically misperceive colors, and that in consequence they have massively erroneous beliefs about the colors of objects around them. The only plausible thing to say is that rot means red in Carl's language and that Carl is expressing the true belief that the apple held in front of him is red. All this is not to say that our speakers never have false beliefs about colors or about anything else, they may have them in huge numbers. But unless we assume that their beliefs, especially those about the manifestly observable properties of things and events around them, are largely correct, we have no hope of gaining entry into their notional world. So what happens is that we interpret the speakers in such a way as to credit them with beliefs that are by and large true and coherent. But since we are doing the interpreting, this in effect means true and coherent by our light. Under our interpretation, therefore, our subjects come out with beliefs that are largely in agreement with our own. The attribution of a system of beliefs and other intentional states is essential to the understanding of other people, of what they say and do. From all this an interesting conclusion follows: we can interpret and understand only those people whose belief systems are largely like our own. The charity principle therefore rules out, a priori, interpretations that attribute to our subjects beliefs that are mostly false or incoherent, any interpretive scheme according to which our subjects' beliefs are massively false or manifestly inconsistent, for example, they come out believing that there are round squares, cannot, for that very reason, be a correct interpretation. Further, we can think of a generalized charity principle that enjoins us to interpret all of our subjects' intentional states, including desires, aversions, hopes, fears, and the rest, in a way that renders them maximally coherent and intelligible among themselves and in relation to the subject's actions and behaviors. But we should note the following important point: there is no reason to think that in any interpretive project there is a single unique interpretation that best meets this requirement. This is evident when we reflect on the fact that the charity principle requires only that the entire system of beliefs attributed to a subject be by and large true, but it does not tell us which of her beliefs must come out true. In practice as well as in theory, there are likely to be ties, or unstable near ties, among possible interpretations, that is, we are likely to end up with more than one maximally true, coherent, and rational scheme of interpretation that can explain all the observational data. This phenomenon is called indeterminacy of interpretation. We can appreciate such a possibility when we note that our criteria of coherence and rationality are bound to be somewhat vague and imprecise. In fact, this is probably necessary to ensure their flexible application to a wide and unpredictable range of situations, and that their applications to specific situations are likely to be fraught with ambiguities. At any rate, it is easy to see how interpretational indeterminacy can arise by considering a simple example. We observe Carl gorging on raw spinach leaves. Why is he doing that? We can see that there are indefinitely many belief-desire pairs that we could attribute to Carl that would explain why he is eating raw spinach. The following are only some of the possibilities. Carl believes that eating raw spinach will improve his stamina, and he wants to improve his stamina. Carl believes that eating raw spinach will help him get rid of his bad breath, and he has been very self-conscious about his breath. Carl believes that eating raw spinach will please his mother, and he will do anything to make her happy. Carl believes that eating raw spinach will annoy his mother, and he will go to any length to annoy her. You get the idea. This can go on without end. We can expect many of these potential explanations to be excluded by further observation of Carl's behavior and by consideration of coherence with other beliefs and desires that we want to attribute to him. But it is difficult to imagine that this will eliminate all but one of the indefinitely many possible belief-desire pairs that can explain Carl's spinach eating. Moreover, it is likely that any one of these pairs could be protected no matter what if we were willing to make drastic enough adjustments elsewhere in Carl's total system of beliefs, desires, and other mental states. Suppose, then, that there are two interpretive schemes of Carl's mental states that, as far as we can determine, satisfy the charity principle to the same degree and work equally well in explaining his behavior. Suppose further that one of these systems attributes to Carl the belief that eating raw spinach is good for one's stamina, and the second instead attributes to him the belief that eating spinach will please his mother. As far as interpretation theory goes, the schemes are in a tie, and neither could be pronounced to be superior to the other. But what is the fact of the matter concerning Carl's belief system? Does he or doesn't he believe that eating raw spinach improves stamina? There are two possible approaches we could take in response to these questions. The first is to take interpretation as the rock-bottom foundation of content-carrying mental states by embracing a principle like this. For S to have the belief that P is for that belief to be part of the best, most coherent, maximally true, and so on, interpretive scheme of S's total system of propositional attitudes, including beliefs, desires, and the rest. There is no further fact of the matter about whether S believes that P. It will be natural to generalize this principle so that it applies to all propositional attitudes, not just beliefs. On this principle, then, interpretation is constitutive of intentionality. It is what ultimately determines whether any supposed belief exists. Point 4. Interpretation is not merely a procedure for finding out what Carl believes. This constitutive view of interpretation, when combined with the indeterminacy of interpretation, can be seen to have some apparently puzzling consequences. Suppose that several interpretive schemes are tied for first and the belief that P is an element of some but not all of these schemes. In such a case we would have to conclude that there is no fact of the matter about whether Carl has this belief. Whether Carl believes that P therefore is a question without a determinate answer. To be sure, the question about this particular bit of belief may be settled by further observation of Carl. However, indeterminacies are almost certain to remain even when all the observations are in. Surely, at some point after Carl's death, there is nothing further to observe that will be relevant. Some will see in this kind of position a form of content irrealism. If beliefs are among the objectively existing entities of the world, Either Carl believes that raw spinach is good for his stamina or he does not. There must be a fact about the existence of this belief, independent of any interpretive scheme that someone might construct for Carl. So if the existence of beliefs is genuinely indeterminate, we would have to conclude, it seems, that beliefs are not part of objective reality. Evidently, the same conclusion would apply to all intentional states. Point 5. An alternative line of consideration can lead to content relativism rather than content irrealism. Instead of accepting the indeterminacy of belief, we might hold that whether a given belief exists is relative to a scheme of interpretation. It is not a question that can be answered absolutely, independently of a choice of an interpretive scheme. Whether Carl has that particular belief depends on the interpretive theory relative to which we view Carl's belief system. But a relativism of this kind is not free from difficulties either. What is it for a belief to exist relative to a scheme to begin with? Is it anything more than the scheme attributes the belief to Carl? If so, shouldn't we ask the further question whether what the scheme says is correct? But this takes us right back to the non-relativized notion of belief existence. Moreover, is all existence relative to some scheme or other, or is it just the existence of belief and other propositional attitudes that is relative in this way? Either way, many more questions and puzzles await us. There is a further point to think about. Interpretation involves an interpreter, and the interpreter herself is an intentional system, a person with beliefs, desires, and so forth. How do we account for her beliefs and desires? How do her intentional states get their contents? And when she tries to maximize agreement between her beliefs and her subject's beliefs, how does she know what she believes? That is, how is self-interpretation possible? Don't we need an account of how we can know the contents of our own beliefs and desires? Do we just look inward, and are they just there for us to see? Or do we need to be interpreted by a third person if we are to have beliefs and meaningful speech? It is clear that the interpretation approach to mental content must, on pain of circularity, confront the issue of self-interpretation. All this may lead you to reject both the constitutive and the relativist views of interpretation and pull you toward a realist position about intentional states, which insists that there is a fact of the matter about the existence of Carl's belief about spinach that is independent of any interpretive schemes. If Carl is a real and genuine believer, there must be a determinate answer to the question whether he has this belief. Whether someone happens to be interpreting Carl, or what any interpretive scheme says about Carl's belief system, should be entirely irrelevant to that question. This is content realism, a position that views interpretation only as a way of finding out something about Carl's belief system, not as constitutive of it. Interpretation therefore is given only an epistemological function, that of ascertaining what intentional states a given subject has. It does not have the ontological role of grounding their existence. You may find content realism appealing. If so, there is more work to do. You must provide an alternative realist account of what constitutes the content of intentional states. It is only if you take the constitutive view of interpretation that interpretation theory gives you a solution to the problem of mental content, that is, an answer to the question, how does a belief get to have the content it has? The causal correlational approach, informational semantics. A fly flits across a frog's visual field, and the frog's tongue darts out, snaring the fly. The content of the frog's visual perception is a moving fly, which is a complicated way of saying that the frog sees a moving fly. Suppose now that in a world pretty much like our own, this could be some remote region of this world, frogs that are like our frogs exist but there are no flies. Instead there are shmies, very small lizards roughly the size, shape, and color of earthly flies, and they fly around just the way our flies do and are found in the kind of habitat that our flies inhabit. In that world frogs feed on shmies, not flies. Now, in this other world, a schmy flits across a frog's visual field, and the frog flicks out its tongue and catches it. What is the content of this frog's visual perception? What does the frog's visual percept represent? The answer, a moving schmy. From the frog's internal, or subjective, perspectives, there is no difference, We may suppose, between our frog's perceptual state and the otherworldly frog's perceptual state, both register a black speck flitting across the visual field. However, we attribute different contents to them, and the difference lies outside the frog's perceptual systems. It is a difference in the kind of object that stands in a certain relationship to the perceptual states of the frogs. It is not only that in these particular instances a fly caused the perceptual state of our frog and a schmy caused a corresponding state in the otherworldly frog, there is also a more general fact, namely, that the habitat of earthly frogs includes flies, not shmies, and it is flies, not shmies, with which they are in daily perceptual and other causal contact. The converse is the case with otherworldly frogs and shmies. Our frog's perceptual episodes involving a flitting black speck indicate, or mean, the presence of a fly. Qualitatively indistinguishable perceptual episodes in otherworldly frogs indicate the presence of a schmy. Consider a mercury thermometer. The height of the column of mercury indicates the ambient air temperature. When the thermometer registers 32 degrees Celsius, we say, the thermometer says that the temperature is 32 degrees C. We also say that the current state of the thermometer carries the information that the air temperature is 32 degrees Celsius. Why? Because there is a lawful correlation, in fact, a causal connection between the state of the thermometer, that is, the height of its mercury column, and air temperature. It is for that reason that the device is a thermometer, something that carries information about ambient temperature. Suppose that under normal conditions a certain state of an organism covaries regularly and reliably with the presence of a horse. That is, this state occurs in you when, and only when, a horse is present in your vicinity, and you are awake and alert, sufficient illumination is present, you are appropriately oriented in relation to the horse, and so on. The occurrence of this state, then, can serve as an indicator 6 of the presence of a horse. It carries the information horse, or a horse is out there. And it seems appropriate to say that the state indicates or represents the presence of a horse and has it as its content. The suggestion is that something like this account works for intentional content in general, and this is the basic idea of the causal correlational approach. The term causal is used because on some accounts based on this approach, the presence of horses is supposed to cause the internal horse indicator state. The strategy seems to work well with contents of perceptual states, as we saw in the fly schmy case. I perceive red, and my perceptual state has red as its content because I am having the kind of perceptual experience typically correlated with, in fact, caused by the presence of a red object. Whether I perceive red or green has little to do with the intrinsic experienced qualities of which I am conscious, rather, it depends essentially on the properties of the objects with which I am in causal correlational relations. Those internal states that are typically caused by red objects, or that lawfully correlate with the presence of red objects nearby, have the content red for that very reason, not because of any of their intrinsic properties. Two thermometers of very different construction, say, a mercury thermometer and a gas thermometer, both represent the temperature to be 30 degrees Celsius in spite of the fact that the internal states of the two thermometers that covary with temperature, the height of a column of mercury in the first and the pressure of a gas in the second, are different. In a similar way, two creatures, belonging to physiologically quite diverse species, can both have the belief that there are red fruits on the tree. The causal correlational approach to content, also called informational semantics, has been influential. It explains mental content in a naturalistic way and seems considerably simpler than the interpretational approach considered earlier. How well does this approach work with intentional states in general? We may consider a simple version of this approach, perhaps something like this: 7. C. Subject S has the belief with content P, that is, S believes that P, just in case, under optimal conditions, S has this belief, as an occurrent belief, 8 if and only if P obtains. To make C at all viable, we should restrict it to cases of observational beliefs about matters that are perceptually observable to S. For C is obviously implausible when applied to beliefs like the belief that God exists or that light travels at a finite velocity, and beliefs about abstract matters, say, the belief that there is no largest prime number. It is much more plausible for observational beliefs like the belief that there are red flowers on my desk or that there are horses in the field. The proviso under optimal conditions is included, since for the state of affairs P, for example, the presence of horses, to correlate with, or cause, subject S's belief that P, favorable perceptual conditions must obtain, such as that S's perceptual systems are functioning properly, the illumination is adequate, S's attention is not seriously distracted, and so on. Although there seem to be some serious difficulties that C has to overcome, remember that C is only a rough and ready first pass, and none of the objections enumerated here need be taken as a disabling blow to the general approach. 1. The belief that there are horses in the field correlates reliably, let us suppose, with the presence of horses in the field. But it also correlates reliably with the presence of horse genes in the field, since the latter correlate reliably with the presence of horses. According to C, someone observing horses in the field should have the belief that there are horse genes in the field. But this surely is wrong. Moreover, the belief that there are horses in the field also correlates with the presence of undetached horse parts. But again, the observer does not have the belief that there are undetached horse parts in the field. The general problem, then, is that an account like C cannot differentiate between belief with P as its content and belief with Q as its content if P and Q reliably correlate with each other. For any two correlated states of affairs P and Q, C entails that one believes that P if and only if one believes that Q, which evidently is incorrect. Restricting C to observational beliefs can relieve some of this problem, however. 2. Belief is holistic in the sense that what you believe is shaped, often crucially, by what else you believe. When you observe horse-like shapes in the field, you are not likely to believe that there are horses in the field if you have read in the papers that many cardboard horses have been put up for a children's fair, or if you believe you are hallucinating, and so on. Correlational accounts make beliefs basically atomistic, at least for observational beliefs, but even our observational beliefs are constrained by other beliefs we hold, and the correlational approach as it stands is not sensitive to this aspect of belief content. 3. The belief that there are horses in the field is caused not only by horses in the field but also by cows and moose at dusk, cardboard horses at a distance, robot horses, and so on. In fact, this belief correlates more reliably with the disjunction horses or cows and moose at dusk or cardboard horses or. If so, why should we not say that when you are looking at the horses in the field, your belief has the disjunctive content there are horses or cows or moose at dusk or cardboard horses or robot horses in the field? This so-called disjunction problem has turned out to be a recalcitrant difficulty for the causal correlational approach. It has been actively discussed, but there seems no solution that commands a consensus. 9. For we seem to have direct and immediate knowledge of what we believe, desire, and so on. I know, directly and without having to depend on evidence, that I believe it will rain tomorrow. That is, I seem to have direct knowledge of the content of my beliefs. There may be exceptions, but that does not overturn the general point. According to the correlational approach, my belief that there are horses in the field has the content it has because it correlates, or covaries, with the presence of horses in my vicinity. But this correlation is not something that I know directly, without evidence or observation. So the correlational approach appears inconsistent with the special privileged status of our knowledge of the contents of our own mental states. We discuss this issue further later, in connection with content externalism. These are some of the initial issues and difficulties for the correlational approach. Whether, or to what extent, these difficulties can be overcome without compromising the naturalistic reductive spirit of the theory remains an open question. Quite possibly, most of the difficulties are not really serious and can be resolved by further elaborations and supplementations. It may well be that this approach is the most promising one. In fact, the only viable one that promises to give a non-question begging, naturalistic account of mental content. Misrepresentation and the teleological approach. One important fact about representation is the possibility of misrepresentation. Misrepresentation does occur. You, or a mental neural state of yours, may represent that there are horses in the field when there are none in sight. Or your perception may represent a red tomato in front of you when there is none. Think about Macbeth and his bloody dagger. In such cases, misrepresentation occurs, the representational state misrepresents, and the representation is false. Representations have contents, and contents are evaluable in respect of truth, accuracy, fidelity, and related criteria of representational success. It seems clear, then, that any account of representation must allow for the possibility of misrepresentation as well, of course, as correct, or successful, representation, just as any account of belief must allow for the possibility of false belief. One way of seeing how this could be a problem with the correlational approach is to go back to the disjunction problem discussed earlier. Suppose you form a representation with the content "there are horses over there" when there are no horses but only cows seen in the dusk. In such a case it would be natural to regard your purported representation as a misrepresentation, namely, as an instance of your representing something that does not exist, or representing something to be such and such when it is not such and such. But if we follow, literally, this seems impossible. If your representation was occasioned by cows seen in the dusk as well as horses, we would have to say that the representation has the content horses or cows seen in the dusk, and that would make the representation correct and veridical. It would seem that, does not allow false beliefs or misrepresentations. But there surely are cases of misrepresentation. Our cognitive systems are liable to produce false representations, even though they may be generally reliable. This is where the teleological approach comes in to help out. Point 10. The basic concept employed in the teleological approach is that of a function. For representation are to indicate, and thus represent, it is neither sufficient nor necessary that whenever R occurs C occurs holds. Rather, what must hold is that R has the function of indicating C. To put it more intuitively, R is supposed to indicate C and it is R's job to indicate C. Your representation has the content "there are horses over there" and not "there are horses or cows in the dusk over there" because it has the function of indicating the presence of horses, not horses or cows in the dusk. But things can go wrong, and systems do not always perform as they are supposed to. You form a representation of horses in the absence of horses. Such a representation is supposed to be formed only when horses are present. That is exactly what makes it a case of misrepresentation. So it seems that the correlational causal approach, suitably supplemented with reference to function, could solve the problem of misrepresentation. But how does a state of a person or organism acquire a function of this kind? It is easy enough to understand function talk in connection with artifacts because we can invoke the purposes and intentions of their human designers and users. A thermometer reads 30 degrees Celsius, when the temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. What makes this a case of misrepresentation is that the thermometer's function is to indicate current air temperature, which is 20 degrees Celsius. That is the way the thermometer was designed to work and the way it is expected to work. It is the purposes and expectations external to the thermometer that give sense to the talk of functions. But this is something that we are not able to say, at least literally, about representations of natural systems, like humans and other higher animals. What gives a mental state, or a neural state, in us the function of representing some particular object or state of affairs? What gives a natural representation the job of representing horses rather than horses or cows in the dusk? Philosophers who favor the teleological approach attempt to explain function in terms of evolution and natural selection. To say that representation R has the function of indicating C is to say that R has been selected, in the course of the evolution of the species to which the organism belongs, for the job of indicating C. This is like the fact that the heart has the function of pumping blood, or that the pineal gland has the function of secreting melatonin, because these organs have evolved for their performance of these tasks. proper performance of these tasks presumably conferred adaptive advantages to our ancestors. Similarly, we may presume that if R's function is to indicate C, performance of this job has given our ancestors biological advantages and, as some philosophers put it, R has been recruited by the evolutionary process to perform this function. Exactly how the notion of function is to be explained is a further question that appears relatively independent of the core idea of the teleological approach. There are various and diverse biological evolutionary accounts of function in the literature, see for further reading at the end of this chapter. Even if the theory of evolution were false and all biological organisms, including us, were created by God, so that we are God's artifacts, something like the teleological approach could still be right. It is God who gave our representations the indicating functions they have. But almost all contemporary philosophers of mind and of biology are naturalists, and it is important to them that function talk does not need to involve references to supernatural or transcendental plans, purposes, or designs. That is why they appeal to biology, learning and adaptation, and evolution for an account of function. Narrow content and wide content, content externalism. One thing that the correlational account of mental content highlights is this: content has a lot to do with what is going on in the world, outside the physical boundaries of the creature. As far as what goes on inside is concerned, the frog in our world and the otherworldly frog are indistinguishable. They are in the same neural sensory state, both registering a moving black dot. But in describing the representational content of their states, or what they see, we advert to the conditions in the environments of the frogs. One frog sees a fly and the other sees a schmy. Or consider a simpler case: Peter is looking at a tomato, and Mary is also looking at one, a different tomato, but we suppose that it looks pretty much the same as Peter's tomato. Mary thinks to herself, "This tomato has gone bad," and Peter too thinks, "This tomato has gone bad." From the internal point of view, Mary's perceptual experience is indistinguishable from Peter's. We may suppose their neural states too are relevantly similar, and they would express their thoughts using the same words. But it is clear that the contents of their beliefs are different. For they involve different objects. Mary's belief is about the tomato she is looking at, and Peter's belief is about a different object altogether. Moreover, Mary's belief may be true and Peter's false, or vice versa. On one standard understanding of the notion of content, beliefs with the same content must be true together or false together, that is, contents serve as truth conditions. Obviously, the fact that Peter's and Mary's beliefs have different content is due to facts external to them. The difference in content cannot be explained in terms of what is going on inside the perceivers. It seems, then, that at least in this and other similar cases belief contents are differentiated, or individuated, by reference to conditions external to the believer. Beliefs whose content is individuated in this way are said to have wide or broad content. In contrast, beliefs whose content is individuated solely on the basis of what goes on inside the persons holding them are said to have narrow content. Alternatively, we may say that the content of an intentional state is narrow just in case it supervenes on the internal intrinsic properties of the subject who is in that state, and that it is wide otherwise. This means that two individuals who are exactly alike in all intrinsic internal respects must have the same narrow content beliefs but may well diverge in their wide content beliefs. Thus, our two frogs are exactly alike in internal intrinsic respects but unlike in what their perceptual states represent. So the contents of these states do not supervene internally and are therefore wide. Several well-known thought experiments have been instrumental in persuading most philosophers that many, if not all, of our ordinary beliefs, and other intentional states, have wide content, that the beliefs and desires we hold are not simply a matter of what is going on inside our minds or heads. This is the doctrine of content externalism. Among these thought experiments, the following two, the first due to Hilary Putnam and the second to Tyler Burge 11, have been particularly influential. Putnam's thought experiment, Earth and Twin Earth. Imagine a planet, twin Earth, somewhere in the remote region of space, which is just like the Earth we inhabit, except in one respect. On twin Earth, a certain chemical substance with the molecular structure XYZ, which has all the observable characteristics of water, it is transparent, dissolves salt and sugar, quenches thirst, puts out fire, freezes at 0 degrees Celsius, and so on, replaces water everywhere. So lakes and oceans on twin Earth are filled with XYZ, not H2O, that is, water, and twin Earth people drink XYZ when they are thirsty, bathe and swim in XYZ, do their laundry in XYZ, and so on. Some twin Earth people, including most of those who call themselves Americans, speak English, which is indistinguishable from our English, and their use of the expression water is indistinguishable from its use on Earth. But there is a difference. The twin Earth water and our water refer to different things. When a twin Earth inhabitant says, water is transparent, what she means is that XYZ is transparent. The same words when uttered by you, however, mean that water is transparent. The word water from a twin Earth mouth means XYZ, not water, and the same word on your mouth means water, not XYZ. If you are the first visitor to twin Earth and find out the truth about their water, you may report back to your friends on Earth as follows: at first I thought that the stuff that fills the oceans and lakes around here, and the stuff people drink and bathe in, was water, and it really looks and tastes just like water. But I just found out that it isn't water at all, although people around here call it water. It's really XYZ, not water. You will not translate the twin Earth word water into the English word water, you will translate it into XYZ, or invent a new vernacular word, say twater. We have to conclude then that the twin Earth word water and our word water have different meanings, although what goes on inside the minds, or heads, of twin Earth people may be exactly the same as what goes in ours, and their speech behavior involving their word water is indistinguishable from ours with our word water. This semantic difference between our water and twin Earth water is reflected in the way we describe and individuate mental states of people on Earth and people on twin Earth. When a twin Earth person says to the waiter, "Please bring me a glass of water," she is expressing her desire for twater, and we will report, in oratio obliqua, that she wants some twater, not that she wants some water. When you say the same thing, you are expressing a desire for water, and we will say that you want water. You believe that water is wet, and your twin Earth doppelganger believes that twater is wet. And so on. To summarize, people on Earth have water thoughts and water desires, whereas twin Earth people have twater thoughts and twater desires. This difference is due to differences in the environmental factors external to the subjects, not to any differences in what goes on inside their heads. Suppose we send an astronaut, Jones, to twin Earth. She does not realize at first that the liquid she sees in the lakes and coming out of the tap is not water. She is offered a glass of this transparent liquid by her twin Earth host and thinks to herself, "That's a nice, cool glass of water, just what I needed." Consider Jones's belief that the glass contains cold water. This belief is false, since the glass contains not water but XYZ, that is, twater. Although she is now on twin Earth, in an environment full of twater and devoid of water, she is still subject to the standards current on Earth. Her words mean, and her thoughts are individuated, in accordance with the criteria that prevail on Earth. What this shows is that a person's past associations with her environment play a role in determining her present meanings and thought contents. If Jones stays on twin Earth long enough, say, a dozen years, we will likely interpret her word water to mean twater, not water, and attribute to her twater thoughts rather than water thoughts, that is, eventually she will come under the linguistic conventions of twin Earth. If these considerations are by and large correct, they show that two supervenience theses fail. First, the meanings of our expressions do not in general supervene on our internal, or intrinsic, physical psychological states. I and my molecule for molecule identical twin Earth doppelganger are indistinguishable as far as our internal lives, both physical and mental, are concerned, and yet our words have different meanings. My water means water and his water means XYZ, that is, twater. Second, and this is what is of immediate interest to us, the contents of beliefs and other intentional states also fail to supervene on internal physical psychological states. You have water thoughts and your doppelganger has water thoughts, in spite of the fact that you two are in the same internal states, physical and psychological. Beliefs, or thoughts, are individuated by content, that is, that we regard beliefs with the same content as the same belief, and beliefs with different content count as different. So your water thoughts and your twins' water thoughts are different thoughts. What beliefs you hold depends on your relationship, both past and present, to the things and events in your surroundings, as well as on what goes on inside you. The same goes for other content-carrying intentional states. If this is right, intentional states have wide content. Burgess' thought experiment, arthritis and the arthritis. Consider a person, call him Peter, in two situations. 1. The actual situation, Peter thinks arthritis means inflammation of the bones. It actually means inflammation of the bone joints. Feeling pain and swelling in his thigh, Peter complains to his doctor, "I have arthritis in my thigh." His doctor tells him that people can have arthritis only in their joints. 2 points should be noted. First, Peter believed, before he talked to his doctor, that he had arthritis in his thigh, and second, this belief was false. 2. A counterfactual situation, nothing has changed with Peter. Experiencing swelling and pain in his thigh, he complains to his doctor, "I have arthritis in my thigh." What is different about the counterfactual situation concerns the use of the word arthritis in Peter's speech community. In the situation we are imagining, the word is used to refer to inflammation of bones, not just bone joints. That is, in the counterfactual situation Peter has a correct understanding of the word arthritis, unlike in the actual situation. In the counterfactual situation, then, Peter is expressing a true belief when he says, "I have arthritis in my thigh." But how should we report Peter's belief concerning the condition of his thigh in the counterfactual situation, that is, report in our language, in the actual world? We cannot say that Peter believes that he has arthritis in his thigh, because in our language arthritis means inflammation of joints and he clearly does not have that, making his counterfactual belief false. We might coin a new expression, to be part of our language, arthritis, to mean inflammation of bones as well as of joints, and say that Peter, in the counterfactual situation, believes that he has arthritis in his thigh. Again, note 2 points. First, in the counterfactual situation, Peter believes not that he has arthritis in his thigh but that he has arthritis in his thigh, and second, this belief is true. What this thought experiment shows is that the content of belief depends, in part but crucially, on the speech practices of the linguistic community in which we situate the subject. Peter in the actual situation and Peter in the counterfactual situation are exactly alike when taken as an individual person, that is, when we consider his internal intrinsic properties alone, including his speech habits. He speaks the same idiolect in both situations, and inner mental life. Yet he has different beliefs in the two situations. Peter in the actual world has the belief that he has arthritis in his thigh, which is false, but in the counterfactual situation he has the belief that he has arthritis in his thigh, which is true. The only difference in the two situations is that of the linguistic practices of Peter's community, concerning the use of the word arthritis, not anything intrinsic to Peter himself. If this is right, beliefs and other intentional states do not supervene on the internal physical psychological states of persons. If supervenience is wanted, we must include in the supervenience base the linguistic practices of the community to which people belong. Burge argues, persuasively for most philosophers, that the example can be generalized to show that almost all contents are wide, that is, externally individuated. Take the word brisket, another of his examples. Some of us mistakenly think that brisket comes only from beef, and it is easy to see how a case analogous to the arthritis example can be set up. The reader is invited to try. As Burge points out, the same situation seems to arise for any word whose meaning is incompletely, or defectively, understood. In fact, any word whose meaning could be incompletely understood, which includes pretty much every word. When we profess our beliefs using such words, our beliefs are identified and individuated by the socially determined meanings of these words. Recall Peter and his arthritis in the actual situation, and a Burge-style counterfactual situation can be set up for each such word. Moreover, we seem to identify our own beliefs in terms of the words we would use to express them, even if we are aware that our understanding of these words is incomplete or defective. How many of us know the correct meaning of, say, mortgage, justice of the peace, or galaxy? This shows, it has been argued, that almost all of our ordinary belief attributions involve wide content. If this is right, the question naturally arises, are there beliefs whose content is not determined by external factors? That is, are there beliefs with narrow content? There appear to be beliefs, and other intentional states, that do not imply the existence of anything, or do not refer to anything, outside the subject who has them. For example, Peter's belief that he is in pain or that he exists, or that there are no unicorns, does not require anything other than Peter to exist, and it would seem that the content of these beliefs is independent of conditions external to Peter. If so, the narrowness of these beliefs is not threatened by considerations of the sort that emerged from the twin Earth thought experiment. But what of Burge's arthritis thought experiment? Consider Peter's belief that he is in pain. Could we run on the word pain Burge's argument on arthritis? Surely it is possible for someone to misunderstand the word pain or any other sensation term. Suppose Peter thinks that pain applies to both pains and severe itches, and that on experiencing a bad itch on his shoulder, he complains to his wife about an annoying pain in the shoulder. If the Burge-style considerations apply here, we have to say that Peter is expressing his belief that he is having a pain in his shoulder and that this is a false belief. The question is whether that is indeed what we would, or should, say. It would seem not unreasonable that, knowing what we know about Peter's misunderstanding of the word pain and the sensation he is actually experiencing, the correct thing to say is that he believes, and in fact knows, that he is experiencing an itch on his shoulder. It is only that in saying, "I am having a pain in my shoulder," he is misdescribing his sensation and hence misreporting his belief. Now, consider the following counterfactual situation. In the linguistic community to which Peter belongs, pain is used to refer to pains and severe itches. How would we report, in our own words, the content of Peter's belief in the counterfactual situation when he utters, "I have a pain in my shoulder"? Remember that both in the actual and counterfactual situations, Peter is having a bad itch, and no pain. There are these possibilities: we say he believes that he has a pain in his shoulder; 2. We say he believes that he has a bad itch in his shoulder; and 3. We do not have a word in English that can be used for expressing the content of his belief, but we could introduce a neologism, pain itch, and say Peter believes that he is having a pain itch in his shoulder. Obviously, has to be ruled out. If 3 is what we should say, the arthritis argument applies to the present case as well, since this would show that a change in the social environment of the subject can change the belief content attributed to him. But it is not obvious that this, rather than 2, is the correct option. It seems to be an open question, then, whether the arthritis argument applies to cases involving beliefs about one's own sensations, and there seems to be a reason for the inclination to say of Peter in the actual world that he believes he is having severe itches rather than that he believes he is having pains. The reason is that if we were to opt for the latter, it would make his belief false, and this is a belief about his own current sensations. But we assume that under normal circumstances people do not make mistakes in identifying their current sensory experiences. This assumption need not be taken as a contentious philosophical doctrine. Arguably, recognition of first-person authority on such matters also reflects our common social linguistic practices, and this may very well override the kinds of considerations advanced by Burge in the case of arthritis and the rest. These considerations should give us second thoughts concerning Burge's thought experiment involving arthritis and arthritis. As you will recall, this involved a person, Peter, who misunderstands the meaning of arthritis and, on experiencing pain in his thigh, says to his doctor, "I have arthritis in my thigh." With Burge, we said that Peter believes that he has arthritis in his thigh, and that this belief is false. Is this what we should really say? Isn't there an option, perhaps a more reasonable one, of saying that Peter, in spite of the words he used, doesn't believe that he has arthritis in his thigh? Rather, the content of the belief he expresses when he says to the doctor, "I have arthritis in my thigh," is to the effect that he has pain in his thigh, or that he has an inflammation of his thigh bone. He does have a false, or defective, belief about the meaning of the word arthritis, and this leads him to misreport the content of his belief. Of course, it is no surprise that the meanings of words depend on the linguistic practice of the speech community. The reader is invited to ponder this way of responding to Burge's thought experiment. Another point to consider is beliefs of animals without speech. Do cats and dogs have beliefs and other intentional states whose contents can be reported in the form, Fido believes that P, where P stands in for a declarative sentence? We do say things like, Fido believes that Charlie is calling him to come upstairs, he believes that the mail carrier is at the door, and so on. But it is clear that the arthritis-style arguments cannot be applied to such beliefs, since Fido does not belong to any speech community and the only language that is involved is our own, namely, the language of the person who makes such belief attributions. In what sense, then, could animal beliefs be externally individuated? It seems that Putnam's twin earth-style considerations can be applied to animal beliefs. Also recall our fly schmy example, but Burge-style argument cannot. However, the case of animal beliefs can cut both ways as far as Burge's argument is concerned, for we might argue, as some philosophers have 12, that non-linguistic animals are not capable of having intentional states, in particular, beliefs, and, therefore, the inapplicability of Burge's considerations is only to be expected. Some will find this line of thinking highly implausible, namely that only animals that use language for social communication are capable of having beliefs and other intentional states. The metaphysics of wide content states. Considerations involved in the two thought experiments show that many, if not all, of our ordinary beliefs and other intentional states have wide content. Their contents are external, they are determined, in part but importantly, by factors outside the subject, factors in her physical and social environment and in her history of interaction with it. Before these externalist considerations were brought to our attention, philosophers used to think that beliefs, desires, and the like were in the mind, or at least in the head. Putnam, the inventor of the twin earth parable, declared, "Cut the pie any way you like, meanings just ain't in the head." 13. Should we believe that beliefs and desires are not in the head, or in the mind, either? If so, where are they? Outside the head? If so, just where? Does that even make sense? Let us consider some possibilities. 1. We might say that the belief that water and oil do not mix is constituted in part by water and oil, that the belief itself, in some sense, involves the actual stuff, water and oil, in addition to the person, or her head, having the belief. A similar response in the case of arthritis would be that Peter's belief that he has arthritis is in part constituted by his linguistic community. The general idea is that all the factors that play a role in determining the content of a belief ontologically constitute that belief. The belief is a state that comprises these items within itself. Thus, we have a simple explanation for just how your belief that water is wet differs from your twin earth doppelganger's belief that twatter is wet. Yours includes water as a constituent, and hers includes twatter as a constituent. On this approach, then, beliefs extrude from the subject's head into the world, and there are no bounds to how far they can reach. The whole universe would, on this approach, be a constituent of your beliefs about the universe. Moreover, all beliefs about the universe would appear to have exactly the same constituent, namely, the universe. This sounds absurd, and it is absurd. We can also see that this general approach would make the causal role of beliefs difficult to understand, beliefs as either causes or effects. 2. We might consider the belief that water and oil do not mix as a relation holding between the subject, on the one hand, and water and oil, on the other. Or alternatively, we take the belief as a relational property of the subject involving water and oil. That Socrates is married to Xanthippe is a relational fact. Socrates also has the relational property of being married to Xanthippe, and conversely, Xanthippe has the relational property of being married to Socrates. This approach makes causation of beliefs more tractable. We can ask, and will sometimes be able to answer, how a subject came to bear this belief relation to water and oil, just as we can ask how Xanthippe came to have the relational property of being married to Socrates. But what of other determinants of content? As we saw, belief content is determined in part by the history of one's interaction with one's environment. And what of the social linguistic determinants, as in Burge's examples? It seems at least awkward to consider beliefs as relations with respect to these factors. 3. The third possibility is to consider beliefs to be wholly internal to the subjects who have them, but consider their contents, when they are wide, as giving relational specifications, or descriptions, of the contents. On this view, beliefs may be neural states or other types of physical states of organisms to which they are attributed, and as such they are in the believer's head, or mind. Contents, then, are construed as ways of specifying, or describing, the representational properties of these states. Wide contents are thus specifications in terms that involve factors and conditions external to the subject, both physical and social, both current and historical. We can refer to, or pick out, Socrates by relational descriptions, that is, in terms of his relational properties. For example, the husband of Xanthippe, the Greek philosopher who drank hemlock in a prison in Athens, Plato's mentor, and so on. But this does not mean that Xanthippe, hemlock, or Plato is a constituent part of Socrates, nor does it mean that Socrates is some kind of a relational entity. Similarly, when we specify Jones's belief as the belief that water and oil do not mix, we are specifying this belief relationally, by reference to water and oil, but this does not mean that water and oil are constituents of the belief or that the belief itself is a relation to water and oil. Let us look at this last approach in a bit more detail. Consider physical magnitudes such as mass and length, which are standardly considered to be paradigm examples of intrinsic properties of material objects. How do we specify, represent, or measure the mass or length of an object? The answer, relationally. To say that this metal rod has a mass of 3 kilograms is to say that it bears a certain relationship to the international prototype kilogram. It would balance, on an equal arm balance, 3 objects that each balance the standard kilogram. Likewise, to say that the rod has a length of 2 meters is to say that it is twice the length of the standard meter, or twice the distance traveled by light in a vacuum in a certain specified fraction of a second. These properties, mass and length, are intrinsic, but their specifications or representations are extrinsic and relational, involving relationships to other things and properties in the world. Moreover, the availability of such extrinsic representations may be essential to the utility of these properties in the formulation of scientific laws and explanations. They make it possible to relate a given intrinsic property to other significant properties in theoretically interesting and fruitful ways. Similar considerations might explain the usefulness of wide contents, or relational descriptions of beliefs, in vernacular explanations of human behavior. In physical measurements, we use numbers to specify properties of objects, and these numbers involve relationships to other objects. See the above discussion of what 3 kilograms refers to. In attributing to persons beliefs, we use propositions, or content sentences, to specify their contents, and these propositions often involve references to objects and events outside the believers. When we say that Jones believes that water is wet, we are using the content sentence water is wet to specify this belief, and the appropriateness of this sentence as a specification of the belief depends on Jones's relationship, past and present, to her environment. What Burge's examples show is that the choice of a content sentence may depend also on the social linguistic facts about the person holding the belief. In a sense, we are measuring people's mental states using sentences, just as we measure physical magnitudes using numbers. 14 Just as the assignment of numbers in measurement involves relationships to things other than the things whose magnitudes are being measured, the use of content sentences in the specification of belief contents makes use of, and depends on, factors outside the subject. In both cases, the informativeness and utility of the specifications, the assigned numbers or sentences, depend crucially on the involvement of external factors and conditions. 15. This approach seems to have much to recommend itself over the other two. It locates beliefs and other intentional states squarely within the subjects. Ontologically, they are states of the persons holding them, not something that somehow extrudes from them into the outside, like some green goo we see in science fiction films. This is a more elegant metaphysical picture than its alternatives. What is wide about these states is their specifications or descriptions, not the states themselves. And there are good reasons for using wide content specifications. For one, we want them to indicate the representational contents of beliefs, and other intentional states, what states of affairs they represent, and it is no surprise that this involves reference to external conditions. After all, the whole point of beliefs is to represent states of affairs in the world, outside the believer. For another, the sorts of social linguistic constraints involved in Burge's examples may be crucial to the uniformity, stability, and intersubjectivity of content attributions. The upshot is that it is important not to conflate the ontological status of intentional states with the modes of their specification. Is narrow content possible? You believe that water extinguishes fires, and your twin on twin Earth believes that water extinguishes fires. The two beliefs have different contents. What you believe is not the same as what your twin believes. But leaving the matter here is unsatisfying. It misses something important, something psychologically important that you and your twin share in holding these beliefs. Narrow content is supposed to capture the something you and your twin share. First, we seem to have a strong sense that both you and your twin conceptualize the same state of affairs in holding the beliefs about water and water, respectively. The way things seem to you when you think that fresh water fills the Great Lakes must be the same, we feel, as the way things seem to your twin when she thinks that fresh water fills the twin Earth Great Lakes. From an internal psychological perspective, your thought and her thought seem to have the same significance. In thinking of water, you perhaps have the idea of a substance that is transparent, flows a certain way, tastes a certain way, and so on. In thinking of water, your twin has the same associations. Or take the frog case. Isn't it plausible to suppose that the frog in our world that detects a fly and the otherworldly frog that detects a schmy are in the same perceptual state, a state whose immediate content consists in a black dot flitting across the visual field? There is a strong intuitive pull toward the view that there is something important that is common to your psychological life and your twins, and to our frog's perceptual state and the otherworldly frogs, that could reasonably be called content. Second, consider your behavior and your twin's behavior. They show a lot in common. For example, when you find your couch on fire, you pour water on it. When your twin finds her couch on fire, she pours water on it. If you were visiting twin Earth and found a couch on fire there, you would pour water on it too, and conversely, if your twin is visiting Earth. In ordinary situations, your behavior involving water is the same as her behavior involving water. Moreover, your behavior would remain the same if water were substituted for water everywhere, and this goes for your twin as well, mutatis mutandis. It seems then that the water-water difference is psychologically irrelevant for behavior causation and explanation. The difference between water thoughts and water thoughts cancels itself out, so to speak. What is important for psychological explanation seems to be what you and your twin share, namely, thoughts with narrow content. So the question arises, does psychological theory need wide content? Can it get by with narrow content alone? We have seen some examples of beliefs that plausibly do not depend on the existence of anything outside the subject holding them, your beliefs that you exist, that you are in pain, that unicorns do not exist, and the like. Although we have left open the question of whether the arthritis argument applies to them, they are at least internal or intrinsic to the subject in the sense that for these beliefs to exist, nothing outside the subject needs to exist. It appears, then, that these beliefs do not involve anything external to the believer and therefore that these beliefs supervene solely on the factors internal to him, again barring the possibility that the Burge-style considerations generalize to all expressions without exception. However, a closer look reveals that some of these beliefs are not supervenient only on internal states of the believer. For we need to consider the involvement of the subject herself in the belief. Consider Mary's belief that she is in pain. The content of this belief is that she, that is, Mary, is in pain. This is the state of affairs represented by the belief, and this belief is true just in case that state of affairs obtains, that is, just in case Mary is in pain. Now we put Mary's twin on twin Earth in the same internal physical state that Mary is in when she has this belief. If mind-body supervenience, as intuitively understood, holds, it would seem that Mary's twin too will have the belief that she is in pain. However, her belief has the content that she, twin Earth Mary, is in pain, not that Mary is in pain. The belief is true if and only if Mary's twin is in pain. Beliefs with the same content are true together, or false together. It follows, then, that belief contents in cases of this kind do not supervene on the internal intrinsic physical properties of persons. This means that the following two ideas that are normally taken to lie at the core of the notion of narrow content fail to coincide. 1. Narrow content is internal and intrinsic to the believer and does not involve anything outside her current state, and 2. Narrow content, unlike wide content, supervenes on the current internal physical state of the believer. 16. One possible way to look at the situation is this: what examples of this kind show is not that these beliefs do not supervene on the internal physical states of the believer, but rather that we should revise the notion of same belief, that is, we need to revise the criteria of belief individuation. In our discussion thus far, individual beliefs, or belief tokens, have been considered to be the same belief, or the same belief type, just in case they have the same content. On this view, two beliefs have the same content only if their truth condition is the same, that is, necessarily they are true together or false together. As we saw, Mary's belief that she, Mary, is in pain and her twin's belief that she, the twin Mary, is in pain do not have the same truth condition and hence must count as belonging to different belief types. That is why supervenience fails for these beliefs. However, there is an obvious and natural sense in which Mary and her twin have the same belief, even beliefs with the same content, when each believes that she is in pain. More work, however, needs to be done to capture this notion of content or sameness of belief. 17. And that is part of the project of explicating the notion of narrow content. As noted, it is widely accepted that most of our ordinary belief attributions, as well as attributions of other intentional states, involve wide content. Some hold not only that all contents are wide but that the very notion of narrow content makes no sense. One point often made against narrow content is its alleged ineffability. How do we capture the shared content of Jones's belief that water is wet and her twin's belief that water is wet? And if there is something shared, why is it a kind of content? One way the friends of narrow content have tried to deal with such questions is to treat narrow content as an abstract technical notion, roughly in the following sense. The thing that Mary and her twin share plays the following role: if anyone has it and has acquired her language on Earth, or in an environment containing water, her word water refers to water and she has water thoughts. If anyone has it and has acquired her language on twin Earth, or in an environment containing twatter, her word water refers to twatter and she has twatter thoughts. For anyone who has it and has acquired her language in an environment in which a substance with molecular structure PQR replaces water everywhere, her word water refers to PQR, and so on. The same idea applies to the frog case. What the two frogs, one in this world and the other in a world with shmees but no flies, have in common is this: If a frog has it and inhabits an environment with flies, it has the capacity to have flies as part of its perceptual content, and similarly for frogs in a SCHMY inclusive environment. Technically, narrow content is a function from environmental contexts, including contexts of language acquisition, to wide contents, or truth conditions. 18. One question that has to be answered is why narrow content in that sense is a kind of content. For isn't it true, by definition, that content is semantically evaluable, that is, that it is something that can be true or false, accurate to various degrees, and so on? Narrow content, conceived as a function from environment to wide content, does not seem to meet this conception of content. It does not seem like the sort of thing that can be said to be true or false. Here various strategies for meeting this point seem possible, however, whether any of them will work is an open question. 2 problems for content externalism. We briefly survey here 2 outstanding issues confronting the thesis that most, perhaps all, of our intentional mental states have wide content. The first was briefly alluded to earlier. The causal explanatory efficacy of wide content. Even if we acknowledge that common sense psychology individuates intentional states widely and formulates causal explanations of behavior in terms of wide content states, we might well ask whether this is an ineliminable feature of such explanations. Several considerations can be advanced to cast doubt on the causal explanatory efficacy of wide content states. First, we have already noted the similarity between the behaviors of people on Earth and those of their twin Earth counterparts in relation to water and twatter, respectively. We saw that in formulating causal explanations of behaviors, the difference between water thoughts and twatter thoughts somehow cancels itself out by failing to manifest itself in a difference in the generation of behavior. Second, to put the point another way, if you are a psychologist who has already developed a working psychological theory of people on Earth, formulated in terms of content-bearing intentional states, you obviously would not start all over again from scratch when you want to develop a psychological theory for twin Earth people. In fact, you are likely to say that people on Earth and those on twin Earth have the same psychology, that is, the same psychological theory holds for both groups. In view of this, isn't it more appropriate to take the difference between water thoughts and twatter thoughts, or water desires and twatter desires, merely as a difference in the values of a contextual parameter to be fixed to suit the situations to which the theory is applied rather than as an integral element of the theory itself? If this is correct, doesn't wide content drop out as part of the theoretical apparatus of psychological theory? Moreover, there is a metaphysical point to consider. The proximate cause of my physical behavior, say, my bodily motions, we feel, must be local. It must be a series of neural events originating in my central nervous system that causes the contraction of appropriate muscles, which in turn moves my limbs. This means that what these neural events represent in the outside world is irrelevant to behavior causation. If the same neural events occur in a different environment so that they have different representational, wide, content, they would still cause the same physical behavior. That is, we have reason to think that proximate causes of behavior are locally supervenient on the internal physical states of an organism, but that wide content states are not so supervenient. Hence, the wideness of wide content states is not relevant to causal explanations of physical behavior. You may recall discussion of the irrelevance of representational contents of computational states to the course of computational process, in Chapter 5. One way in which the friends of wide content have tried to counter these considerations goes as follows. What we typically attempt to explain in common sense psychology is not physical behavior but action, not why your right hand moved thus and so, but why you turned on the stove, why you boiled the water, why you made the tea. To explain why your hand moved in a certain way, it may suffice to advert to causes in the head, but to explain why you turned on the stove or why you boiled the water, we must invoke wide content states, because you wanted to heat the kettle of water, because you wanted to make a cup of tea for your friend, and so on. Behaviors explained in typical common sense explanations are given under wide descriptions, and we need wide content states to explain them. So the point of the reply is that we need wide content to explain wide behavior. Whether this response is sufficient is something to think about. In particular, we might raise questions as to whether the wideness of thoughts and the wideness of behavior are playing any real role in the causal explanatory relation involved, or whether they merely ride piggyback, so to speak, on an underlying causal explanatory relationship between the neural states, or narrow content states, and physical behavior. The issues discussed in an earlier section, the metaphysics of wide content states, are directly relevant to these causal explanatory questions about wide content. The reader is encouraged to think about whether the third option described in that section could help the content externalist to formulate a better response. Wide content and self-knowledge. How do we know that Mary believes that water is wet and that Mary's twin on twin Earth believes that water is wet? Because we know that Mary's environment contains water and that Mary's twin's environment contains water. Now consider the matter from Mary's point of view. How does she know that she believes that water is wet? How does she know the content of her own thoughts? We believe that a subject has special, direct access to her own mental states, see chapters 1 and 9. Perhaps the access is not infallible and does not extend to all mental states, but it is uncontroversial that there is special first-person authority in regard to one's own occurrent thoughts. When you reflect on what you are thinking, you apparently know directly, without further evidence or reasoning, what you think. The content of your thought is immediately and directly accessible to you, and the question of having evidence or doing research does not arise. If you think that the shuttle bus is late and you might miss your flight, you know, in the very act of thinking, that that is what you are thinking. First-person knowledge of the contents of one's own current thoughts is direct and immediate and carries a special sort of authority. Return now to Mary and her knowledge of the content of her belief that water is wet. It seems plausible to think that in order for her to know that her thought is about water, not about water, she is in the same epistemic situation that we are in with respect to the content of her thought. We know that her thought is about water, not water, because we know, from observation, that her environment is water-inclusive, not water-inclusive. But why doesn't she too have to know that if she is to know that her thought is about water, not water, and how can she know something like that without observation or evidence? It looks like she may very well lose her specially privileged epistemic access to the content of her own thought, because her knowledge of her thought content is now put on the same footing as third-person knowledge of it. To make this more vivid, suppose that twin Earth exists in a nearby planetary system and we can travel between Earth and twin Earth. It is plausible to suppose that if one spends a sufficient amount of time on Earth, or twin Earth, one's word water becomes locally acclimatized and begins to refer to the local stuff, water, or twatter, as the case may be. Now, Mary, an inveterate space traveler, forgets on which planet she has been living for the past several years, whether it is Earth or twin Earth. Surely that is something she cannot know directly without evidence or observation. Now ask, can she know, directly and without further investigation, whether her thoughts, say, the thought she expresses when she mutters to herself, the tap water in this fancy hotel doesn't taste so good, are about water or twatter? It prima facie makes sense to think that just as she cannot know, without additional evidence, whether her present use of the word water refers to water or twatter, she cannot know, without investigating her environment, whether her thought, on seeing the steaming kettle, has the content that the water is boiling or that the twatter is boiling. If something like this is right, then content externalism would seem to have the consequence that most of our knowledge of our own intentional states is not direct and, like most other kinds of knowledge, must be based on evidence. That is to say, content externalism appears to be prima facie incompatible with privileged first-person access to one's own mind. Content externalists are, of course, not without answers, but an examination of these is beyond the scope of this chapter. These issues concerning wide and narrow content, especially the second concerning content externalism and self-knowledge, have been vigorously debated and are likely to be with us for some time. Their importance can hardly be exaggerated. Content-carrying states, that is, intentional states like belief, desire, and the rest constitute the central core of our common sense, folk, psychological practices, providing us with a framework for formulating explanations and predictions of what we and our fellow humans do. Without this essential tool for understanding and anticipating human action and behavior, a communal life would be unthinkable. Moreover, the issues go beyond common sense psychology. There is, for example, this important question about scientific psychology and cognitive science: should the sciences of human behavior and cognition make use of content-carrying intentional states like belief and desire, or their more refined and precise scientific analogues, in formulating its laws and explanations? Or should they, or could they, transcend the intentional idiom by couching their theories and explanations in purely non-intentional, perhaps, ultimately neurobiological, terms? These questions concern the centrality of content-bearing, representational states to the explanation of human action and behavior, both in everyday psychological practices and in theory construction in scientific psychology. Chapter 9. What is consciousness? Nothing could be more familiar to us than the phenomenon of consciousness. We are conscious at every moment of our waking lives. It is a ubiquitous and unsurprising feature of everyday existence, except when we are in deep sleep, in a coma, or otherwise, well, unconscious. In one of its senses, conscious is just another word for awake or aware, and we know what it is to be awake and aware: to awaken from sleep, general anesthesia, or a temporary loss of consciousness caused by a trauma to the head, and regain an awareness of what is going on in and around us. Consciousness is a central feature of mentality, or at any rate the kind of mentality that we possess and value. A brain-dead person has suffered an irreversible loss of consciousness, and that seems the primary reason why brain death matters to us, personally and ethically. Most of us would be inclined to believe that for all human intents and purposes, a person who has permanently lost the capacity for consciousness is no longer with us. This suggests that consciousness might be a precondition of mentality and personhood, that any creature with mentality must be a conscious being. By any measure, consciousness is, and should be, a central phenomenon of interest to philosophy of mind, cognitive science, and psychology. Beyond its theoretical interest, moreover, it is arguably something of utmost importance to us in our personal lives, with direct and deep ethical implications. Given this centrality of consciousness in our scheme of things, it is instructive to see how astonishingly varied and diverse the opinions are that influential thinkers have held about the nature and status of consciousness. We will begin with a sample of these views. Some views on consciousness. It would be appropriate to begin with Descartes, who is often thought to have created the field of philosophy of mind. My essence consists solely in the fact that I am a thinking thing. Point 1. For Descartes, being a thinking thing amounts to being a conscious being, as is made clear in his statement: there can be nothing in the mind, insofar as it is a thinking thing, of which it is not aware. We cannot have any thought of which we are not aware at the very moment when it is in us. 2. For Descartes, then, my life is exactly coeval with my consciousness, which constitutes my essence. When I lose my capacity for consciousness, that is when I cease to exist. It is not surprising to be told that the loss of capacity for consciousness signifies the end of us as persons. But Descartes may be saying something stronger: such a loss means our end as existing things. It isn't just that by losing consciousness we turn into something other than persons, we would simply cease to be. There is only nothingness beyond. A similar sentiment is echoed by Ivan Pavlov, famed for his conditioning of dogs, Pavlovian dogs, to salivate in response to a ringing bell, who avowed in his Nobel Prize acceptance speech in 1910. In point of fact, only one thing in life is of interest to us: our psychic life. Point 3. This from a scientist whose work on conditioning was a major influence on the development of the behaviorist movement in psychology. Views that are diametrically opposed have been expressed by some contemporary philosophers of mind. Daniel C. Dennett, well known for his work on consciousness, achieved fame and, arguably, some notoriety, by boldly declaring, I want to make it just as uncomfortable for anyone to talk of qualia or raw feels or phenomenal properties or qualitative and intrinsic properties or the qualitative character of experience with the presumption that they, and everyone else, knows what they are talking about. Far better, tactically, to declare that there simply are no qualia at all. Point 4. Dennett does not deny the existence of all conscious states, but only those with intrinsic qualitative properties, or qualia, like the painfulness of pains and the green of a visual percept. Such a view is known as qualia nihilism or eliminativism. Wilfrid Sellars, an eminent American philosopher a couple generations ahead of Dennett, responded. But Dan, qualia are what make life worth living. 5. This sounds like something Pavlov would have said. Experiences like seeing a glorious sunset over the glittering waves of the sea, smelling a blooming lavender field in a valley, and hearing a shifting, layered soundscape projected by a string quartet, these are among the things that make life worth living. On the other hand, we should not forget that qualia like pains from cluster headache, constant fears and anxieties, and unremitting depression and despair, may well be what makes life not worth living. The point, however, has been made: conscious states are the source of all values for us, what is good and desirable and what is evil and to be avoided and deplored. Dennett is not alone. Another philosopher of mind, George Israel, sounds intent on rejecting all forms of consciousness, not just qualitative consciousness. The most plausible theoretical accounts of human mentation presently available appear not to need, nor to support, many of the central claims about consciousness that we ordinarily maintain. One could take this as showing that we are simply mistaken about a phenomenon that is nevertheless real, or, depending upon how central these mistakes are, that consciousness may be no more real than the simple soul exorcised by Hume. Point 6. The idea seems to be that consciousness has no role to play in a scientific account of human mentality and that in consequence it's wholly dispensable, its existence has no purpose to serve. We will have a chance below to discuss such a point of view. Chapter 10. Another theme that runs through many writings on consciousness is that consciousness is something mysterious and intractable to scientific study, and represents a serious hurdle to the understanding of how our minds work. The memorable remark by Thomas H. Huxley, a noted 19th-century English biologist, is a well-known example. But what consciousness is, we know not, and how it is that anything so remarkable as a state of consciousness comes about as the result of irritating nervous tissue, is just as unaccountable as the appearance of the jinn when Aladdin rubbed his lamp in the story, or as any other ultimate fact of nature. Point 7. Huxley is joined by William James, regarded as a founder of modern scientific psychology, who wrote in his masterwork, The Principles of Psychology, 1890. That brains should give rise to a knowing consciousness at all, this is the one mystery which returns, no matter of what sort the consciousness and of what sort the knowledge may be. Sensations, aware of mere qualities, involve the mystery as much as thoughts, aware of complex systems, involve it. Point 8. The term mystery of consciousness has been frequently and freely bandied about, it is impossible to avoid it, especially in popular writings on mind, cognitive science, and neuroscience. Point 9. But the intractability of consciousness to an intelligible objective account is perhaps best expressed by Thomas Nagel in two short, pithy sentences. Without consciousness the mind-body problem would be much less interesting. With consciousness it seems hopeless. Point 10. In a section to follow, we will discuss whether Nagel is right, especially about why he thinks it is hopeless to account for how consciousness relates to our bodily nature. As you would expect, there are philosophers and scientists who take a positive and optimistic stance about the possibility of a scientific account of consciousness. Here is the Nobel Prize-winning molecular geneticist Francis Crick, who turned later in his career to neural research on consciousness. Our approach to consciousness is essentially a scientific one. We believe that it is hopeless to try to solve the problem of consciousness by general philosophical arguments. What is needed are suggestions for new experiments that might throw light on these problems. Point 11. Some people are attracted to the view that science will in good time unravel the mystery of consciousness just as it has done with the mystery of life, With advances in molecular biology we now understand how reproduction, the creation of life, is possible. It is quite common to see people take the attitude, who knows what our future science will accomplish? Just look at its past accomplishments. We should be patient and wait. This attitude is nicely expressed by Patricia Chitchland. The problems for neuroscience and experimental psychology are hard, but as we inch our way along and as new techniques increase non-invasive access to global brain processes in humans, intuitions change. What seems obvious to us was hot and surprising news only a generation earlier. What seems confounding to our imagination is routinely embraceable by the new cohort of graduate students. Who can tell with certainty whether or not all our questions about consciousness can eventually be answered? 12. Chitchland is convinced that the scientific approach is in principle capable of explaining consciousness in neural terms. As she indicates, it is an empirical question whether this will actually be accomplished. To philosophers, it is the first point, not the second, that is of primary interest. Nagel and his inscrutable bats. In 1974, Thomas Nagel published a paper with the provocative title "What is it like to be a bat?" This landmark paper brought back consciousness from years of neglect and helped to restore it as a central problem in the philosophy and science of the mind. 13 Nagel accomplished this feat by vividly and forcefully arguing for the subjective character of conscious experience and its inaccessibility to an objective point of view, declaring, "With consciousness the mind-body problem seems hopeless." We can safely conjecture that there are no philosophers, or students of philosophy, with any interest in consciousness who have not read Nagel's paper or don't know Nagel and his bats. One of the notable things in the paper is Nagel's definition of consciousness, which has gained quick currency and achieved a canonical status. This is the idea that to say that a creature has conscious experience means that there is something it is like to be that creature. And there is a collateral idea: to say that a state of a creature is conscious is to say that there is something it is like for the creature to be in that state. It seems correct to say, there is something it is like for us to experience pain in a burned finger, or to see a large red circle painted on a white wall, or to smell a rotten egg. So these states, like experiencing a pain, seeing a red circle, and so on, count as conscious states. Nagel begins his argument by claiming that bats are conscious and that we have good reason to believe this. According to him, there is something it is like to be a bat, and there surely must be something it is like for a bat to locate a flying moth by its echolocating sonar. There must be a representation of the moving moth in the bat's perceptual field, or so we are inclined to think. Actually, it seems like a curious, dubious idea that in addition, there is something it is like to be a bat. How would that differ from what it is like to be, say, an anteater? Is there something it is like to be a human? According to Nagel, there must be, since we are conscious human beings. Can you locate, or identify, this human likeness that you experience? It seems that when you try to introspect deeply and carefully, you will not find anything like it. What you will find are the particular perceptions and mental states that are currently occurring. There is something it is like to see a tree, to experience an itch or pain, to feel uncomfortable sitting in a chair with a hard seat, and so on. These states and events are conscious, and you are a conscious creature because you can be in such states. If anyone should insist, I don't mean what it's like for you to experience an itch, what I want to know is what it's like for you to be a human, it would be hard to know what to say, except perhaps compared with what. Similarly, for the bats, we don't have to say there is something it is like to be a bat. Bats are conscious creatures because they are capable of conscious states, states such that there is something it is like for bats to be in them. This small quibble aside, Nagel's term "what it is like" has become a widely used, almost standard way of explaining what it is for a state to be a conscious state or, to be more exact, phenomenally conscious state. It is taken to single out the specific qualitative character of experiences, the redness of a visual percept, the hurtfulness of a pain, the smell of fresh newsprint, the tactile feel of a cool marble surface, and the like. These qualitative, or phenomenal, aspects of experiences are now generally referred to as qualia, qualia for the singular, and qualia are at the heart of current debates on the nature of consciousness. More on this later. At any rate, we can grant Nagel's two starting points: first, that bats are conscious creatures capable of having experiences with qualitative character, and that there probably are many other alien forms of consciousness; second, that we can know that bats are conscious without having any idea about the qualitative character of their consciousness, that is, without knowing what it is like to be a bat, or what it is like for a bat to echolocate a moth or to hang upside down in a dark cave. So the only answer to Nagel's question, what is it like to be a bat, is that we have no idea. As Nagel puts it, bat experiences are beyond our conceptual reach. We have no conception of what they are like. Bat phenomenology, that is, bat's inner world of experience, is cognitively impenetrable to us. Compare this with the cognitive and neural sciences of bats. Bats' cognitive abilities and their underlying neural mechanisms are pretty well understood. They can be scientifically investigated like any other natural phenomena. Details concerning how bats' echolocating sonar system works seem well known. For example, bats emit ultrasonic sounds, at up to 130 decibels, and by comparing the emitted pulse with its echo, the bat brain constructs a detailed map of objects and events in its surroundings. It is known that some bats distinguish the outgoing pulse from its incoming echo by frequency, and others do this in terms of elapsed time. The sensitivity and reliability of echolocation can be tested in the expected ways, that is, observation of bats' activities under controlled conditions. We also have good knowledge of the power and limits of bats' visual system, their eyes and associated systems. We can find out what bats know about their environment and how they come to have such knowledge. We can also have a good idea of what they need and desire and what they do to achieve their aims. But that is not all there is about bats' lives. We are inclined to think that something more is going on with echolocating bats, over and beyond these neural behavioral processes. We are tempted to think that when a bat echolocates a moth flitting across its perceptual field, the bat must have an experience with a certain character, and that there must be some inner representation of the moving moth in the bat's mind. And that is exactly what we are missing, something apparently beyond the reach of the neural behavioral science of bats. So the following seems what we can say about Nagel's bats at this point. We can know all about bats' behavior and physiology but nothing about the qualitative character of their experiences. Point 14. An ideally complete neurophysiology, cognitive science, and behavioral psychology of the bats will tell us nothing about the phenomenology of bats' experience. One worry that this view is likely to provoke is whether it leads to general solipsism, the consequence that not only can you not know what it's like to be a bat and experience bat pains, you cannot know what it's like to be another person or what it's like for another person to experience pain and joy. Aren't we cut off from the inner lives of other humans as much as from bats' inner worlds? Nagel denies this implication. He claims that we can, and do, know what it is like to be another human person, and what it is like for her to have experiences of various kinds. What then is the difference between other persons and bats? You can no more experience another person's pain, from the inside, than a bat's pain. Nagel's response is that there is the following crucial difference: while you can take the point of view of another human person, you are not able to take a bat's point of view. Talk of points of view occurs prominently throughout Nagel's discussion of consciousness, and it seems intimately tied to his notions of consciousness and subjectivity. But what is it for me to take a point of view, mine, or yours, or a bat's? Is it really anything more than a metaphor? If I can take your point of view but not a bat's, what is it that I try to do and succeed in your case but fail in the case of the bat? We do not get much guidance from Nagel on this question. References to points of view or perspectives, as in first-person point of view and third-person perspective, are frequently encountered in philosophical discussion of consciousness and subjectivity. 15. But these expressions are never explained with acceptable clarity. The only firm idea in this area seems to be that every experience has a subject, a single unique subject whose experience it is, and this is taken to mean that the experience is experienced from that single subject's point of view. Further, it is a first-person point of view in that it is the experiencer's point of view. Your point of view, in regard to an experience of mine, is a third-person point of view, and this means only that it is not a first-person point of view, that is, you are not an experiencer of my pain. On this explanation, there would appear to be no difference, for me, between your experiences and a bat's experiences. I am a third person with respect to both. So, again, what is the difference? Why don't Nagel's views about bats lead to general solipsism? Nagel appears to have in mind something like this: I can empathetically take your first-person point of view, and see the world, or imagine seeing the world, as you do. But empathetic identification is what is not possible with bats. I simply cannot imagine, or conceive, seeing the world the way bats experience it. This sort of explanation, which includes talk of empathetic identification, imagining oneself in another subject's mind, and so on, may have some explanatory value, but it hardly makes anything clearer or more precise. If anything, it only introduces more complication. 16. It leaves unanswered the critical question how imagining in this sense can yield knowledge of another mind. How do I know whether I am imagining correctly, not just fantasizing or making things up? In imagining how your experiences seem to you, why am I not merely superimposing my experiences on yours, making this so-called imagination a case of reading my own mind? We must set aside these questions and move on. For there is another question, a more urgent one, that could make these questions about imagination and knowledge of other minds immaterial as far as Nagel's argument is concerned. Suppose, per impossibile, that we could somehow peek inside a bat's mind and find out what it's like to be a bat. Would that help us to derive, or otherwise acquire, knowledge of bat phenomenology from bat physiology, or to build an objective physical account of bat consciousness? The answer has to be a clear no. If we knew what it's like to be a bat, that might show us what we need to derive from bat physiology, or what we must build an objective account of, but we can be sure this will give us no material help. A superintelligent bat neuroscientist could no more derive bat phenomenology from bat physiology than we can. After all, we know what it's like to be a human and are familiar with the sorts of experience that we are capable of as humans. But that does not help us one bit with the derivation of facts about our consciousness from facts about our brains. Would an ideally complete neurophysiology of human brains give us knowledge of the phenomenology of human conscious experiences? Whatever the correct answer is to this question, it clearly does not depend on who, other than us, has cognitive access to what it's like to be a human being. What this shows is that the impression that the cognitive impenetrability of bat consciousness is a crucial premise in Nagel's argument has to be mistaken or at best misleading. Even if this premise, heralded by the attention-catching title of Nagel's paper, were false, or simply set aside, the physical irreducibility of bat consciousness could still stand. Whether bat consciousness is accessible to us is irrelevant to the conclusion. In short, the bat story plays no role of significance in arguments about the physical reducibility of consciousness. It is best viewed as a vivid, and interest-provoking, preamble, a consciousness raiser, if you like. What then is Nagel's argument for the irreducibility of consciousness? The following line of reasoning can be discerned: consciousness is essentially subjective in the sense that conscious states are accessible to a single unique subject, that is, from a single point of view, whereas physical states, including the states of the brain, lack this subjective character. A reduction of consciousness to brain states would turn essentially subjective states into states without subjectivity, that is, conscious states have been turned into states that are not conscious. But that is absurd, and hence there can be no consciousness to brain reduction. This line of argument invites many questions, but it is an intelligible, and not obviously implausible, line of thought. Phenomenal consciousness and access consciousness. At this period, it will be useful to do some initial clarification of terminology. Conscious, as an adjective, applies both to persons and organisms and to their states. We are conscious creatures, but cabbages, amoebas, and flowerpots are not. This does not mean that we are conscious at every moment of our existence. We are conscious when we are awake and alert and not conscious while in deep sleep or a coma. We are also conscious, or aware, of things, states, or facts, for example, the blinking red traffic lights, a nagging pain in the back, being tailed by a police patrol car. In cases of this sort, conscious and aware have roughly the same meaning. Moreover, we also apply the term conscious to events, states, and processes. Familiar sensory states and events, such as pains, itches, and mental images, are conscious states and events. Emotions, like anger, joy, and sadness, are usually conscious, although it is common to acknowledge unconscious desires, resentments, and so on. Many of our beliefs, desires, hopes, and memories are conscious, but there are many others of which we are not consciously aware. I have a conscious belief that I should send a contribution to my alma mater's annual fund, and I look for my checkbook. An observer, however, might say that all that is caused by my unconscious desire not to disappoint my friend, the class agent. What is the relationship between these two uses of conscious, as applied to persons and creatures, subject consciousness, we may call it, and as applied to their states, state consciousness? Can we say something like this: a state of a person is a conscious state just in case that person is aware, or conscious, of it? It is plausible that if a state is a conscious state, the person whose state it is must be conscious of it. The converse, however, seems false. You are aware of your age and weight, but that doesn't make your age and weight conscious states. You are aware of your posture and orientation, whether you are standing or lying down, and this kind of proprioceptive awareness seems direct and immediate, but these bodily states are not conscious states. The suggested relationship between state consciousness and subject consciousness makes better sense when restricted to mental states. A mental state is a conscious state just in case the subject whose state it is conscious of it. We will further discuss this idea in connection with higher-order theories of consciousness below. The converse direction, from conscious state to conscious creature, seems direct and simpler. We can explain a conscious creature as one that is capable of having conscious states. In this and the following chapter, we will be mainly concerned with state consciousness, that is, the nature and status of conscious states, and not much with subject consciousness. It is now customary to distinguish between two types of consciousness, phenomenal consciousness and access consciousness. 17. This distinction is important because the two types are thought to present different sets of philosophical issues, and an account of one type of consciousness does not automatically transfer to the other type. And when we are offered an account or theory of consciousness, we need to be clear about what sort of consciousness it is an account or theory of. Phenomenal consciousness, qualia. When you look at a ripe tomato, its color looks to you a certain way, a way that is different from the way the color of a mound of lettuce leaves looks. If you crush the tomato and bring it close to your nose, it smells in a distinctive way that is different from the way a crushed lemon smells. Across sense modalities, smelling gasoline is very different from tasting it, or so we may safely assume. Sensory mental events and states, like seeing a ripe red tomato, smelling gasoline, experiencing a shooting pain up and down your leg, and the like, have distinctive qualitative characters, that is, felt or sensed qualities, by means of which they are identified as sensations of a certain type. It is standard to refer to these sensory qualities of mental states as phenomenal, sometimes phenomenological, properties, raw feels, or qualia. 18. Conscious states with such qualitative aspects are called phenomenal states. They are instances of phenomenal consciousness. Perceptual experiences and bodily sensations are among the paradigmatic cases of this form of consciousness. Another standard way of explaining the notion of phenomenal consciousness is to resort to the idiom of what it's like, which is already familiar to us from Nagel's Bat paper. A phenomenally conscious state is a state such that there is something it is like to be in that state. For example, Ned Block writes, "Phenomenal consciousness is experience. What makes a state phenomenally conscious is that there is something it is like to be in that state." 19. What it's like is supposed to capture the qualitative character, the quality, experienced in an experience. I know what it is like to see a golden yellow patch against a dark green background, when I am looking at a Van Gogh landscape, but a person who is yellow-green colorblind presumably does not know what it is like for me to have this experience. Conversely, normally sighted persons do not know, at least firsthand, what it is like for the colorblind person to see yellow against green. Bloch's characterization of phenomenal consciousness, if taken literally, appears too broad. There is something it is like to hold your breath for 1 full minute, or to meet the president in the Oval Office. But meeting the president and holding your breath are not conscious states, phenomenally or otherwise. Rather, it is the experience of meeting the president, or of holding your breath for a prolonged time, that is conscious. As Bloch says in the same quotation, phenomenal consciousness is experience. Even with this caveat, however, it is not clear that the popular locution "what it's like" is fully adequate to pick out the qualitative character of an experience. Consider pain. There surely is something it is like to have a sharp, stabbing pain in your elbow. But, as Christopher Hill observes, what it's like may include too much 20 besides the felt quality of painfulness. What it's like to be in pain may also include a feeling of anxiety and a desire to be rid of it, an awareness of your bent and elevated elbow, and the like. This can vary from one pain to the next, and from person to person. What it's like may be too inclusive in another way. It seems correct to say there is something it's like to believe something, as distinguished from doubting or being unsure. But is there a belief quality, a special qualitative character to all beliefs? Or consider being aware. There surely is something it is like to be awake and aware. But is there a quality of awareness, a qualitative character that attaches to awareness as such? The content of awareness at a given time may be constituted by various qualia, like colors, shapes, and sounds. But it's questionable whether there is an awareness quality, or a belief quality, in the sense in which there is a pain quality. It seems then that the idea of what it's like and the idea of qualitative character of experience do not fully coincide. What it's like appears to define a broader class than phenomenal character. Emotions in general have qualitative aspects. Anger, remorse, envy, pride, and other emotions appear to have distinctive qualitative feels to them. After all, emotions are experienced and often intensely felt. Unlike sensory experiences, however, they do not seem to be type classified solely, or primarily, on the basis of how they feel. For example, it may be difficult, perhaps impossible, to categorize an emotion as one of resentment, envy, or jealousy based on its felt qualities alone. Nor does every instance of an emotion need to be accompanied by a distinctive felt character. Suppose you are unhappy, even upset, about the continuing large budget deficits of the federal government. Must your unhappiness be accompanied by some special felt quality? Probably not. Even if it is, must the same quality be present in all other cases in which you are upset or unhappy about something? Being in such a state seems more a matter of having certain beliefs, attitudes, and dispositions, such as the belief that large budget deficits are bad for the economy, or your eagerness to work for the opposition in the next election, than having an experience with a distinctive felt quality. Moreover, it is now commonplace to acknowledge emotions of which the subject is not aware, for example, repressed anger and resentment, and it seems that such unconscious states cannot be constituted, even in part, by phenomenal qualities. Moods are often classified with emotions. There certainly are distinctive felt qualities to moods, like good and bad moods, mildly depressive moods, and positive, upbeat moods. In some respects, moods seem more like bodily sensations than emotions. For example, moods seem type classified primarily, if not exclusively, in terms of their qualitative character. A bad mood feels a certain way and a good mood feels another way. As we saw, emotions can be unconscious, but it seems at best odd to speak of unconscious moods. And moods are not focused in the way emotions typically are. Returning to beliefs, Might it be the case that all beliefs share a special distinctive phenomenal feel? The answer must be no, for the simple reason that, like unconscious emotions, there can be, and are, unconscious beliefs, and it seems at least odd to associate a phenomenal quality with mental states of which we are unaware. Freudian depth psychology, parts of which seem to have been assimilated by common sense psychology, has told us about the psychological mechanism by which we repress beliefs, desires, and emotions that are unacceptable to our conscious minds. The media often carry news of people whose repressed memories of childhood abuse are recovered through therapy. But we do not need such controversial cases. If I ask you, do you believe that some neurosurgeons wear hats, you would probably say yes, you do believe that some neurosurgeons wear hats. This is a belief you have always had. You would have said yes if I had asked you the question 2 years ago. It is not a new belief that you have just acquired, although you became aware of it only now. My question made an unconscious belief in a current one. Obviously, there are countless other such beliefs that you have. These beliefs are called dispositional beliefs. Dispositional beliefs are not experienced, and if we follow Bloch's statement that phenomenal consciousness is experience, we have to say that there is nothing it's like to have a dispositional belief and that it has no phenomenal character. What then of conscious beliefs? Are all conscious instances of the belief that George Washington was the first president of the United States, in different persons or for the same person at different times, characterized by a special qualitative character unique to beliefs with this content? The answer must be no. One person with this belief might have a mental image of George Washington, as on the dollar bill, another may simply have the words George Washington hovering in her mind, and still another may have no particular mental image or any other sort of phenomenal occurrence. There is also the general question, do all occurrent beliefs we are actively entertaining share some specific belief-like phenomenal character, a belief quale? Some have claimed that when we are aware of a thought as a belief, there is a certain feel of assertoric or affirmative judging, a sort of oh, yes, feeling. Similarly, we might claim that an occurrent disbelief is accompanied by a directly experienced feel of denial and that remembering is accompanied by a certain feeling of déjà vu. Perhaps desiring, hoping, and wishing are always accompanied by a felt feeling of yearning or longing combined with a sense of present privation. But such claims are difficult to assess. The oh, yes, feeling may be nothing more than our coming to be aware that we believe a certain proposition. Such awareness does not seem to be accompanied by a particular kind of felt quality. When your physician wants to know how the pain in your bruised elbow is coming along, you can focus your attention on the elbow and try to see whether the pain is still there. Here there clearly is a special kind of sensory feel, a quale, that you are looking for. However, when you are unsure whether you really believe some proposition, say, that euthanasia is morally permissible, that Velázquez is the greatest painter in Western history, or that the Republicans will make a comeback in the fall of 2010, you do not look for a quale of a special type. 21 It is absurd to suggest that there is some sensed quality such that if you find it attached to your thought that euthanasia is morally permissible, you say, aha! Now I know I believe that euthanasia is morally permissible, and if you don't find it, you exclaim, now I know I don't have that belief. If there are no distinctive phenomenal qualities associated with types of intentional mental states, beliefs, desires, intentions, and the rest, we face the following question: how do you know that you believe, rather than, say, merely hope, that it will rain tomorrow? Such knowledge, at least in normal circumstances, seems direct and privileged. It is not based on evidence, and it would be highly unusual, perhaps incoherent, to think you could be mistaken about such matters. One thing that is certain is that we do not find out whether we believe or hope by looking inward to detect specific qualia. Nor is it obvious that we know that we are angry, or that we are embarrassed, by detecting a special phenomenal quality. How, then, do we know that we are angry rather than embarrassed? Or embarrassed rather than ashamed? Sometimes we find that it is not possible to classify our feeling as one of embarrassment or shame, perhaps it is both. But then how do we know that? One possible answer might go like this: I know what it's like to be embarrassed and what it's like to be ashamed, that's how I know I am embarrassed, not ashamed. But what is the nature of such knowledge? What do you know when you know what it's like to be angry? Perhaps it's like knowing what apples taste like and knowing that apples and oranges don't taste alike. If so, something like phenomenal knowledge might be involved in the knowledge of our own intentional states, whether they are beliefs, desires, hopes, and the like. Again, what this shows is that the notion of a quale, or phenomenal character, and the notion of what it's like, can come apart. Though it seems to make no sense to speak of, say, belief like quale, it seems true that there is something it is like to believe, rather than to doubt, and that we know what it's like to believe. In any case, it is plausible that there are conscious mental states with no special phenomenal qualities, though there is something it's like to be in them. Mental occurrences that we call experiences appear to be those that possess phenomenal properties. Sensing and perceiving are experiences, but we do not think of believing and thinking as experiences. To sum up, mental states come in two groups: those of which the subject is conscious or aware, and those of which the subject is not aware or conscious. We can leave it open whether there are conscious states that are not accompanied with qualia, or that do not have a phenomenal character. It seems that in the sense of what it's like, all conscious states may have a phenomenology. There is always something it is like to be in a conscious state, although we have raised questions as to whether a characteristic quale can always be associated with conscious states. In any case, conscious states with qualitative characters can be divided into two subgroups: those that are type classified or type individuated on the basis of their qualitative character, for example, pain, smell of ammonia, visual sensing of green, and those, even though they are accompanied by qualia, that are not type classified in terms of their qualitative character, such as beliefs, doubts, and emotions. Perhaps we can mark this last division by saying that conscious states in the first group are wholly constituted by qualia, and that those in the second group, though they possess qualitative characters, are not constituted by them, perhaps not even partially. Point 22. Access consciousness. You happen to look out your window, interrupting your work, and see a heavy rain splashing your window and water gushing down the gutters of the street in front of your building. You become conscious, or aware, that a heavy rain is coming down in your area. As a result, you decide to take an umbrella with you on your way out to lunch. You also call your friend who is driving to Boston this afternoon. You tell her, it's raining very hard, so be extra careful on the highway. Now, if you were not consciously aware of the rain, you were completely absorbed in your work, unaware of what was going on outside, you would have done none of these things. The point to note is that the content carried by your conscious state, in virtue of your state being conscious, has become available to various other cognitive functions, like reasoning, your inference that driving may be difficult in the afternoon, decision making, your deciding to take an umbrella, and verbal reporting, you're telling your friend about the rain. That is, these cognitive faculties or modules have access to your conscious state about the rain. That is the basic idea of access consciousness. Ned Block, who formally introduced the notion, writes, "A state is a conscious access conscious if it is poised for direct control of thought and action. To add more detail, a representation is access conscious if it is poised for free use in reasoning and for direct rational control of action and speech. An access conscious state is one that consists in having an access conscious representation." Point 23. The point of adding rational to control of action can be seen by considering conscious and unconscious desires. When you have a conscious desire, for example, to go to medical school, it can enter into your rational deliberation on actions and decisions. On the other hand, an unconscious desire, say, a desire to outshine your siblings in your parents' eyes, can influence and shape your behavior and actions, but will do so only causally, not through rational planning and deliberation. Its content is not freely available for rational decision-making or verbal reports. Similar examples are possible about conscious and unconscious beliefs. It is clear that only those mental states with representational content can be access conscious. So, moods, for example, seem to fail to be access conscious in this sense since they are not representations and don't have representational content. You might ask why. The short answer is that a genuine representation must have satisfaction conditions, conditions that define its representational correctness, accuracy, or fidelity. Thus, your consciousness of the rain is a representational state because its representation may be correct or incorrect. It is correct if it is raining and not so if it isn't. In contrast, moods don't have satisfaction conditions, they cannot be accurate or inaccurate, true or false. Are bodily sensations, like pain and itch, representational? Do they have satisfaction conditions? We turn to this question later. Various theories of consciousness deal with access consciousness. Bernard Bars, a cognitive neuroscientist, has proposed what he calls the global workplace theory, a theory of consciousness at the cognitive level, as distinguished from the neural level. Point 24. The central idea is that a mind is a kind of theater, a global workplace, in which conscious states broadcast themselves so that their representational contents are available to various other cognitive functions and processes. Evidently, the conception of consciousness involved is Bloch's access consciousness. Another theory in this vein is Daniel Dennett's multiple draft theory. Point 25. Dennett conceives of our perceptual cognitive system to be constructing multiple pictures, drafts, of our surroundings. The draft that gains prominence at a time, the one that, in Dennett's term, achieves cerebral celebrity, is our conscious state at that time. It is this state whose representational content has the largest influence on our cognitive systems. Many, perhaps most, conscious states are both phenomenally conscious and access conscious. Perceptual experiences are normally both access conscious and phenomenally conscious. But if access and phenomenal consciousness are really distinct forms of consciousness, there should be cases, at least possible cases, of conscious states that are phenomenally conscious but not access conscious, and vice versa. Are there such states? Most of us have had an experience of suddenly coming to while driving and then realizing that we don't remember anything about the road or traffic during the past half hour. What happened during the half hour? Your visual perception was active, otherwise you would have run off the road. You surely had visual percepts with their phenomenal qualia. On the other hand, you were not actively aware of what was going on, and the representational content of your consciousness was not available for verbal reports or short-term memory. Though it did have an influence on your driving, this was purely causal and automatic. You were on automatic pilot. After all, it had no role in the rational guidance of your behavior or practical reasoning. Arguably, this is a case of phenomenal consciousness without access consciousness. It is a little harder to think of a case where we have access consciousness without phenomenal consciousness. The reason may be that when you are in an access conscious state, it seems that you must be aware and awake, and there surely is something it is like to be awake and aware. If we understand phenomenal consciousness in terms of qualia, or phenomenal properties, being aware may not count as a phenomenally conscious state since, as we observed earlier, there seems to be no such thing as awareness qualia. And it is possible to find potential cases of awareness without phenomenal character. One pretty plausible case of access consciousness without phenomenal consciousness is Bloch's super-blind sight. 26. Blind sight is a syndrome observed in patients with damage to their primary visual cortex who as a result have blind areas in their visual field, where they report no visual percepts. However, when stimuli are flashed in the blind field, a patient is often able to guess whether it is, say, an O or an X, and its location and motion, and is even able to catch a ball thrown in the blind field. 27. A blind sight patient has been trained to guess, on her own without anyone's prompting, whether there is an X or an O in her blind field, and becomes aware, say, that she is presented with an X. This awareness is access conscious since its content is now available for the use of her cognitive functions, but there is no visual phenomenology in this awareness, it lacks phenomenal consciousness. Finally, one important point, Access consciousness is a functional concept. A mental state is access conscious just in case it performs a certain function in our cognitive economy. Its representational content is freely available for various other cognitive functions and activities, such as reasoning, rational guidance of behavior, short-term memory, verbal reports, and so on. This makes access consciousness a proper subject of investigation in cognitive and neural science, and we can expect various theories couched in information processing terms, that is, computational models of how access consciousness works. Phenomenal consciousness, in contrast, is not characterized in terms of its function but in what it is like in itself, that is, in terms of its intrinsic properties. As we will see shortly, there is the view that phenomenally conscious states, too, are essentially representational, and that qualia can be fully explained in terms of their representational properties. This is consciousness representationalism. If it is true, all consciousness is at bottom representational and functional in nature. This is one of the central issues being debated in the field. But it remains true that phenomenal consciousness is not initially defined in terms of any function it is to perform. It is not a functional concept. Consciousness and subjectivity. Conscious mental states are often taken to have certain special properties. Here we canvass several of these. Subjectivity and first-person authority. As we saw with Nagel and his bats, subjectivity is often claimed to be of the essence of consciousness. Point 28. However, subjectivity has no fixed, unambiguous meaning. One sense of subjectivity is epistemological, having to do with the supposed special nature of knowledge of conscious states. The main idea is that a subject has a special epistemic access to her own current conscious states. We seem to be immediately aware, as Descartes said, of our own feelings, thoughts, and perceptions and enjoy a special sort of first-person authority with regard to them. A precise explanation of just what this immediate or direct access consists in is a controversial question despite the virtually universal consensus that special first-person epistemic authority is real. Point 29. However, the following three features are notable, and we will try to put them in untendentious terms. 1. Such knowledge is not based on, or inferred from, evidence about other things, observation of what we say or do, what others tell us, physical or physiological cues, and the like. Your knowledge that you are having a toothache, that you are thinking about what to do this weekend, and such is direct and immediate in that it is not based on other things you know. 2. Your knowledge of your own current mental states carries special authority, first-person authority, in the sense that your claim to have such knowledge cannot, except in special circumstances, be overridden by third-person testimony. Concerning the queasy feelings you are experiencing in your stomach, your after-images, the itchy spot on your shoulder, what you are thinking about, and other such matters, what you say goes, at least in normal circumstances, and others must defer to your avowals. As the qualifying proviso implies, first-person authority need not be thought to be absolute and unconditional. There is psychological evidence that seems to show that we do make mistakes about what beliefs we hold. Point 30. In any case, whatever the degree or firmness of first-person authority, it is evident that the subject does occupy a special position in regard to her own mind. We should keep in mind the possibility, in fact the likelihood, that our access to intentional states, like beliefs and desires, may be different in nature from our knowledge of phenomenal states, like pains and perceptual sensations. Note, too, that points, 1, and 2, hold only for a subject's current mental states, not her past or future ones. Finally, 3, there is an asymmetry between first and third-person knowledge of conscious states. Neither of the foregoing 2 points applies to third-person knowledge, that is, knowledge of another person's conscious states. The subject alone enjoys immediate and special authoritative access to her conscious states. The rest of us have to listen to what she has to say or observe her behavior or examine her brain. The idea that minds are private reflects this epistemic asymmetry between first and third-person access to mental states. Experience and the first-person point of view. As we saw in connection with Nagel and his bats, Some philosophers closely associate subjectivity of consciousness with the notion of a first-person point of view, or perspective. Nagel writes, "If physicalism is to be defended, the phenomenological features must themselves be given a physical account. But when we examine their subjective character, it seems that such a result is impossible. The reason is that every subjective phenomenon is essentially connected with a single point of view, and it seems inevitable that an objective, physical theory will abandon that point of view." 31. And in a later essay, "Yet subjective aspects of the mental can be apprehended only from the point of view of the creature itself, whereas what is physical is simply there, and can be externally apprehended from more than one point of view." 32. Nagel is saying that the subjectivity of mental phenomena is essentially connected with, perhaps consists in there being a single point of view from which these phenomena are apprehended. This fits in with the idea that conscious states have phenomenal features in the sense that there is something it is like to be in such states. For there can be no impersonal what it is like, it is always what it is like for a given subject, for you, for humans, for bats, to see yellow, to taste pineapple, to locate a moth in flight. Things do not look, or appear, this way or that way, period. They look a certain way to one perceiving subject and perhaps a different way to another. There are no looks or appearances or what it's like in a world devoid of subjects capable of having experiences." 33. Understood this way, talk of points of view appears to have two parts. First, as noted earlier, there is the idea that for any conscious state there is a conscious subject whose state it is, and that the content of consciousness consists in how things look or appear to that subject. Second, the subject knows, or apprehends, the content of the conscious state in a way that is not open to anyone else. Here is the important point: this isn't merely a matter of the subject's greater authority, or the higher degree of certainty he can achieve, nor is it just a matter of his being more reliable as a witness to what goes on in his mind. It isn't a matter of degree in epistemic access, authority, or reliability. The nature, or kind, of access seems qualitatively different in the first person and the third person cases. And this difference might explain the special epistemic authority that attaches to the knowledge of one's own conscious state. What could this difference be? The only answer has to be that what is special and different in my relation to my pains, when contrasted with your relation to my pains, is that I experience my pains and you do not. I am the experiencer and you are an observer. To say simply that I am the thing that has the pains, or that instantiates pain, like I am the thing that instantiates the property of being right-handed or being brown-eyed, doesn't quite capture it. I experience my experiences, and that is how I get to know what it is like to have, or undergo, them, what it's like to hurt, to smell burned bacon, to see green. There is also the corollary idea: we get to know what an experience is like only by experiencing it. This fits in with the idea, at least as old as Locke, that phenomenal properties, like the taste of pineapple and the smell of lavender, can be known or grasped only by experiencing them. You have to taste pineapple and smell lavender to grasp them. Christopher Hill writes, "One approach is to say that qualia are properties that we normally think of as subjective, in the sense that it is possible to grasp them fully only from the point of view of an experiencing subject." 34. Actually, even grasping doesn't seem strong enough, or fully apt. Your knowledge that I am in pain may have as much certainty and warrant as my knowledge that I am in pain. But I am hurting and you are not. In this sense, experiencing isn't simply a matter of having knowledge of some superior kind, or even grasping what it is like. Pains, and other experiences, matter to us because we experience them, and this is not a mere epistemic point. The kind of experiential intimacy this suggests seems to go well beyond what can be captured in epistemic cognitive terms. There are issues in this area that deserve further thought and reflection, but we must move on. Does consciousness involve higher order perception or thought? One idea that has been influential in discussions of consciousness is that consciousness involves a kind of inner awareness, that is, awareness of one's own mental states. The model is that of a kind of scanner or monitor that keeps tabs on the internal goings-on of a system. Consider again the experience of driving on automatic pilot. You perceive the conditions of the road and traffic, but there is a sense in which your perceptions are not fully conscious. That is, you are not aware of what you see and hear, although you do see and hear, and you are unable to recall much of anything about the conditions of the traffic for several minutes at a time. Or consider pains. In the heat of competition or combat, an injured athlete or wounded soldier can be entirely unaware of pain. His attention is wholly occupied with other tasks, and he is not conscious of pain. In such a case we may have an instance of pain that is not a conscious pain, and the reason may be that there is no awareness, or internal scanning, of the pain. 35. David Armstrong has advocated an account of this kind. According to Armstrong, consciousness can be thought of as perception or awareness of the state of our own mind. 36. Return to the absent-minded driver. The driver perceives the conditions around her and makes automatic adjustments to keep the car going in the right direction at the right speed, but she has no awareness of her perceptions. The injured athlete does not perceive his pain, and this is exactly what makes his condition non-conscious. When he comes to notice the pain, it becomes a conscious pain. So there are first-order perceptions and sensations, you seeing another car moving past you on your left, the pain in your knee, and there are perceptions of these first-order perceptions and sensations, that is, second-order or higher-order perceptions. We can then say something like this: a mental state is a conscious state just in case there is a higher-order perception of it or perception of being in that state. And a creature is conscious just in case it is capable of having these higher-order perceptions. An approach like this is called a higher-order perception theory, or HOP, of consciousness. In a similar vein, David Rosenthal has proposed that a mental state's being conscious consists in one's having a thought that one is in that very mental state. 37. On this account, then, a mental state is a conscious state just in case there is a higher-order thought, or awareness, that one is in that state. As you would expect, this approach is called the higher-order thought theory, or HOT. So consciousness involves a sort of metapsychological state, that is, a psychological state about another psychological state. A view like this typically allows the existence of mental states, even sensory states, that are not conscious, that is, those not accompanied by higher-order thoughts. And this for good reason, otherwise there would be an infinite progression of higher and still higher mental states, without end. How plausible is this view of consciousness? There is no question that it has a certain initial plausibility and that it nicely fits some typical cases of mental states that we recognize as conscious. In particular, it seems to make good sense of Bloch's notion of access consciousness. Our perception, or thought about, a mental state makes the content of that state accessible to other cognitive activities, like verbal reports and decision-making. And the Armstrong-style view seems to open the door to a functionalist explanation of consciousness. On the functionalist view, first-order perceptions receive an account in terms of their causal roles or functions in terms of their typical stimulus conditions and behavioral psychological outputs, and if this is right, we might plausibly attempt a similar functional account of consciousness as an internal monitoring activity directed at these first-order perceptions and other mental states. Perhaps such an account could explain the role of consciousness in organizing and coordinating disparate perceptions coming through different sensory channels, and even yield a functional account of the unity of consciousness. At every moment of our waking lives we are bombarded by sensory stimuli of all sorts. The role of consciousness in the proper coordination and integration of an organism's myriad sensations and perceptions, and the selection of some of them for special attention, may be crucial to its ability to cope with the constantly changing forces of its environment, and this means that an approach such as Armstrong's may fit well with an evolutionary explanation of the emergence of consciousness in higher organisms. This indicates that higher-order theories are well positioned to give an account of access consciousness and make it amenable to computational modeling in cognitive science. When there is a higher-order awareness of a mental state, we can expect the content of the state to be made available for various cognitive executive systems. There is a general agreement on that point. The main issue with the higher-order approach is whether it can deliver a satisfactory account of phenomenal consciousness, the what-it's-like aspect of consciousness. There are various forms of higher-order theories we have seen two above, the higher-order perception and higher-order thought theories, and each of these has variant versions. All these theories give divergent accounts of phenomenal consciousness, but there are commonalities. According to the higher-order perception approach, your pain, for example, is a conscious pain just in case you perceive that pain. Your pain, the first-order mental state, is supposed to have non-conceptual content, and your higher-order perception of the pain too is supposed to be a non-conceptual state. Conceptual content is content that can be expressed linguistically, in terms of concepts and sentences. Thus, propositional attitudes, like beliefs, have conceptual contents represented by declarative sentences. The contents are propositions composed of concepts. In contrast, non-conceptual content is not represented linguistically, or in terms of concepts. They are like pictures and maps and can be visual, tactile, auditory, and so on. Of course, you can read off conceptual contents from your visual percepts, but visual percepts will in general be far richer in content than what can be captured conceptually. You can discriminate far more shades of red than you have concepts or terms to refer to each. For this reason, non-conceptual content is said to be fine-grained or analog. The higher-order thought account of phenomenal consciousness would go like this: a mental state is phenomenally conscious just in case it is a state with non-conceptual content and there is a higher-order thought, or awareness, that one is in that state. The difference between the two higher-order theories consists in this: according to the higher-order thought theory, the second-order mental state has conceptual content, it's discursive and has the form I am in a state of type P or a state of type P is occurring, whereas on the higher-order perception approach, the second-order state itself is a non-conceptual perceptual state. Let us first consider the higher-order perception theory. Various questions can be raised about the second-order, or inner, perceptual mechanism that is supposed to perceptually scan the first-order mental event. Suppose the first-order state is one of seeing green. The second-order perception is supposed to have that first-order state as its target and itself have a non-conceptual content. What could this non-conceptual content be? When I perceive my perception of green, what do I perceive? It is hard to say what it might be unless the second-order perception inherits its content from the first-order perception, namely green. There is the influential view that perceptual experiences are transparent or diaphanous. You are looking at a round green spot on the wall. Try to focus on your visual experience of the green spot. You will soon realize that all that happens is that you see right through your visual experience and end up focusing on the green spot on the wall. 38. We will discuss this supposed phenomenon below in connection with qualia representationalism. But doesn't this mean that the second-order perception simply collapses into the first-order perception? Your supposed second-order perception of your first-order perception of a green spot may turn out to have the same non-conceptual content as its target. Second, the talk of scanning, or monitoring, first-order mental states cannot be just a metaphor. If second-order perception is real, there must be a physical neural organ that does the scanning and monitoring. If there is such an organ, it could malfunction and give us incorrect reports about first-order states. For example, the first-order perception is of a green spot but the second-order perception of that perception reports it's red, or it's the smell of ammonia. Can this happen? Does it make sense? And do we have any empirical evidence that there is a neural system that does the second-order perceptions? Let us move on to the higher-order thought account of phenomenal states. One apparent problem with this approach is that, as we noted briefly above, phenomenal states, or qualitative contents or qualia, seem to far outrun our available concepts. Suppose Q1 and Q2 are two distinguishable color qualia, both shades of red. On this account of qualia, to say that these are distinct qualia seems to imply that the second-order thought that Q1 is instantiated is different from the second-order thought that Q2 is instantiated. And these two second-order thoughts are different only if Q1 and Q2 are represented by distinct concepts. It apparently follows that for each qualia I experience, I must have at my disposal a distinct concept for it, that is, I must have as many concepts as all the qualia that I experience, or can experience. But that can't be true. It is an established psychological fact that most of us can distinguish far more shades of red, or far more hues, than we have concepts or words to designate them. A second difficulty concerns a possible infinite regress that threatens the higher order thought theory. This objection may apply also to the higher order perception theory. It might be argued that the second order thought about a first order mental event might itself be unconscious. Higher order theorists in general accept the possibility that any mental state could occur as an unconscious state. But if the second order thought is unconscious, how could that make the first order state conscious, phenomenally or otherwise? Two unconscious states could be such that one of them is about the other, but how could a conscious state emerge from this pair? The only clear escape seems to be the requirement that the second order thought be a conscious state. But to make the second order state conscious, we need a conscious third order thought, and so on ad infinitum. 39. Another point to consider is whether the higher thought account demands too much for consciousness. It allows consciousness only to creatures with the capacity for higher order thoughts. This apparently rules out most of the animal kingdom, including human infants, from the realm of consciousness. Higher order thoughts implicated in consciousness must have content of the form I am in state M or M is occurring, where M refers to a type of mental state, for example, pain, the thought that your car is running low on gas. Having a thought with content I am in state M would require, at minimum, an ability to refer to oneself, and this in turn seems to entail the possession of some notion of self, the idea of oneself as distinct from other things and subjects. Admittedly, all this is a complex affair. It is not clear what sorts of general conceptual, cognitive, and other sorts of psychological capacities are involved in having self-referential thoughts. Perhaps all that is required is content of the form M is occurring. But even to have a thought with this form of content requires the possession of the concept of M. If you have the thought that you see a tree, don't you have to have the concept of a tree, that is, to know what a tree is? Unless you have the concepts of belief, how can you have the thought that you believe it is raining, something that is required for this belief to be a conscious belief? The possession of the concept of belief undoubtedly represents a pretty sophisticated level of cognitive and conceptual development. It is highly plausible that some lower forms of animals, perhaps reptiles and fish, have sensations and perceptions, and that the contents of their sensations and perceptions are phenomenally represented to them. As Nagel would say, there must be something it is like for a bat to echolocate a fluttering moth. But how plausible is it to suppose that these animals have the cognitive capacity to form thoughts of the sort required by the higher order thought account of consciousness? It is not clear that we would want to attribute intentional states, like beliefs and thoughts, to such creatures. 40 Would we for that reason deny consciousness to such animals? It may be one thing to have conscious sensations and quite another to have thoughts about such sensations. On the face of it, the latter would seem to require a higher and more complex set of cognitive capacities than the former. The gist of the difficulty, then, is this: the higher order thought account of consciousness makes the capacity for intentional states of a fairly sophisticated sort a prerequisite for having conscious states. More specifically, in order to have a conscious X, where X is a type of conscious state, like pain, the higher order thought theory apparently requires the subject to have the concept of X. This seems like an excessive requirement. And there are cases that seem to show that a higher order thought does not suffice to make a mental state conscious. If after several sessions with your therapist you become aware of your hidden hostile feelings toward your roommate, that doesn't seem enough to make your hostility a conscious state. You now believe, and perhaps know, that you harbor resentments toward him, but this need not turn your resentments into conscious resentments. For this to happen, you must start to experience, or feel, these feelings, and that is not the same thing as merely thinking or believing that you have them. Another such case is the following: suppose an injured athlete is told that she must be having a bad pain in her foot. Isn't it possible for her to believe this and yet not experience any pain? Can't she respond, well, maybe so, but my foot feels all right? Finally, we will briefly consider a possible difficulty that applies to all versions of the higher order approach, the so-called rock objection. Alvin Goldman puts his puzzle this way. How could possession of a metastate confer subjectivity or feeling on a lower level state that did not otherwise possess it? Why would being an intentional object or referent of a metastate, a higher order state, confer consciousness on a first order state? A rock does not become conscious when someone has a belief about it. Why should a first order psychological state become conscious simply by having a belief about it? 41. The higher order theorist has an initial reply. The higher order conception is intended to apply only to mental states, namely, that a mental state is a conscious state in case there is a higher order thought or perception of it. Rocks and trees are the wrong kind of thing for the higher order analysis. This does not make the difficulty go away. The reply strikes one as an ad hoc move that doesn't really explain anything. One would still want to know what it is about the existence of a higher order thought or perception that makes a first order mental state become a conscious state. When I become aware of my pain suddenly acquires its phenomenal character, a pain quale. Don't we need a more informative account of how this happens? We can think of an electromechanical robot that perceives its environment and makes use of the information gained to guide its action. There may be good reason, even a compelling one, to attribute to such a system first-order perceptual states, and even belief states. And a robot like this may very well be equipped with an internal monitoring system that scans and monitors its first-order perceptual states. Would we for this reason say that the robot's perceptual states are conscious, or that the robot, in virtue of its self-monitoring capability, is a conscious being? We can think of various replies the higher order theorist can try, but it seems that the point needs to be addressed. Point 42. Transparency of experience and qualia representationalism. Suppose you are looking at a ripe tomato, in good light. You have a visual experience with certain qualitative characters, or qualia, say, redness and roundness. Focus your attention on these qualia and try to determine the exact hue of the color, the precise shape you see, and so on. That is, try to closely inspect the qualities characterizing your experience. When you do this, some philosophers say, you will find yourself focusing on and examining the qualities of the tomato out there in front of you. Your visual experience of the tomato is diaphanous, or transparent, in that when you try to introspectively examine it, you seem to look right through it to the properties of the object seen, namely, the tomato. This supposed phenomenon is called the diaphanousness or transparency of experience. Point 43. Such phenomena have led some philosophers to explore an approach to qualia based on the idea that qualia are the representational contents of experiences and that the represented contents are the properties of the external objects. The view that qualia are essentially representational is called qualia representationalism. The red quale of your visual experience of the tomato is what your experience represents the color of the tomato as being, and when the representation is veridical, the quale is the actual red color of the tomato. So the kind of approach being described is also an externalism about qualia. Qualia are the properties that external objects are represented as having, and hence they are the properties of these objects when the representation is correct or accurate. This position, which locates qualia out there in the world, would enable us to reject qualia as privately introspectable qualities of inner experiences, making the approach particularly welcome to those who are committed to a physicalist stance on consciousness. It is important to keep the following point in mind: most everyone would accept the thesis that conscious states, at least most of them, are representational states with content. Your visual percept of a green cucumber represents the cucumber and its color, and may have, or give rise to, propositional content: there is a green cucumber there, or I seem to see a green cucumber. According to the representationalist about qualia, however, all there is to a quale is its status as representational content, and what makes a mental state a qualitative state is its representational property. One can accept the claim that qualitative states have representational content but deny that what makes them qualitative states, states with qualia, is the fact that they represent the things they represent. But how can the representational story about qualia be true? Aren't qualia, by definition, the qualities of your conscious experiences? How could these qualities be found in the external things around you, like tomatoes and cucumbers? Hasn't Nagel convincingly argued that you and I can have no cognitive access to what it is like to be a bat, and that qualia characterizing bats' experiences are beyond our conceptual and cognitive reach? But according to the qualia externalist representationalist, we have been misled into looking in the wrong place. We are trying to peek into a bat's mind to see what qualia are lurking in it. The idea is not just hopeless but incoherent. So where should we look? The qualia externalist tells us to look at the external environment of the bats and try to see what objects the bats are representing and what properties the bats are representing the objects as having. Speaking of a marine parasite that attaches itself to a host only if the host's temperature is 18 degrees Celsius, Friedrichs, an able proponent of the position, writes: if you know what it is to be 18 degrees Celsius, you know how the host feels to the parasite. You know what the parasite's experience is like as it senses the host. If knowing what it is like to be such a parasite is knowing how things seem to it, how it represents the objects it perceives, you do not have to be a parasite to know what it is like to be one. All you have to know is what temperature is. To know what it is like for this parasite, one looks, not in the parasite, but at what the parasite is looking at the host to whom the parasite has attached itself. 44. How can looking at the host the creature is looking at, or representing, help us find out what it is like for it to experience the temperature of 18 degrees Celsius? It seems that a line of consideration like the following has been influential in motivating the externalist representationalist approach. We begin with a conception of what qualia are supposed to be. 1. Qualia are, by definition, the way things seem, look, or appear to a conscious creature. So if a tomato looks red and round to me, that is, my visual experience represents the tomato as being red and round. Redness and roundness are the qualia of my visual experience of the tomato. This is a representationalist interpretation of qualia. We will see how this representational view leads to qualia externalism. 45. 2. If things ever are the way they look or appear, qualia are exactly the properties that the perceived or represented object has. If a perceptual experience represents an object to be F, for example, the object looks F to you, and if this experience is veridical, true to the facts, then the object is F. This seems reasonable. If things really are the way they are represented in perception, they must have the properties that they are perceived to have. If the tomato is the way it is represented in your visual experience, and if it is represented as being red and round, it must really be red and round. This sounds like a tautology. What about the parasite that attaches itself to a host only when the host's temperature is 18 degrees Celsius? When the parasite's temperature sensing organ is working properly and its temperature perception is veridical, the host's temperature is 18 degrees Celsius. The way the host's temperature is represented by the parasite is the way the temperature actually is, namely, 18 degrees Celsius. This means that the quality of the parasite's temperature representation is nothing other than the temperature 18 degrees Celsius. We have, therefore, the following conclusion. 3. Qualia, or phenomenal properties of experience, are among the objective properties of external objects represented in conscious experience. To find out what it is like to be a bat in flight, zeroing in on a moth, we must shift our attention from the bat to the moth and track its fluttery trajectory through the darkness of night. An externalist approach like this is often motivated at a deeper level by a desire to accommodate qualia within a physicalist materialist scheme. The grapes look green to you. That is, your visual experience has the quality green. So green is instantiated. But then some object must instantiate it, something must be green. But what could this thing be? If we look inside your brain, we find nothing green there. Even if we did find something green, how could that be what you experience? To invoke a non-physical mental item, like a sense datum or percept, that has the quality green goes against physicalist ontology, which tolerates no non-physical items in the space-time world. The contents of our world are exhausted by physical material items. Return to the question, where is the green quality of your visual experience of the grapes instantiated? In the grapes, of course. This answer has the virtues of boldness and simplicity, if not intuitive plausibility. Qualia representationalism externalism has gained the support of a number of philosophers, but opinions remain sharply divided. The representationalist group considers qualia to be wholly representational, that is, qualia are fully explicable in terms of, or reducible to, their representational contents, and in line with general content externalism, Chapter 8, these contents are taken to be external, that is, external to the perceiving and conscious subjects. As we said, those who disagree need not deny that qualia are representational, they can accept the view that almost all qualia, perhaps all of them, serve a representational role. What they deny is that representational contents are all there is to qualia. There are things about the qualitative features of conscious experience that are not a matter of their representing something. What are the reasons for doubting representationalism? First, consider spectrum inversion. Spectrum inversion seems conceivable and possible. That is, where you see red, I see green, and vice versa. We both say that tomatoes are red and lettuce is green, our verbal usage coincides exactly. But the color quality of your visual experience when you look at a tomato is the same as the color quality I experience when I look at lettuce, and vice versa. We both represent tomatoes as red and lettuce as green when we assert, tomatoes are red and lettuce is green. But the qualia we experience are different, so representational contents cannot be all there is to qualia. 46 even if within a sense modality, like vision, qualia differences and similarities amount to no more than differences and similarities in representational contents, surely there are intermodal qualia differences that are not merely differences in representational contents. For example, the qualitative differences between visual experiences and tactual experiences. We can form a belief or representation of an external state of affairs, say, my cat has just jumped on my lap, on the basis of both a visual experience and a tactual experience. Isn't it obvious that there is a qualitative difference between these experiences even though the representation to which each of them leads is identical? Such examples do not silence qualia representationalists. They will try to find further representational differences between these experiences that might account for their qualitative differences. But to an anti-representationalist, piling on representational details doesn't help, it will be just more representations. It is a natural idea to take visual experiences as representational, representing the outside world is what they do and that is their function. But there seem to be qualitative states, and qualia, that are difficult to think of as representational. Consider moods, for example, being bored, being mildly anxious or depressed, feeling upbeat, and so on. One might say that these moods represent something about our states of psychological well-being, or some such thing. But this is not the sense of representation at issue. Representation in the sense relevant to representationalism applies only where talk of representational accuracy, fidelity, and correctness makes sense. As was noted earlier, representations in this context must have satisfaction conditions and be evaluable in terms of how closely they meet these conditions. Evaluating moods in terms such as accuracy and fidelity doesn't make any sense. And how about the qualia, or what its like aspects, that accompany emotions like anger, embarrassment, and jealousy? Do they represent anything? Can they be true or accurate? True, or accurate, to what? Further, the transparency, or diaphanousness of experience, though it is not implausible for visual experience, makes little sense for moods, or the qualia involved in emotions. What is a sense of boredom transparent to? The reader should also think about transparency of experience in connection with perceptual experiences other than visual ones, for example, whether auditory, olfactory, and tactile experiences are transparent in a similar sense. At this point, an alternative view of the situation suggests itself. Representation requires a representational vehicle, the thing that does the representing, For example, sentences, pictures, maps, which is distinct from the object it represents, states of affairs, people and objects, the layout of cities. Qualia, or most of them, do represent, and that could only mean that they are the representational vehicles, the internal states that do the representing. As such, they are distinct from the things they represent, external objects and their properties, like tomatoes and their colors and shapes. So qualia should not be identified with the objects and properties represented by experience. Does such a view lead to an antiphysicalist view of qualia? Not necessarily. The view sits well with the psychoneural identity theory, which identifies states with qualia with neural physical states of the brain. This theory would identify qualia with neural physical properties of brain states. The proponents of the identity theory would say that these brain states, in virtue of their neural physical properties, represent the external objects and their properties. Qualia, as properties of states of the brain, play a role in determining what these brain states represent, but they stay inside. What then of the series of considerations, 1, 2, and 3, that appears to lead to qualia externalism? Philosophers have distinguished between two senses of appear, seem, and look: the epistemic, or doxastic, sense and the phenomenal sense. These expressions are used in the epistemic sense when we say things like "it appears that," "seems that," "looks like," "the Democrats will control Washington politics for years to come," and "prospects for a compromise on the bailout bill seem, appear, look, quite bleak." In this usage, appear, seem, and look have roughly the sense of "there is reason to believe," "evidence indicates," or "I am inclined to believe." We are already familiar with the phenomenal sense of these expressions. When a tomato appears or looks red to you, your visual experience is characterized by a certain qualitative property, the quality red. Red refers to the way the tomato visually appears or looks. You are looking at a red tomato bathed in brilliant green light, and you report that tomato looks green even if you know that the tomato is red. So looks green in this context reports a visual quality, not your inclination to believe that it is green. With this distinction in mind, let us return to 1, 2, and 3. A plausible case can be made for the observation that appear and seem are used equivocally in 1 and 2. More specifically, 1 is acceptable as a definition of qualia only if appear and seem are used in their phenomenal, or sensuous, sense. Qualia are the ways in which objects and events around me, and in me, present themselves in my experience. They are how the yellow of Van Gogh's sunflowers appears to me, how the pain in my knee feels, it hurts, how a breeze over a lavender field in bloom smells. Now consider, 2, again, if things ever are the way they look or appear, qualia are exactly the properties that the perceived or represented object has. This statement is plausible only if look and appear in the antecedent are understood in an epistemic, or doxastic, sense, that is, to mean something like if things are the way our perceptual experience indicates them to be. And under this supposition, it would follow that things do quite often have the properties we believe them to have on the basis of perceptual experience. So, 2, requires the epistemic doxastic sense of appear and look. Now return to 1, the supposed definition of qualia. If we read 1, with this sense of appear and seem in mind, it says something like qualia are the properties that we have reason to believe things to have on the basis of perceptual experience. The trouble obviously is that if 1 is interpreted this way, there is no reason to accept it as true of qualia, much less a definition of what qualia are. It is a reasonable definition of qualia only if appear, seem, and look are read in their phenomenal sense. If this is right, the chain of reasoning represented by 1, 2, and 3 is fallacious, as it equivocates on appear, look, and seem. Here we have only schemed the continuing debates between qualia representationalists and those skeptical about this approach. Point 47. The division between the two camps is deep and well entrenched. The debates have been intense and show no sign of abating. This is one of the most important current issues about consciousness. Chapter 10. Consciousness and the Mind-Body Problem. The central focus of this book has been the mind-body problem, the problem of clarifying and understanding how our minds are related to, or grounded in, our bodily nature. It is fair to say, though, that this problem ultimately comes down to understanding how our conscious life is related to the biological physical processes going on in our brain. That is, the core of the mind-body problem is the consciousness-brain problem. There seems little question that, so far as we know, conscious states depend on, or arise from, the physicochemical processes in the brain. But how do the electrochemical processes in the gray matter of the brain give rise to an awareness of colors, shapes, motions, sounds, smells, and other sensory qualities, delivering to us a rich, kaleidoscopic picture of the world around us? As many have observed, consciousness is what makes the mind-body problem so hard, perhaps hopeless, as Thomas Nagel has said. Materialism, or its contemporary successor, physicalism, is the default position in modern science and much of contemporary philosophy of mind, at least, in the analytic tradition. The world we live in is an essentially physical world. Physical processes seem to underlie all events and processes, and it isn't for nothing that we think of physics as our basic science, a science that aspires to a full coverage one of the world. Can minds and consciousness be accommodated in such a world? If physicalism is true and consciousness is real, there must be such an accommodation. Consciousness must have a well-defined place in the physical world. But is that possible? There is a general consensus that the fate of physicalism hangs on whether consciousness can be given an adequate physical account. Physical science has been able to explain the phenomenon of life from molecular genetics. We now know how reproduction, arguably the most salient biological phenomenon, is possible. One of the two great mysteries of the world, life and mind, has yielded to physical explanation. Can we expect the same for the one remaining mystery, mind and consciousness? In this chapter, we examine a cluster of issues concerning consciousness, the mind-body problem, and physicalism. The explanatory gap and the hard problem. As we saw earlier, Chapter 1, most philosophers accept mind-body supervenience in something like the following form. If an organism is in some mental state M at T, there must be a neural physical state P such that the organism is in P at T, and any organism that is in P at any time is necessarily in mental state M at the same time. Briefly, the thesis is that every mental state has an underlying supervenience base in neural states. Consider pain. According to mind-body supervenience, whenever you are in pain, there is a neural state that is the supervenience base of your pain. Call this neural state N. Whenever N occurs, you experience pain, and we may suppose that unless N occurs, you do not experience pain. We also say things like, pain arises out of N, or emerges from N, or N is a neural substrate or correlate of pain. Point 2. But why is it that pain, not itch or tickle, occurs when neural state N occurs? What is it about the neural biological physical properties of N that make it the case that pain, not another kind of sensory experience, arises when N occurs? Further, why does pain not arise from a different neural state? Why does any conscious experience arise from N? Here we are asking for an explanation of why the pain and supervenience relation holds. The problem of the explanatory gap is that of providing such an explanation, that is, the problem of closing the apparent gap between pain and N, or, more generally, between phenomenal consciousness and the brain. Point 3. If there is indeed an explanatory gap here, its existence does not depend on using the idiom of supervenience. Even if you want to limit yourself to talk of psychophysical correlations, the problem still arises. Suppose pain correlates with neural state N. Why does pain correlate with N rather than another neural state? Why doesn't itch or tickle correlate with N? If pain correlates with N and itch with a different neural state N, there must be an explanation of this fact, we feel, in terms of the neural physical differences between N and N star. What would such an explanation look like? How would anyone go about finding one? Could neurobiological research ever discover explanations of these and other psychoneural correlations? If we don't have such explanations yet, what further scientific research would help us meet our explanatory needs? More generally, the question is this: why do conscious states correlate with the neural states with which they correlate, or why do conscious states supervene on the neural states on which they supervene? Although the term explanatory gap is relatively new, the problem is not. As we saw in the preceding chapter, William James wrote well over 100 years ago. According to the assumptions of this book, thoughts accompany the brain's workings, and those thoughts are cognitive of realities. The whole relation is one which we can only write down empirically, confessing that no glimmer of explanation of it is yet in sight. That brains should give rise to a knowing consciousness at all, this is the one mystery which returns, no matter of what sort the consciousness and of what sort the knowledge may be. Sensations, aware of mere qualities, involve the mystery as much as thoughts, aware of complex systems, involve it. 5. James recognizes that thoughts and sensations correlate with, accompany, brain processes, but we can only make a list of these correlations, write down empirically, as he says. Keeping a running list of observed psychoneural correlations hardly amounts to understanding why these correlations hold or why there are psychoneural correlations at all. The list seems brute and arbitrary, there seems no reason why these particular correlations, not another arbitrarily permitted set of them, should hold. According to James, it is one mystery for which there is no glimmer of explanation. You will recall another noted scientist, T.H. Huxley, expressing a similar sentiment even earlier, saying, "How it is that anything so remarkable as a state of consciousness comes about as the result of irritating nervous tissue is just as unaccountable as any other ultimate fact of nature." 6. More recently, the problem of phenomenal consciousness has also been called the hard problem of consciousness. According to substance physicalism, a position that rejects immaterial minds as bearers of mental properties, it is physical systems, like biological organisms, that have mental properties, that is, have beliefs and desires, learn and remember, experience pains and remorse, are upset and fearful, and all the rest. Now consider this question posed by David Chalmers: how could a physical system be the sort of thing that could learn, or that could remember? 7. Chalmers calls this an easy problem, a tractable component of the mind-body problem. As he acknowledges, the scientific problem of uncovering the details of the neural mechanisms of memory may present the brain scientist with formidably difficult challenges. And yet there is here a well-defined research project: identify the underlying neural mechanisms, say, in humans and higher mammals, that process information received from perceptual systems, store it, and retrieve it as needed. The problem, although not easy from a scientific point of view, does not seem to pose any special puzzles or mysteries from the philosophical point of view. Conceptually and philosophically, it is an easy problem. The reason for this is that memory is a functional concept, a concept defined in terms of the job that memory performs in the cognitive psychological economy of an organism, see Chapter 5. So the question, how could a physical system manage to remember, seems to have answers of the following straightforward form: a physical system with neural mechanism N can remember, because to remember is to perform a set of tasks T, and neural mechanism N enables a system to perform T. Moreover, we can explain exactly how N performs T in this system and others like it. Identifying mechanism N, for a population, humans, mammals, under investigation, is a scientific research project, and the functional characterization of remembering in terms of T is what makes it possible to define the research program. There is no special philosophical mystery here, or so it seems. Compare this situation with one that involves qualitative states of consciousness. That is, instead of asking, how could a physical system be the sort of thing that could remember, ask, how could a physical system be the sort of thing that could experience pain? This is what Chalmers calls the hard problem, the hard, and possibly intractable, part of the mind-body problem. The problem is hard because pain apparently resists a functional characterization. Granted, pains have typical input conditions, tissue damage and trauma, and typical behavioral outputs, winces, groans, avoidance behavior. But many of us are inclined to believe that what makes pain pain is that it is experienced as painful, that is, pain hurts. This phenomenal, qualitative aspect of pain seems not capturable in terms of any particular task associated with pain. Uncovering the neural mechanism of pain, that is, the neural mechanism that responds to tissue damage and triggers characteristic pain responses, is the easy part, although it probably is a challenging research problem for the brain scientist. What is hard is the problem of answering further questions like why is pain experienced when this neural mechanism is activated? What is it about this mechanism that explains why pain rather than itch, or anything at all, is experienced when it is activated? The hardness of the hard problem can be glimpsed from the following fact: the question how can neural mechanism N enable a system to perform task T, where T is the cluster of tasks associated with remembering, seems answerable within neurophysiology and associated physical behavioral sciences. In contrast, how can neural mechanism N enable a system to experience pain, does not seem answerable within neurophysiology and associated sciences, because pain, or the concept of pain, does not even occur in neurophysiology or other physical behavioral sciences. Pain, as the term is used here, is a phenomenally conscious event. What it is like to experience pain as opposed to, say, what it is like to experience an itch or see yellow, is of the essence of pain in this sense. Pain as a type of phenomenal consciousness, therefore, lies outside the scope of brain science. Given this, it is difficult to see how there could be a solution to our problem within brain science. If neuroscience does not have the expressive resources even to talk about pain, as a quale, how can it explain why pain correlates with the neural state with which it correlates? That the explanatory gap cannot be closed, or that the hard problem cannot be solved, is the central theme of emergentism. Psychoneural correlations are among the ultimate unexplainable brute facts, and Samuel Alexander and C. Lloyd Morgan, leading emergentists of the early 20th century, counseled us to accept them with natural piety, stop asking why and just be grateful that consciousness has emerged. But should we give up the hope for explanations of psychoneural correlations for good and accept the explanatory gap as unclosable and the hard problem as unsolvable? What exactly would it take to give a physical neural account of phenomenal consciousness? And what would it take to deal with the explanatory gap? These questions are now often posed in terms of reduction and reductive explanation. The thought is that to achieve a solution to the hard problem and close the explanatory gap, we must be able to reduce consciousness to neural states, or reductively explain consciousness in terms of neural processes. We will see below what options there are for reducing or reductively explaining phenomenal consciousness. People have spoken of the miracle, and mystery, of the mind. The mystery of the mind is, in essence, the mystery of consciousness. And consciousness may well be what makes the mind truly miraculous. Other aspects of mentality, like belief, emotion, and action, may have explanations along the line of the functional neural account of memory described earlier. However, phenomenal experiences, or qualia, apparently present us with an entirely different problem not easily amenable to an account of a similar sort. Does consciousness supervene on physical properties? Self-awareness, in the sense of awareness of our own psychological states, seems in principle explicable in terms of some internal monitoring mechanism or higher-order perception or thought, see Chapter 9, and this provides us with a basis for a possible physical neural explanation of self-awareness. The directness and immediacy of such awareness perhaps can be explained in terms of a direct coupling of such scanning devices to other cognitive modules and to the speech center, a mechanism responsible for verbal reports. The first and third person asymmetry of access may be no great mystery. It arises from the simple fact that my scanning device, and its associated speech center, not yours, is directly monitoring my internal states. 8 These ideas are rough and may ultimately fail. However, What they show is the possibility of understanding the subjectivity of consciousness in the sense of direct first-person access to one's own mental states, because at least we can imagine a possible mechanism that can implement it at the physical biological level. We can see what it would be like to have an explanation of certain important aspects of the subjectivity of consciousness. This shows that at least we understand the problem. On this view of consciousness as direct awareness of internal states, consciousness would be supervenient on the basic physical biological structure and functioning of the organism. The fact that an organism is equipped with a capacity for direct monitoring of its current internal states is a fact about its physical biological organization and must be manifested through the patterns of its behavior in response to input conditions. This means that if two organisms are identical in their physical biological makeup, they cannot differ in their capacity for self-monitoring. In that sense, consciousness as special first-person epistemic authority may well be supervenient on physical and biological facts. What, then, of the phenomenal, qualitative aspect of consciousness? Do qualia supervene on the physical biological constitution of organisms? You feel pain when your C fibers are stimulated. Is it necessarily the case that your physical duplicate feels pain when her C fibers are stimulated? In our world, pains and other qualitative states exist, and we suppose them to depend, in regular law-like ways, on what goes on in the physical biological domain. Is there a possible world that is a total physical duplicate of this world but in which there are no phenomenal mental states? Some influential philosophers think that such worlds are possible. For example, Saul Kripke writes, "What about the case of the stimulation of C fibers? To create this phenomenon, it would seem that God need only create beings with C fibers capable of the appropriate type of physical stimulation. Whether the beings are conscious or not is irrelevant here. It would seem, though, that to make the C fiber stimulation correspond to pain, or be felt as pain, God must do something in addition to the mere creation of the C fiber stimulation. He must let the creatures feel the C fibers as pain, and not as a tickle, or as warmth, or as nothing, as apparently would also have been within his powers." 9. Kripke contrasts this situation with one involving molecular motion and heat. After God created molecular motion, he did not have to perform an additional act to create heat. When molecular motion came into being, heat came along with it. If Kripke is right, there are two kinds of possible worlds that, though identical with our world in all physical respects, are different in mental respects. First, there are worlds with different physical phenomenal correlations. For example, C fiber stimulation correlates with itches rather than pains, and second, there are those in which there are no phenomenal mental events at all, zombie worlds. In the latter, there are creatures exactly like you and me in all physical respects, behaving just as we do, including making noises like that toothache kept me awake all night, and I am too tired to work on the paper right now, but they are zombies with no experience of pain, fatigue, sensing green, or any of the rest. Their inner lives are dark and empty Cartesian theaters. But is Kripke right? How is it possible for God to create C fiber stimulation but not pain? Let us look at various considerations against qualia supervenience. 1. There is no conceptual connection between the concept of pain and that of C fiber stimulation, that is, no connection of meaning between the terms pain and C fiber stimulation, and therefore there is at least no logical contradiction in the supposition that an organism has its C fibers stimulated without experiencing pain or any other sensation. This argument will be challenged on the following ground: there is no conceptual connection between heat and molecular motion either, nor between water and H2O, and yet there is no possible world in which molecular motion exists but heat does not, or a world that contains H2O but no water. This shows that the absence of logical or conceptual connection does not prove it is possible to have one without the other. In considering this reply, we must ask whether the case of pain and C fiber excitation is relevantly similar to cases like heat molecular motion and water H2O. Two inverted spectra are possible. It seems perfectly conceivable that there are worlds that are just like ours in all physical respects but in which people, when looking at the things we look at, experience colors that are complementary to the colors we experience. Point 10. In such worlds, cabbages are green and tomatoes are red, just as they are in this world. However, people there experience red when they look at cabbages and green when they look at tomatoes, although they call cabbages green and tomatoes red. Such worlds seem readily conceivable, with no hidden contradictions. In fact, why isn't it conceivable that there could be a world in which colors are sensed the way sounds are sensed by us, and vice versa, worlds with inverted sense modalities? Arthur Rimbaud, the French poet, saw colors in vowels, like this: a black, e white, I red, u green, and o blue. 11. 3. In fact, why couldn't there be people in our world, perhaps among our friends and family, whose color spectra are inverted with respect to ours, although their relevant neural states are the same? They call tomatoes red and cabbages green, as we do, and all our observable behaviors coincide perfectly. However, their color experiences are different from ours. Point 12. We normally do not imagine such possibilities. We assume that when you and I are in relevantly similar perceptual situations, we experience the same qualitative sensation. But this is precisely the assumption that sensory states are determined by physical conditions, and that is what is at issue. What matters to our shared knowledge of the world and our ability to coordinate our actions is that we can discriminate the same range of colors, not how these colors appear to us. This point is further discussed below. For implicit in these remarks is the point that qualia also do not supervene on functional properties of organisms. Point 13. A functional property is, roughly, a property indicating how an organism responds to a given sensory input by emitting some specific behavior output. You and your physical duplicate must share the same functional properties, that is, functional properties supervene on physical properties. Think about why this must be so. So if qualia should supervene on functional properties, they would supervene on physical properties. Therefore, to question the supervenience of qualia on physical properties is ipso facto to question their supervenience on functional properties. Point 14. The main argument for the failure of the physical supervenience of qualia, then, is the apparent conceivability of zombies and qualia inversions in organisms physically indistinguishable from us. Point 15. Conceivability may not in itself imply real possibility, and the exact relationship between conceivability and possibility is a difficult and contentious issue. Moreover, we could make errors in judging what is conceivable and what is not, and our judgments may depend on available empirical information. Knowing what we now know, we may not be able to conceive a world in which water is not H2O, but people who did not have the same information might have judged differently. In the case of qualitative characters of mental states, however, is there anything about them that, should we come to know it, would convince us that zombies and qualia inversions are not really possible? Don't we already know all we need to know, or can know, about these subjective phenomenal characters of our experience? Is there anything about them that we can learn from objective, empirical science? Research in neuropsychology will perhaps tell us more about the biological basis of phenomenal experiences, but it is difficult to see how that could be relevant as evidence for qualia supervenience. Such discoveries will tell us more about correlations between qualia and underlying neural states, but the question has to do with whether these correlations are metaphysically necessary, whether there are possible worlds in which the correlations fail. What is more, it is not so obvious that neurophysiological research could even establish correlations between qualia and neural states. For the claimed correlations, we might point out, only correlate neural states with verbal reports of qualia, not with qualia themselves, from which it follows that these correlations may be consistent with qualia inversions. See below on consciousness and science. At best, one might argue, scientific research could only correlate neural states with the color similarities and differences a subject can discriminate, not with the intrinsic qualities of his color experiences. It seems prudent to conclude at this point that, though the case against qualia supervenience is not conclusive, it is not insubstantial either. Are there, then, considerations in favor of qualia supervenience? It would seem that the only positive considerations are of a broad metaphysical sort that might be accused of begging the question. Say you are already committed to physicalism, you then have two choices about qualia: either to deny their existence, as qualia eliminativists, or nihilists, would urge 16, or to try to accommodate them somehow within a physicalist framework. Given the choice between accommodation and rejection, you opt for accommodation, since a flat denial of qualia, you feel, makes your physicalism fly in the face of common sense. You may then find supervenience an appealing way of bringing qualia into the physical fold. For qualia supervenience at least guarantees that once all the physical details of an organism are fixed, that completely fixes all the facts about its qualia. This may not make qualia full-fledged physical items, but it at least makes them fully dependent on physical facts, and that protects the primacy and priority of the physical. That, you may feel, is good enough. Further, qualia supervenience may seem to open a way of accounting for the causal relevance of qualia. If qualia are genuine existence, their existence must make a causal difference. But any reasonable version of physicalism must consider the physical world to be causally closed, see Chapter 7, and it would seem that if qualia are to be brought into the causal structure of the world, they must at least be supervenient on physical facts of the world. Supervenience by itself may not be enough to confer causal efficacy on qualia, but it may suffice to make them causally relevant in some broad sense. In any case, without qualia supervenience, there may well be no hope of providing qualia with a place in the network of causal relations of this world. Point 17. But this is not an argument for qualia supervenience, it means only that qualia supervenience is on our wish list. For all we know, qualia might be epiphenomenal, without powers to cause anything. This cannot be ruled out a priori, and it would not be proper to use its denial as a premise in a philosophical argument. The question of qualia supervenience presents a deep dilemma for physicalism. If qualia supervene on physical biological processes, why they supervene, why they arise from the specific neural substrates from which they in fact arise, remains a mystery, something that seems inexplicable from the physical point of view. Yet if qualia do not supervene, they must be taken as properties outside the physical domain, not answerable to physical laws. At this point, some may feel that the basic physicalist approach to mentality is in deep trouble and that it is time to begin exploring non-physicalist alternatives. But are there real alternatives to physicalism? For most contemporary philosophers of mind, Cartesian substance dualism is not a live option. In fact, it is difficult to see what concrete help could be expected from substance dualism about the problems of consciousness and other outstanding issues about the mind. If our goal is to build a picture of the world in which the conscious mind occupies a natural and intelligible place, then without qualia supervenience we seem faced with a wide-open landscape with little guidance as to the direction we ought to take. Closing the explanatory gap, reduction and reductive explanation. How might the explanatory gap be closed? How might the hard problem of consciousness be solved? We will consider here two ways of attempting answers to these questions: reduction and reductive explanation. The idea is that if we can either reduce, say, pain to C-fiber stimulation, by identifying them, as in psychoneural identity theory, or reductively explain pain phenomena in terms of C-fiber stimulations and laws at the neural level, that should suffice to close the explanatory gap and resolve the hard problem. How might we reductively explain consciousness in terms of neural processes? Someone who favors this approach to the explanatory gap is apt to do so because of the thought that reductive explanation is possible even where reduction is not. David Chalmers writes, "In a certain sense, phenomena that can be realized in many different physical substrates, learning, for example, might not be reducible in that we cannot identify learning with any specific lower-level phenomena. But this multiple realizability does not stand in the way of reductively explaining any instance of learning in terms of lower-level phenomena." Point 18. Chalmers apparently takes the multiple realizability of learning to rule out the identification of learning with some particular neural biological process, that is, an identity reduction of learning, but in his view this does not preclude a reductive explanation of the phenomenon. Jerry Fodor, a tireless critic of reductionism, appears to be driving at the same point when he writes, The point of reduction is not primarily to find some natural kind predicate of physics coextensive with each kind predicate of a special science. It is, rather, to explicate the physical mechanisms whereby events conform to the laws of the special sciences. Point 19. In his first sentence, Fodor is saying that the point of reduction is not to find the so-called bridge laws connecting special science predicates with physical predicates, laws of the kind that used to be thought to be required for reduction. In Fodor's view, the phenomenon of multiple realization makes such laws unavailable, but that doesn't really matter. His positive view is that genuine reduction consists in producing reductive explanations of higher-level phenomena in terms of underlying physical mechanisms, and that such reductive explanations do not require bridge laws. This raises some interesting questions. What is a reductive explanation, and how does it work? How does a reductive explanation differ from an ordinary, non-reductive explanation? How are reduction and reductive explanation related to each other? Is reductive explanation really possible without reduction? Does reduction always give us reductive explanation? One point we can be certain of is that mere psychophysical correlation laws or bridge laws, or mind-body supervenience relations, do not generate reductive explanations and understanding of mental phenomena in terms of their underlying neural biological phenomena. Suppose that we have in hand the correlation law connecting pain and C-fiber stimulation, CFS, and consider the following derivation as a possible explanation. Alpha, Jones is in CFS state at T. A person is in pain at T. If she is in CFS state at T. Therefore, Jones is in pain at T. The second line of this derivation is the correlation law connecting pain with CFS. It allows us to derive a fact about Jones's consciousness from a fact about her brain state. We can grant that, alpha, is an explanation of some sort. It has the form of so-called deductive nomological explanation, that is, an explanation in which a statement of the event to be explained is derived from antecedent conditions together with laws. Point 20. But is it a reductive explanation, one that gives us an understanding of how or why pain arises from neural processes, thereby helping to close the explanatory gap? The answer, definitely not. The problem lies with the pain-CFS correlation law used as a premise of the derivation. When we want a reductive understanding of conscious states on the basis of neural processes, we want to know how sensations like pain and feelings like distress arise out of neural states, or why these conscious states correlate with the neural states with which they correlate. Why does pain correlate with CFS, not another neural state? Why doesn't another phenomenal state, say tickle, correlate with CFS? Instead of attempting to answer these questions, alpha simply assumes the pain-CFS correlation law as an unexplained premise of the explanation. To put it another way, psychoneural correlation laws are exactly what need to be explained if we are to gain a reductive understanding of consciousness in brain science. You may recall William James's despairing of ever gaining an explanatory insight into why thoughts and sensations accompany the neural states that they do. In speaking of sensations accompanying states of the brain, James is acknowledging that there are psychoneural correlation laws and that we know at least some of them. That is not the issue. According to James, what we need but do not have as yet, and perhaps never will, is an explanation of these correlations. Only such an explanation would dispel the mystery of consciousness and close the explanatory gap. What if these psychoneural correlation laws could be strengthened into psychoneural identities? What if instead of pain occurs IFF CFS occurs, we had pain equals CFS? That is, suppose we had identity reductions of conscious states to neural states. How might that help us close the explanatory gap? Would it generate a reductive explanation of pain in terms of CFS? Consider then the following derivation. Beta, Jones is in CFS state. Pain equals CFS. Therefore, Jones is in pain. There is no question that, beta, is a valid argument. The conclusion is obtained by putting equals for equals in the first premise. But is it any sort of explanation? The answer has to be in the negative. The best way of understanding what is going on in this derivation is to see that the conclusion is nothing but a rewrite of the premise, with the identity pain equals CFS sanctioning the rewriting. Given that pain equals CFS, the fact stated by Jones is in CFS is the very same fact that is stated by Jones is in pain. The conclusion states no new fact over and above what is stated in the premise. Derivation, beta, is no more explanatory than a derivation like this. Beta asterisk, Tully rebuked Catiline. Tully equals Cicero. Therefore, Cicero rebuked Catiline. No one would take this seriously as an explanation of why Cicero rebuked Catiline. If these remarks are on the right track, how does identity reduction help with the explanatory gap and the hard problem? How does the identity pain equals CFS help us deal with the question why does pain correlate with CFS, and not with some other neural state? There are two ways of meeting an explanatory request. Why is it the case that P? The first is to produce a correct answer to the question, that is, to provide an explanation of why P is the case. But it may be that P is false and there is no correct answer to why P. If someone asks you, why did Brutus stab Caesar, you may be able to come up with a correct answer and meet the explanatory request. In contrast, should a misinformed person ask you, why did Brutus poison Caesar, you cannot provide him with an explanation, for there is none. Rather, you will have to disabuse him of the idea that Brutus poisoned Caesar. The question why P presupposes that P is the case, and when the presupposition is false, the question has no correct answer, and there is here nothing to explain. Similar remarks apply to how P, where P, and so on. If a child asks you, how can Santa visit so many millions of homes in one night, you have to tell her that there is no Santa and he does not visit any homes. You may have to break her heart, but that is the only proper response, that is, if truth matters in this context. The same goes for the question why does pain correlate with brain state CFS, not with another neural state. This question presupposes that pain correlates with CFS, a supposition that is false if it is indeed the case that pain equals CFS. Pain does not correlate with CFS any more than pain correlates with pain. This means that given an identity reduction of mentality, that is, the psychoneural identity theory, it is improper to ask for an explanation of why psychoneural correlations hold. Ned Block and Robert Stalnaker put the point nicely. If we believe that heat is correlated with but not identical with molecular kinetic energy, we should regard as legitimate the question of why the correlation exists and what its mechanism is. But once we realize that heat is molecular kinetic energy, questions like this can be seen as wrong-headed. Point 21. The same goes for pain and neural state CFS. If we accept pain equals CFS, the need to explain why pain correlates with this neural state, or why pain occurs if CFS occurs, simply vanishes. What then of the explanatory gap between consciousness and the brain, between pain and CFS? Again, the identity reductionist should respond, there is no such gap to be closed, and to think that such a gap exists is a mistake. It is the false assumption on which the supposed problem of an explanatory gap rests. You need two things to have a gap. If identity reduction goes through, that will show that there is no gap, and never was. There is no explanatory gap between pain and CFS any more than there is one between heat and mean molecular energy, or between water and H2O. So the identity reduction of consciousness can handle the explanatory gap, not by closing it but by banishing it out of existence. Clearly, this is a perfectly good way of dealing with the explanatory gap. One critical question remains, however: where do we get these psychoneural identities, like pain equals CFS? They would be handy things to have. They would let us deal with the explanatory gap problem and help seal the case for physicalism. Their availability, however, has to be shown on independent grounds. It would be question-begging to argue that we earn our entitlement to them simply from their supposed ability to handle the explanatory gap and solve the hard problem. They have this ability only if they are true, and we are entitled to use them to close the explanatory gap only if we have good reason to think they are true. In an earlier chapter, Chapter 4, we reviewed three principal arguments for psychoneural identities: the argument from simplicity, the explanatory argument, and the argument from mental causation, and found each seriously wanting. So the main question for the identity solution to the explanatory gap is whether compelling arguments can be produced for psychoneural identities. Functional analysis and reductive explanation. As we just saw, identity reduction does not give us a reductive explanation of consciousness in terms of neural states. What it does is show that there is no need for such an explanation. Let us now see how a real psychoneural reductive explanation might be formulated. The key to such an explanation is a functional analysis, or functional characterization, of conscious states. Let us suppose that being in pain can be functionally analyzed as follows. X is in pain equals diffs is in some state P such that P is caused to instantiate by tissue damage, and the instantiation of P causes X to emit aversive behavior. In a population of interest to us, say, humans, suppose that CFS is the neural realizer of pain as defined, that is, CFS is the state that is caused to instantiate by tissue damage and that causes aversive behavior. Given this, we can say that pain in humans has been functionally reduced to CFS. Thus, functional reduction is another mode of reduction, in addition to identity reduction. Now consider the following derivation. Delta, Jones is in CFS state. In Jones and organisms like Jones, that is, humans, a CFS state is caused to instantiate by tissue damage, and it in turn causes winces, groans, and aversive behavior. To be in pain equals def to be in a state that is caused by tissue damage and that in turn causes aversive behavior. Therefore, Jones is in pain. The derivation is valid, and it is plausible to view it as a reductive explanation of why Jones is in pain in terms of her being in a certain neural state. It logically derives a fact about Jones's consciousness from facts about her neural states, the first line, including a neural law, the second line. Note that the third line is a definition, an a priori conceptual truth, not an empirical truth about pain. Note how delta differs from alpha and beta, making use of a psychoneural law and psychoneural identity, respectively. Unlike alpha, which appeals to an empirical psychoneural correlation law to make the transition from the neural to the mental, delta invokes a definition, in its third line, to make the transition. As may be recalled, it was the use of an unexplained psychoneural correlation law as a premise that doomed alpha as a reductive explanation. The third line of delta is not a fact about pains. If it is about anything, it is about the meaning of the word pain, or the concept of pain. This means that delta passes the emergentist's question, can we know, or predict, that Jones will be in pain solely on the basis of knowledge of neural biological facts? If we have delta available, we can say yes, delta shows exactly how such knowledge or prediction is possible. Next, compare delta with beta. As we saw, in beta, the conclusion Jones is in pain is only a rewrite of Jones is in neural state CFS, via the identity pain equals CFS. This involves no laws, whereas we would expect explanations of events and facts to make use of laws. In contrast, the derivation, delta, makes essential use of a law in its second line. In fact, it is a causal law, and it underwrites the derivational transition from Jones's neural state to her pain. The functional definition of pain is, of course, also crucial, but without the law, the derivation does not go through. A functional reduction of pain, with CFS as its realizer, can also generate a reductive explanation of why pain correlates with CFS. This can be seen in the following derivation. Epsilon, X is in CFS state. In X, and systems like X, a CFS state is caused to instantiate by tissue damage, and an instantiation of CFS state causes X to emit aversive behavior. Being in pain equals def being in a state that is caused to instantiate by tissue damage and that causes aversive behavior. Therefore, X is in pain. Therefore, if X is in CFS state, X is in pain. 22. This seems like a perfectly good explanation of why CFS correlates with pain in X and systems like X. 23. But all this is contingent on the availability of functional definitions of mental states, especially states of phenomenal consciousness, or qualia. At this point the situation with the present approach is similar to the situation facing psychoneural identity reduction. Both can handle the explanatory gap problem, each in its own way. Identity reduction promises to make the explanatory gap disappear. Functional reduction meets the explanatory demand head-on, providing reductive explanations of psychoneural correlations. But just as identity reduction must come up with psychoneural identities to turn its promise into reality, functional reduction will remain an empty schema if consciousness properties, such as pain and visual experience of green, turn out to resist functional analysis. Before we turn to these questions in the final section, let us pause to consider consciousness in the context of neuroscience. Consciousness and brain science. There are three connected but separable questions about brain science and consciousness. They are, 1. Can consciousness be given a scientific account, presumably in neural behavioral computational terms? That is consciousness a proper and appropriate explanandum in science? 2. Can, or does, consciousness have a theoretical/causal/explanatory role in neural behavioral science? That is, can consciousness play a role as an explanans, something that has explanatory power and efficacy, in neural behavioral science? 3. Can consciousness be studied scientifically? Can it be investigated by the current methodologies in neural behavioral science? We have in effect answered the first question about the possibility of a scientific account of conscious states. In the preceding section, we saw that if a conscious state can be given a functional analysis, in terms of physical stimulus input and behavioral output, it is in principle possible to provide a reductive neural explanation for the occurrences of the conscious state, assuming that the relevant neural realizers have been identified. We saw in concrete terms how pain occurrences in a person could be derived from neural facts about the person, with the aid of a functional characterization of pain. This means that the answer to the first question is yes if conscious states are functionally analyzable and if we have been able to identify their neural realizers, in populations of interest. These are two big ifs. The second if concerns progress of research in cognitive neuroscience, and it assumes that the first if has been satisfied. If a conscious state is not functionally analyzable, it isn't something that can have realizers, neural or otherwise. So the first if is the philosophically important if. Most philosophers will agree that a standard sort of functional definition of pain, like the one adverted to in the preceding section, in terms of stimulus input and behavioral output, does not work. It does not do justice to the qualitative aspect of pain. Pain as a quale cannot be functionalized. Philosophers who now advocate a functional approach to qualia, however, take a different tack, and that is qualia representationalism, see chapter 9. On this view, qualia are essentially representational, as are all other conscious states, and representation is fundamentally a functional concept. Let us see how this is supposed to work for pain. An experience of pain is a representational state, a state with a representational object or content. It is important to keep in mind that pain, or being painful, is not a property, or quality, of the experience. Rather, pain is what the experience represents. It is the object, or content, the pain experience represents. So, then, what do pain experiences represent? According to Christopher Hill, such experiences represent bodily disturbances, such as a burned finger, a scraped knee, or a broken arm. 24 Since pains are the objects represented by pain experiences, it follows that pains are bodily disturbances. When we are aware of a pain, we are almost always aware of its location in the elbow, in the thumb, and so on, and we are made aware that there is something wrong, at any rate not quite right, going on at that location. In other words, our pain experiences seem directed at bodily disturbances, either at the body's periphery or deeper inside. This means that bodily disturbances are the intentional objects, or contents, of our pain experiences, and there is ample reason to think that it is the biological function of pain experiences to represent bodily disturbances. 25. This allows the possibility that there is a pain experience but no actual bodily disturbance represented by it, like in cases of phantom limb pain, it is simply a case of misrepresentation, see Chapter 8. In any case, all there is to pain experiences, on this account, is for the experiences to represent bodily disturbances, and that exhausts the real nature, or essence, of these experiences as pain. If such an account is found to work, that would open the possibility of a broadly functional account of pain, or pain experience. The reader is encouraged to work out, in schematic form, how such an account may be formulated. If a similar representational account of consciousness works in general, the essential nature of conscious states will be fully captured by their representational properties. There is a general agreement, or presumption, that representation is more physicalistically tractable than phenomenal consciousness, or qualia, as usually conceived. However, as has been noted in other contexts, unless you are irrevocably and antecedently committed to physicalism, the plausibility of consciousness representationalism should be assessed on its own merits. This comment applies to Hill's bodily disturbance theory of pain. One might wonder, for example, whether this view of pain does full justice to the experiential aspect of pain. On the representational account, when pain occurs, is there anyone who is actually hurting? Why should my representing a bodily disturbance, say, a cut in my finger, be experienced as painful? The reader may also ponder the cross-wired brain case, discussed in Chapter 6, in which the pain box and the itch box exchange their input and output channels. As for our second question, concerning the possible theoretical explanatory role consciousness might have in the behavioral and brain sciences, we can approach it by considering the causal status of consciousness. First, though, we should remember that we are not concerned here with access consciousness, for the concept of access consciousness is fully functional, characterizable by its role in the cognitive economy of a cognitive psychological subject, and hence does not present us with any additional philosophical issues. So qualia, or phenomenal consciousness, are our present focus. Our question, then, is this: can qualia play an explanatory role in the brain and behavioral sciences? The companion causal question is, do qualia have causal powers to affect behavioral or neural events? Given the causal closure principle for the physical domain, the answer to this question has to be highly unlikely unless qualia are reductively identified with neural states. What we saw in our discussion of mental causation, Chapter 7, was that if any object or event were to exercise its causal powers in the physical domain, it must be part of that domain, or be reducible to it. The physical domain does not tolerate causal influences from outside. But beyond such overarching doctrines as the principle of physical causal closure, there are more intuitive considerations for thinking that qualitative conscious states are epiphenomenal, or, at least, that this is the way many of us regard it. Suppose a brain researcher comes across a neural event for which she is unable to identify a physical biological cause, for which she has difficulty providing a physical biological explanation. What is the chance that she will decide to explore the possibility that some purely psychic event, a non-physical conscious event, might be the cause of this unexplained neural event? Would a working neuroscience researcher ever look to the realm of non-physical consciousness for causes of neural biological behavioral events? We may be pretty sure that there is no such chance. In the first place, how would she show that a specific conscious event is its cause? Surely the conscious event has a neural substrate, or correlate. Wouldn't this neural substrate always be a better candidate as the sought-after cause? She may not know what the neutral substrate is, she doesn't have a biological physical description of it. But she is entitled, it seems, to believe that such a neural substrate must exist, and her research time will be better spent on focusing on identifying it in physical biological terms and studying its properties. It seems, then, that in practice scientists working in brain science are guided by something like the following principle. The causal explanatory closure of the neural physical domain. If a neural biological event has a cause or causal explanation, it has a neural physical cause and a neural physical explanation. That is to say, the neural physical domain is causally and explanatorily self-sufficient. And this naturally leads to the following principle. Methodological qualia epiphenomenalism. Qualia, unless they are reducible to physical neural properties, are to be treated as epiphenomenal. They should not be invoked as causes of, or in causal explanations of, neural physical behavioral events. What is being suggested, then, is that in practice qualitative consciousness is treated by scientists as epiphenomenal with respect to the physical domain. And this gains some empirical support from the fact that much of our cognitive processing goes on at the subpersonal or unconscious level, and that qualia are scarcely mentioned in serious theories of cognitive science. This is not to say that such concepts as awareness, attention, and signal detection play no role in cognitive science. These are concepts of access consciousness, not phenomenal consciousness. So our answer to the second question is no. Phenomenal consciousness, being epiphenomenal, has no role to play as a theoretical explanatory concept in neuroscience. We now turn to our third question: can phenomenal consciousness be investigated scientifically? Can there be a scientific theory of qualia? Our discussion of the second question argues powerfully for a negative answer. Qualia are not proper objects of scientific study. Here is why. Qualia are epiphenomenal, they cause no effects in the physical domain. If so, how can they even be observed? How can their presence be known to the investigator? There can be no instrument to detect their occurrence and identify them. Qualia cannot register on any measuring instruments because they have no power to affect physical objects or processes. No one thinks the brain scientist can directly observe a subject's conscious state, phenomenal or non-phenomenal. Direct observation of a conscious state requires experiencing it, and the scientific observer of course is not experiencing the subject's conscious states. The brain scientist relies heavily on the subject's verbal reports in attributing conscious states to her. However, if qualia are epiphenomenal, they have no role in causing verbal reports, which involve physical processes, like vibrations of the vocal cords. If so, how could verbal reports be evidence for the presence or absence of qualia? The practice of using verbal reports to determine what conscious states are occurring presupposes that conscious states are causes of the reports. What about the pulsating yellow and orange images we see on an fMRI monitor? Don't they show that the subject is seeing green, feeling agitated, recalling a traumatic event from the past, and so on? Aren't these images caused by visual qualia, qualia associated with emotions, and the like? Well, no. They are caused by physical processes, in fact, patterns of blood flow. Qualia cannot cause these physical processes, they are epiphenomenal. You might retort, as you said, we believe that a pervasive system of mind-brain correlations exist, and that each conscious state, of any kind, has a neural correlate. Doesn't this mean that we can ascertain the occurrences of conscious states by noting the occurrences of neural states? Again, we have a predictable reply. If qualia are truly epiphenomenal, a serious question arises as to how we could establish these qualia brain correlations to begin with. We usually establish a correlation, M occurs if N occurs, by observing the co-occurrences of M and N. But if either M or N is epiphenomenal, its occurrence cannot be observed, and hence we are not in a position to confirm, or disconfirm, the posited correlation between M and N. Brain scientists do not rely solely on the subject's verbal reports. They heed the subject's behaviors to supplement and corroborate verbal reports. But this practice, too, presupposes that conscious states are the causes of behaviors. Again, if qualia are epiphenomena, they can play no role in behavior production, and behaviors cannot be evidence for the presence or absence of qualia. One last question: if phenomenal consciousness is indeed an epiphenomenon, with no causal efficacy at all, How could it have evolved? Mustn't every evolved feature of organisms have causal efficacy? The standard answer to this question is no. The evolved feature may simply be an unintended collateral feature of another feature that was selected by natural selection, a so-called spandrel effect. 26 Polar bears have thick and heavy fur. The heaviness of the fur has evolved, but that was only a side effect of their thickness, which is the feature selected for. 27 It is brain functions that have causal effects on adaptive behaviors of organisms, and it is the neural mechanisms that perform these functions that are selected by natural selection. Phenomenal consciousness can be regarded as an unintended side effect of the evolution of the neural systems in higher organisms. Another point can be added: if qualia have adaptive values, it isn't their intrinsic qualities, or qualia as intrinsic qualities, that are valuable, it is qualia differences and similarities, namely, sensory discriminations based on qualia differences, that have behavioral consequences, think about traffic lights, and confer adaptive advantages on organisms. Qualia as intrinsic qualities remain epiphenomenal. Scientific research on consciousness has been flourishing during the past several decades, and we can only expect it to continue to thrive, bringing to us new insights into how our minds work. 28 Doesn't this mean that methodological epiphenomenalism is not constraining the research practices of brain scientists after all, and that practicing brain scientists do believe in the causal efficacy of consciousness? Perhaps so, but, again, keep in mind that the epiphenomenalism we have been discussing concerns only phenomenal consciousness, the felt and experienced qualities of conscious states, and not states of consciousness that fall under access consciousness. Whatever it is that consciousness researchers are investigating and theorizing about, it can't be phenomenal consciousness. Or so goes the epiphenomenalist story. 29. In this section, we have put the consequences of qualia epiphenomenalism in stark and uncompromising terms, in part as a challenge to the reader to ponder and reflect on them. These issues are important not only to the brain and behavioral scientists but to all of us on a personal level. How could they not be if, as Wilfrid Sellers put it, qualia are what make life worth living? Or if, as Ivan Pavlov said, at the end of the day, our psychic life is the only thing that matters to us? What Mary, the supervision scientist, didn't know. In a paper published in 1982, Frank Jackson presented a thought experiment featuring Mary, a talented vision scientist, on the basis of which he formulated a much debated antiphysicalist argument. To see how the argument runs, we can do no better than quote a paragraph from this paper. Mary is a brilliant scientist who is, for whatever reason, forced to investigate the world from a black and white room via a black and white television monitor. She specializes in the neurophysiology of vision and acquires, let us suppose, all the physical information there is to obtain about what goes on when we see ripe tomatoes, or the sky, and use terms like red, blue, and so on. She discovers, for example, just which wavelength combinations from the sky stimulate the retina, and exactly how this produces via the central nervous system the contraction of the vocal cords and expulsion of air from the lungs that results in the uttering of the sentence "the sky is blue." What will happen when Mary is released from her black and white room or is given a color television monitor? Will she learn anything or not? It seems just obvious that she will learn something about the world and our visual experience of it. But then it is inescapable that her previous knowledge was incomplete. But she had all the physical information. Ergo there is more to have than that, and physicalism is false. 30. What is physical information? For the purposes of his argument, Jackson takes information from the physical, chemical, and biological sciences to be physical information. And his formulation of physicalism is this. Physicalism. All, correct, information is physical information. With this in hand, we can set out Jackson's antiphysicalist argument like this: 1. Before her release from the black and white room, Mary had all the physical information about human vision. 2. When she first gazes at a ripe tomato after her release, she gains new information, she learns something new about human vision. 3. Hence, the new information she gains is not physical information. For hence, there is information other than physical information, and physicalism is false. This is the celebrated knowledge argument, and we can see why it is so called. First of all, Jackson's formulation of physicalism is epistemic. It concerns what types of information, or knowledge, there are about the world. He is not explicit about what he means by information, but it seems that we can safely use information and knowledge interchangeably in this context. For contrast, we can state a metaphysical thesis of physicalism, something that arguably is more central to philosophical concerns. Metaphysical physicalism. All facts are physical facts. And the crucial premise of the argument is that on her release Mary gains new information, that is, new knowledge that is non-physical. There are two main questions about this argument. First, since the argument obviously is valid, are the premises of the argument true? Second, if the argument is correct, does it show anything about metaphysical physicalism? Most critics of the argument have focused on the second premise, the claim that Mary gains new knowledge when she first looks at a ripe tomato. According to an influential reply, what Mary gains is not propositional knowledge, or knowledge of a fact, but a set of abilities to recognize red and other colors, to imagine colors, to make color similarity and difference judgments by looking, and the like. Perhaps she gains a new recognitional concept, a disposition or ability to recognize and classify objects, events, and phenomena through perceptual discrimination. 31 Knowing what it's like to see red is a case of knowing how, not knowing that. This is called the ability hypothesis. 32 It may be conceded that on her release from her monochromatic environment, Mary certainly gains these abilities, but that does not preclude her also gaining propositional knowledge, knowledge of new facts about how things look to her and other people. Is there any reason to think that this is not the case? If she acquires new propositional knowledge, there must be a proposition that she comes to know. When Mary looks at a red tomato for the first time, what exactly is the proposition that she comes to know? She says to herself, "Isn't that interesting? So this is what red looks like." But can we put her new knowledge in propositional form, that is, in a declarative sentence? It seems that the best we can do is something like "red looks like this," where this is used as a demonstrative pointing to the red tomato. It's hard to see how we could avoid using demonstratives in formulating a proposition representing her new knowledge. Is this a problem? A critic may charge that this shows something odd and unusual about the supposed propositional knowledge Mary gains. If it is indeed a piece of propositional knowledge, that is, knowledge of a fact, shouldn't it be possible to express its content without using a demonstrative, which could be understood only in relation to the person using it and the particular context in which it is used? Any objective information must be expressible in a sentence free of demonstratives, this, that, etc., and index icals, I, here, now, etc. It seems, though, that friends of the knowledge argument have a ready reply. On the contrary, the fact that demonstratives must be used only goes to show that the knowledge gained is not physical knowledge. Physical knowledge is objective in the sense that it is neutral with respect to points of view, that is, the perspective of an observer or experiencer. In contrast, experience is always experienced from a single point of view, namely the experiencer's, and it is no surprise that Mary's new knowledge must be expressed as "red looks like this to Mary." Recall Nagel and his bats. Thus, the essentiality of demonstratives in expressing contents of Mary's knowledge is a reflection of the subjective character of her knowledge, the fact that her knowledge is not physical. This only provides more support for the knowledge argument. 33 Some may protest that Jackson's Mary is not a real possibility, that during her confinement, she could have dreamed in color, that she might have accidentally rubbed her eyes in such way as to cause color experiences, that she could have directly stimulated her visual cortex to experience color, and so on. These are all possible, but the reply misses the point. Mary is a thought experiment, and Jackson is free to set it up any way that suits him. All he needs to suppose is that none of these possible situations occurred, and that Mary in fact had no color experience before her release. If you say she did, that would be changing the example and the subject. It seems clear that when Mary exits from her confinement into the outside world, an important cognitive change occurs to her. That much we must all accept. The only issue is how this cognitive change is best understood. Those who are antecedently committed to physicalism would try to describe it in a way consistent with physicalism. The ability hypothesis is one such attempt. Whether this and other physicalist responses are at all persuasive is a question that is still open. 34. Let us turn to our second question: what the knowledge argument might show about metaphysical physicalism, the thesis that all facts are physical facts. It is pretty obvious what tack the physicalist would take on this question. She would argue that Mary's new knowledge is not of a new non-physical fact, but of an old physical fact in a new guise. Consider an analogy. Ancient Greeks knew that water extinguished fire but did not know that H2O extinguished fire. They had no knowledge whose content is expressed by using the concept H2O. When we learned that water equals H2O, we also learned that H2O extinguished fire. But this is not knowledge of a new fact. The fact that H2O extinguishes fire is the same fact as the fact that water extinguishes fire. An old fact that we had known for centuries was given a new description. We may speak of new knowledge if we like, but what is important is to see that no new fact came to be known. Similarly, in the case of Mary, the fact that tomatoes look a certain way to her is just the fact that the surface reflectance property of tomatoes is such and such. Now, on account of her direct visual experience, she can express this fact in a new way. Fancy that. Tomatoes look like this. It would follow, then, that even if the knowledge argument succeeds as a refutation of Jackson's epistemic physicalism, it may have no adverse effect on metaphysical physicalism. How plausible is this brief in behalf of metaphysical physicalism? In pondering this question, the reader should heed its similarity with psychoneural identity theory, which, too, involves the claim that the fact stated by "I am in pain" is identical with the fact stated by "my C fibers are stimulated," and that here is one fact under two descriptions, not two distinct facts. Thus, arguments pro and con in regard to psychoneural identity theory may well be relevant here as well. The limits of physicalism. In an earlier section, we saw how two approaches to consciousness, psychoneural identity reduction and functional reduction, could deal with the explanatory gap and the hard problem of consciousness. It is also easily seen how they could deal with the problem of mental causation and fight off the threat of epiphenomenalism. If psychoneural identity theory can be upheld and we are in a position to affirm pain equals C fiber stimulation, consciousness equals pyramidal cell activity, and the like, there will be no special problem about how pain, or consciousness, can cause, and be caused by, other events. For pain will have exactly the causal properties of C fiber stimulation, and similarly for consciousness and pyramidal cell activity. Under the identity approach, all causal actions take place in the physical domain and the mental is part of that domain. Let us see how mental causation works out under functional analysis. Suppose pain could be given a functional analysis in terms of its causal role as the causal intermediary between pain input, tissue damage, and pain output, aversive behavior. That is, to be in pain is to be in some state that plays this causal role. If so, when you are in pain, you must be in some state that realizes pain, that is, in some state that plays the causal role distinctive of pain. In this particular instance, let us suppose, you are in pain in virtue of being in the state of C fiber stimulation, CFS, which realizes pain in you and other humans. So here is an instance of pain and an instance of CFS. How are these two instances, or token events, related to each other? The answer that they are one and the same event is all but compelling. To be in pain is to be in a state that plays pain's causal role. Hence, for you to be in pain on this occasion is for you to be in a state that plays pain's causal role, and CFS is the state you are in that plays pain's causal role. It evidently follows that for you to be in pain on this occasion is for you to be in CFS state on this occasion. That is, your pain instance is identical with your CFS instance. It further follows that your pain instance and CFS instance have the same causal powers, since they are one and the same. This solves the problem of mental causation for your pain instances. This idea generalizes to all other cases of mental events and states. Each instance of a mental property has the causal powers of the instance of its physical realizer. 35 The threat of epiphenomenalism has been vanquished. To take stock, either psychoneural identities or functional analyses of mental states, each in its own way, can deal with mental causation and the explanatory gap. These two approaches can be considered two ways in which mentality can be physically reduced. The first does so by identifying mental states with neural physical states, the second accomplishes reduction through functional analysis of mental states. If we are to avoid epiphenomenalism, physical reductionism is the only alternative. In one way or another, we must bring the mental within the physical fold. That much is a direct consequence of the principle of physical causal closure, see Chapter 7. However, our willingness to countenance reductionism does not in itself show that reductionism is true, that is, that either kind of reduction is really possible for the mental. The reducibility of the mental has to be shown on independent grounds. If, despite our willingness to cast our lot with reductionism, the mental turns out to be physically irreducible, epiphenomenalism cannot be avoided. So is the mental reducible, and if so, how? In considering these questions, one pitfall to avoid is the tendency to think that the mental in its entirety must be either reducible or irreducible. It may well be that some mental properties are reducible while others are not. For the would-be reductionist, it would be better if the former were to outnumber the latter. The main point to remember is that the reductionist project need not be a total success or a total failure. The more it succeeds, the more we succeed in saving mentality from epiphenomenalism. The less successful it is, the fewer the mental properties we can save from causal impotence. You may recall a broad classification of mental phenomena into two kinds, see Chapter 1. Phenomenal mental events, or experiences, with sensory and qualitative characters, like bodily sensations, seeing yellow, smelling ammonia, and the rest, on the one hand, and intentional cognitive states, or propositional attitudes, like belief, desire, intention, thought, and the like. The former are states with qualia, there is a what it is like quality to having them or being in them. The latter have propositional contents expressed by subordinate that clauses. Bill believes that there are lions in Africa, and hopes winter will be mild this year. You may recall the question of what events and states in these two classes have in common that makes all of them mental. It may well be that physical reducibility is not among the shared properties of these two mental categories. There is a view on the current scene according to which the former, states with qualia, are irreducible, whereas the latter, intentional cognitive states, are so reducible. 36 Let us take up the second class of mental events first. Why should we think beliefs, desires, and such are reducible, and if so, according to which model of reduction? It would seem that these states cannot be reduced by identity reduction, that is, it is not possible to identify them with neural physical states. The reason for this is the old and familiar nemesis of reductionism, the multiple realizability of these states, see Chapters 4 and 5. However, functional reduction, or reduction via functional analysis, can accommodate multiple realization, because functionally defined states or properties can have multiple realizers. But can these states then be functionally analyzable or definable? To reduce a property functionally, the property must first be functionally analyzed or defined. This is the required conceptual preliminary. After a property has been functionalized, it is the job of science to discover its realizers, in populations of interest. So the question for us is this: can intentional cognitive states, like beliefs and desires, be given functional characterization? Can we analyze belief as an internal state defined in terms of its serving as a causal intermediary between inputs and outputs? It has to be admitted that, as critics of functional reduction would argue, no one has yet produced a complete functional definition or analysis of belief, and that none is in sight. However, there are reasons for thinking that belief and other intentional cognitive states are functionally conceived states, that is, states understood in terms of their job descriptions. We consider here two such reasons. First, there seems ample ground for believing that intentional cognitive states are supervenient on the physical behavioral properties of creatures. Consider the zombies, the supposedly conceivable creatures who are just like us both in internal compositional structural detail and in the functional organization of sensory input and behavioral output, but who lack experiences, that is, they have no phenomenal consciousness. There is nothing it is like to be a zombie. Whether such creatures could exist is a question we need not address here. Our immediate question is whether zombies have intentional cognitive states, and a strong case can be made for saying that they must have such states. To begin, the zombies are indistinguishable from us, and our fellow humans, behaviorally and physically. If that is the case, we must attribute to them a capacity for speech. They emit noises that sound exactly like English sentences. Actually, quite a few zombies will speak Chinese, and they apparently communicate among themselves by exchanging these noises and are able to coordinate their activities just as we do. Moreover, if zombies are among us, they will talk to us and we can understand what they are saying. And apparently they understand us when we talk to them. They read newspapers, surf the internet, and watch television. Remember, these zombies are behaviorally indistinguishable from humans. Given all this, it would be incoherent to deny that they are language users. Zombies have speech, just like us. A language user, by definition, is capable of performing speech acts. Making assertions is a fundamental speech act, and any creature with speech must be able to make utterances and thereby make assertions. Further, to utter "snow is white" to make an assertion is to express the belief that snow is white. Consider other speech acts, like asking questions and issuing commands. To ask "Is snow white?" is to express a desire to be told whether snow is white. To command "Please shut the window" is to express the desire that the window be shut and the belief that the window is not now shut. It is not conceptually possible to concede that zombies are language users and then refuse to attribute beliefs and desires to them. Once these states are attributed to the zombies and given the assumption that they are behaviorally indistinguishable from us, we must also recognize them as full-fledged agents. Thus, we seem to be driven to the conclusion that belief, desire, intention, agency, and the rest are supervenient on the physical behavioral aspects of creatures and that these states cannot go beyond what can be captured in physical behavioral terms. This contrasts with the case of qualia supervenience. As we saw earlier in this chapter, there are reasons to be skeptical about the supervenience of qualia on physical behavioral properties. Second, suppose we are asked to design and build a device that detects shapes and colors of objects around it, perception, processes and stores the information it has gained, information processing, memory, knowledge, and uses it to guide its behavior, action. If that is our assignment, we would know how to go about executing it. There probably already are robots with such capabilities in limited form. We know how to proceed with the design of such a machine because processes and states like perception, memory, information processing, and using information to guide behavior and action are defined by job descriptions. That is, these concepts are functional concepts. A device, or creature, that has the capacity to do certain specified work under specified conditions is ipso facto a system that perceives, processes, and stores information, makes inferences, and so on. The main point to note here is that these intentional states and processes are tied to having capacities of certain kinds, capacities to interact and cope with the environment. The only difference between such states of our simple machine and real-life intentional cognitive states is that the causal tasks associated with the former are exactly specified and limited in scope, whereas those associated with the latter are less precisely defined and, more important, open-ended. It may be true, as critics of functional reduction of intentional cognitive states have argued, that we will never have complete functional specifications of intentional states like belief, desire, and intention. But that is only because, as just noted, the causal tasks involved with belief are open-ended and perhaps essentially so. It does not show that these are not functional, task-oriented states. As far as supervenience holds, there cannot be extra factors beyond functional behavioral facts that define or constitute them. More important, it is not necessary to have full and complete characterizations of these states before scientific research can begin to identify their physical realizers, the neural mechanisms that do the causal work so far specified. The fact is that these intentional states are multitask states. Their cores may be fairly easily identifiable, but they may have no clear definitional boundaries. Obviously, belief must be closely connected to a system's speech center and feed into its inference and decision-making modules. What else do beliefs do? That can remain an open question. Moreover, there probably is no clear line between those functions of beliefs that ought to be part of the concept of belief and those that are contingently, though nomologically, connected to beliefs. As scientific research makes progress, we will probably keep adding to and subtracting from the initial job descriptions of these states. That is one way in which our concepts change and evolve. Compare this with the situation involving qualia, or the phenomenal, qualitative states of consciousness. Suppose that you are now given an assignment to design a pain box, a device that can be implanted in your robot that not only will detect damage to its body and trigger appropriate avoidance behavior but also will enable the robot to experience the sensation of pain when it is activated. Building a damage detector is an engineering problem, and our engineers, we may presume, know how to go about designing such a device. But what about designing a robot that can experience pain? It seems clear that even the best and brightest engineers would not know where to begin. What would you need to do to make it a pain box rather than an itch box, and how would you know you have succeeded? The functional aspect of pain can be designed and engineered into a system. But the qualitative aspect of pain, or pain as a quale, seems like a wholly different game. The only way we know how to build a pain-experiencing system may well be to make an exact replica of a system known to have the capacity to experience pain, that is, to make a replica of a human or animal brain. Even if we could make replicas of a brain, that still would not give us an understanding of how experiences of pain and other qualia arise from the electrochemical processes of the brain. Some philosophers have argued that zombies, without inner experiences, are metaphysically possible, and therefore that the qualitative states of consciousness are beyond the reach of physicalism. The zombie hypothesis has been controversial, and we do not need the zombies to see that qualia are not functionally definable. All we need is the possibility of qualia inversion, for example, visual spectrum inversion. All we need is the logical possibility of a world that is physically indiscernible from this world, but in which people's color spectrum is inverted in relation to ours. The conceivability and possibility of such a world should be less controversial than that of a zombie world. 37 People in the color-inverted world behave exactly as we do, their functional behavioral properties are exactly the same as ours, and yet their color experiences are different. 38 If such a world is possible, it follows that color qualia are not functionally definable and hence not functionally reducible. Pain certainly has a function, the important biological function of separating us from sources of harm, teaching us to avoid potentially noxious stimuli, and so forth. However, its function is not, it may be argued, what makes pain pain, or what constitutes pain. Rather, it is the way it feels. Nothing can be a pain unless it hurts. If qualia resist functionalization, as they seem to, they cannot be reduced by functional analysis, that is, functional reduction doesn't work for them. What about the prospect of an identity reduction of qualia? Earlier, Chapter 4, we discussed several positive arguments for psychoneural identities and found all of them seriously defective or incomplete. The argument from simplicity, of the sort JCC Smart originally appealed to, does not have enough weight behind it to be convincing. Simplicity-based arguments seldom do when what is at issue is the truth of the doctrine being defended. No one has shown why the supposedly simplest hypothesis must be the true one. We saw how the two explanatory arguments on the scene fall short of the mark. These arguments invoke something like the rule of inference to the best explanation, but we saw how these arguments misapply this rule, and the rule itself is not uncontroversial. The causal argument seems to work better, but it does not go the full distance. In effect, it only shows the conditional proposition that if mental causation is to be saved, the mental must be brought into the physical domain, that is, physically reduced. And this exactly is the issue we are now grappling with. 39 We have to conclude that an identity reduction of qualia is no more promising than their functional reduction, and that qualia epiphenomenalism looms as a real threat. 40. We should note, however, that saving intentional cognitive states from epiphenomenalism is not a small accomplishment. In saving them, we save ourselves as agents and cognizers, for cognition and agency are located in the realm of the intentional cognitive, not the phenomenal. Recall Fodor's lament about the possible loss of mental causation. If it isn't literally true that my wanting is causally responsible for my reaching, and my itching is causally responsible for my scratching, and my believing is causally responsible for my saying. If none of that is literally true, then practically everything I believe about anything is false, and it's the end of the world. 41. 3 items are on Fodor's wish list: wanting, itching, and believing. We can reassure Fodor that his world is not coming to an end, at least not completely. We can save wanting and believing, that is, we can save agency and cognition. 2 out of 3 isn't bad. But what about itching? There are reductive approaches to consciousness that attempt to reduce it to intentional representational states. 2 such approaches, the higher order perception/thought theory and qualia representationalism, were reviewed earlier, see chapter 9. If these theories work and we can reduce qualia to intentional representational states, these latter states could in turn be functionalized, and that would yield a solution to both the mental causation problem and the explanatory gap problem. Just because these approaches to qualia would do something nice for us, perhaps something very important, that is not a reason to think that they must work. They must first be shown to be correct approaches, and we have seen some serious difficulties for both, though the representational approaches are very much alive. It is fair to say that qualia representationalism is currently the leading physicalist approach to phenomenal consciousness. Returning to the model of functional reduction, we can go a little more distance towards saving qualia. Begin with an analogy: traffic lights. Everywhere in the world, red means stop, green means go, and yellow means slow down. But this is merely a conventional arrangement. As far as traffic management goes, we could do just as well with a system whereby red means slow down, green means stop, and yellow means go, or any permutation thereof. What is important is our ability to discriminate among these colors. The colors themselves do not matter. The same holds for qualia. You and your spectrum-inverted friend will do equally well in coping with traffic lights, in picking tomatoes out of mounds of lettuce, in using color words to report visual experiences, and in learning about what is out there in your respective surroundings. It is qualia differences and similarities, not qualia as intrinsic qualities, that matter to our perception and cognition. That roses look this way and irises look that way cannot be cognitively relevant as long as roses and irises look relevantly different. Qualia differences and similarities are behaviorally manifest, as we just saw, and this opens the door to their potential functionalization and reduction. We can conclude, therefore, that qualia are not entirely lost to epiphenomenalism. We can save qualia differences and similarities, if not qualia as intrinsic qualities. So what we may lose to epiphenomenalism, and something for which we cannot solve the explanatory gap problem, is this small mental residue, qualia as intrinsic qualities, untouched and untouchable by physicalism. And that represents the limits of physicalism.